Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Guest by Cathryn Grant, narrated by Lauren Ezzo. Prologue. Other girls got bullied. Not her. She was not going to be afraid walking alone at night. She was strong and resourceful and not at all worried. People, bullies especially, smell fear. No one would sense an ounce of fear coming off of her carefully made-up skin or her long, bronze-streaked hair. The streetlight cast a light on the pavement that made it look as if it were covered in a sheen of ice. Behind her, the sound of footsteps emerged from the darkness. She walked faster, taking a deep breath to keep her heart from racing ahead of itself. The footsteps matched her pace. She slipped her phone out of her pocket and swiped open the camera. She moved the setting to video. A moment later, she slowed and turned quickly, raising the phone like a weapon. "I'm going to record you, so back off!" The streetlight revealed her pursuer. She laughed and lowered the phone. "Oh, it's you." She took a step forward and laughed again. "If you don't fuck off, I'm going to call the cops on you." Before she could take another breath, she felt the full weight of the other's bone and muscle slam into her body. Her phone clattered out of her hand, and she heard the sound of glass cracking. In the same swift motion, the heels of her boots skidded on the ground, and she fell. The hard surface met her bones with a painful blow. Before she could catch her breath, something was around her neck, hard and thick. A belt? A whip? She wasn't sure. She gagged, grabbing at the leather, but instead clawed at her own flesh. She felt lightheaded, nauseated. The oxygen was gone. The night closed in on her, and the darkness became absolute. 1. The only thing my husband had told me was that our dinner guest was a friend of his cousin's. I'd never met Seth's cousin, so that didn't tell me much of anything. Seth and I didn't talk much about our families, or much about anything from the years before we'd met. Dwelling on the past doesn't get you anywhere. Fixating on your mistakes destroys the present, and before you know it, that moment too is gone, too often in a deluge of regrets and might-have-beens, should-haves, and self-recriminations. Too many of the stories we tell from the past are about the mistakes and tragedies, the injustices. I arranged 5 white plates on the dining room table, moving the extra plate 3 times, trying to decide whether it was best to seat our unknown guest beside Brandon or Simone. I finally decided to place the man Seth had invited to dinner between Seth at the head of the table and Brandon to his left. It would be a buffer of sorts between my husband and his stepson. It was one of 100 things I did every week, hoping to do anything in my power to bring them closer together, as they'd been when Brandon was small, when Brandon raced to the door at the end of the day, leaping into Seth's strong, welcoming arms. I pushed the memory away. That was then. This was now. Both of them would come around. Beneath the father-son tension was a strong root of love. I felt sure of that. Sharing a meal with a stranger would be a nice change of pace, if nothing else. Meeting new people is a satisfying way to spend an evening, and I always liked exposing our children to new people. New people broaden their perspective of the world. At the same time, I was exhausted and not sure I was up to entertaining, so I hoped this guest was easy to be with. For the past week, I'd lain awake until nearly 2 a.m, plagued by racing thoughts that refused to leave the past behind, overcome by thoughts of events that can't be changed. For our Sunday dinner, I'd made chicken, sautéed and seasoned with herbs and Parmesan cheese, quinoa spiced up with a bit of chopped jalapeno, and a green salad containing all of Simone's favorite veggies. My precocious girl was a health nut unlike anyone else I knew, and she'd only just turned 6. I smiled, thinking about her careful selection of breakfast foods and the healthy items she asked me to purchase for her lunch container. Seth entered the kitchen where I was sipping a mug of tea, waiting for the quinoa to finish cooking. Standing behind him in the doorway was a remarkably good-looking man. I couldn't move my gaze away from him while Seth handled the introduction.
Ellie, this is the friend of Dave's I told you about.
I had to remind myself to smile rather than gawk. Our guest stepped around Seth and held out his hand. A black tattoo of 3 woven lines circled his right wrist. It looked simple and striking at the same time.
Hi, Ace Hartman. Nice to know you.
He took my hand in his.
You have an amazing place here.
He looked around the kitchen. I felt my skin grow warm. Our kitchen was the size of some small apartments, if you included the breakfast room that nestled between the cooking area and family room. I forced my attention to my husband's face. From the corner of my eye, I still saw Ace. He was over 6 feet tall, about the same height as Seth. I was hyper-aware of tall men because of my height, 5'8". I was used to looking most men in the eye. Ace had blonde, longish hair that fell in a wave across a wide, intelligent forehead. He had dark brown eyes and a genuine smile. It felt as if he looked right inside me. I pulled my hand away, wondering what he saw. Seth came around the island, rolling up his shirt sleeves as he walked, exposing his strong forearms with their covering of dark hair. He gave me a kiss, more intense and lingering than recently. I relaxed into him and, after a moment, turned away. I poured 3 glasses of wine and sent Seth and Ace into the dining room with their wine. I messaged Brandon upstairs in his bedroom to tell his sister dinner was ready. As we scooped chicken and quinoa onto our plates, we learned that Ace had just moved to California from Colorado. Starting over, he said. He wanted to enjoy the nice weather and take some classes at one of the junior colleges in our area. He'd spent his 20s and 30s driving a long-haul truck. During his breaks at roadside restaurants, he'd read a lot of books. On the road, he listened to podcasts and audiobooks, and he'd come to see there might be more satisfying and interesting ways to earn a living. The way he spoke sounded almost like a script, but the wine intensified my lack of sleep, so my perceptions were probably a bit off. He was so easy to look at, his voice a soothing tenor. I wanted to listen to him all evening. "What are you planning to study?" I asked. He shrugged.
TBD.
"Wish I could get away with that kind of bullshit answer," Brandon said. I laughed. What he'd said was inappropriate in several ways, but also true. I loved seeing splashes of adult thoughts emerging from my teenage son.
"Don't be rude,"
Seth said.
"How is that rude?"
Brandon let his knife fall to his plate as if it had slipped out of his hand, but I knew he'd made the racket deliberately, and I was sure Seth was also aware.
"Changing direction in your 30s or 40s takes courage,"
Seth said, raising his voice to be sure we could hear over the sound of cutlery on stoneware.
"At your age, the world is your oyster. Refusing to think about your future is pure laziness, nothing more."
"Oysters,"
Simone said.
"Oysters hardly have any mercury contamination."
"Not what he's going on about," Brandon said. "Brandon," I said his name softly. Everyone returned to their food, and a moment of silence settled over the table. Finally, Ace spoke.
"Seth mentioned you own an art gallery."
I nodded. "I do." Without adding any more, I turned the attention back to our guest. "How long have you been in California?" I asked. Ace shrugged.
"A few weeks, give or take."
"Do you have an apartment?"
"He's staying with a friend. Couch surfing for now,"
Seth said.
"Trying to stay out of trouble."
Ace laughed. I laughed with him. Seth joined in, and Brandon glowered while Simone looked confused as she tried to work out what was so funny, trying to make sense yet again of adult conversation. I gave Simone a comforting smile and turned back toward Ace. "What have you been up to since you got here?"
"Checked out a few places to eat. Nothing as good as this."
"Thank you," I said.
"I really liked La Bodeguita del Medio. I need to go back there."
"That's Seth's favorite." I smiled across the table at Seth. He wasn't looking at me. He seemed to be trying to catch Ace's eye, but was failing. Ace drove the tines of his fork into the chicken and raised it to his lips. He ate it, chewing thoughtfully.
Anyway, good place.
We haven't been there in ages, Brandon said.
They changed the lunch menu.
Seth's voice faded. He picked up his wine and took a sip. I put down my fork and pushed the plate away from me. I couldn't eat any more. There was too much electricity or something in the air around us. What?
Delicious meal,
Ace said. Thank you. What were you going to say? I looked at Seth, who half met my gaze, but didn't connect entirely.
I love cooking,
Ace said.
I'm not too bad at it.
I smiled again.
This is perfect. Simple and satisfying, but the flavors are like something you'd find in a professionally prepared meal,
Ace said. Thank you again. I splashed a bit of wine into my glass. I raised the bottle, gesturing to see if Seth or Ace wanted a top off. Both shook their heads. I put the bottle back in the chiller. Were you going to say they changed the lunch menu? Seth shrugged. When were you there for lunch? I asked.
I didn't say that.
I didn't want to argue in front of a guest. Ace was charming, good-looking, friendly, but he was a complete stranger. Then, maybe it was the wine or the way Seth wouldn't meet my gaze, but I couldn't stop myself. When did you have lunch at La Bodeguita del Medio? It's a 45-minute drive from your office. Seth stared at me. In a single shift of his face, he looked tired and angry, defensive and ashamed. It might be difficult to see all those things in a facial expression, but not for a wife. Not when you've been married for 8 years. You know everything about each other after 8 years. Or you think you do. Really, you know very little. And that goes both ways. 2. After several moments during which we all seemed to hold our breath, Seth stood and picked up his plate. He collected Ace's plate and carried both into the kitchen. I followed quickly. What's going on?
Nothing,
he said. I lowered my voice. Who is this guy?
I told you.
Remind me why you invited him to dinner on a Sunday?
To be friendly. He doesn't know anyone around here.
Okay.
I'm trying to make him feel welcome in the area.
You seem to know him better than I realized.
What does that mean?
This had the potential to turn into a longer conversation. I was conscious of our guest sitting in the dining room with our children. I heard their voices, both the kids talking at once while Ace asked questions. It sounded pleasant enough, but I didn't want to leave them in there, my kids, especially my little girl, talking to a stranger without my moderating influence. Still, something was troubling about Seth's mention of our favorite restaurant. What are you not telling me? I asked.
Nothing.
Seth, don't do this. You started to say something and decided you didn't want to, and now you've turned it into a huge thing. When did you go to La Bodeguita without me? Who is this guy? He went to the open shelves nestled between the cabinets, where we kept vodka and other ingredients for cocktails. He poured some whiskey into a shot glass and swallowed the contents.
It's not about him.
Our voices were rising, and the voices in the other room had grown quiet. Seth turned to face me, holding his empty glass in his right fist.
I got laid off, okay?
What? When did that? On Friday? Why are you just now?
No.
He turned and picked up the bottle. No more. I lowered my voice. They can hear you.
So what? We're a family. We share everything, right?
Not your friend. He set the bottle down and replaced the stopper. He walked back into the dining room. I followed. I picked up my wine glass and glanced at Ace. For some reason that I couldn't explain, seeing him there, a man I hadn't known even existed until a few hours earlier, gave me a nudge to get the answer to my question. Seth wasn't going to use him as an excuse for giving me vague non-answers. What happened? Was it a general layoff or just you?
What difference does that make?
When did this happen? Last week, and you're just telling me now?
Middle of January.
7 weeks ago? The wine glass felt slippery in my hand. I put it down. I looked up in time to see Brandon glance at Ace. It was a mistake, after all, to be having this conversation in front of our children, in front of a stranger. But it was too late. The betrayal tore through me like a gunshot. The thought of him losing his job and never bothering to mention it, I couldn't comprehend why. I couldn't think. 2 months? Had I been so caught up in what was going on in other parts of my life that he'd told me and I hadn't heard, or I'd forgotten? It wasn't possible. He left the house every morning at 6. He returned every evening at 6:30 or 7, just as he'd done every weeknight for our entire marriage. How could he not have a job? Where had he been all day for the past 7 or 8 weeks? Seth returned to his seat and poured wine into Ace's glass. Ace ignored the refill and picked up his water glass. "Where have you been every day since January?" I felt Brandon and Simone staring first at me, and then their bodies shift position towards Seth, waiting for his answer, like morning glories awaiting the sunrise.
The company provides job placement help. I've been working on my resume, getting some coaching.
For 12 hours a day? That must be some resume. Seth glanced at Ace, who was sipping his water, trying to look disinterested.
Let's talk about this later.
I want to talk about it now. The kids stared at me, their lips parted. I sensed their adrenaline, the thrill over adult drama. They responded the same way whenever Seth and I disagreed. Our arguments were rare and mild, but Brandon and Simone absorbed every nuance. Even when we spoke quietly, alone in the living room after dinner, I was aware of them listening from other parts of the house. All kids are tuned into adult conflict. They know their lives depend on the people who brought them into the world, and any sign of trouble is a threat to their security. No matter how much you assure them that everyone has disagreements, that it's a normal part of human interaction, their fear is visceral. Especially for Brandon, after losing his father the way he did.
Calm down.
Seth's voice was sharp. I glared at him. He sighed.
I didn't intend for this to happen. I was upset. I had a hard time processing it, and I didn't know how to tell you.
You just say it. That's how you tell me. A look crossed his face that I couldn't interpret.
I had a meeting with a recruiter the day after it happened, and it just seemed simpler to leave the house the same as always. Before I knew it...
He folded his arms across his ribs and looked up at the chandelier, tiny lights sparkling like stars against the dark blue ceiling. Ace pushed his chair away from the table.
I should head out. No, it's fine.
Seth reached across and put a hand on his arm.
Ellie is great with desserts.
He gave me a limp smile.
You won't want to miss whatever she's whipped up.
Root beer floats, Brandon said. Seth looked disappointed that ice cream and a glass of carbonated syrup wouldn't back up his endorsement of my talent with desserts.
Awesome.
Ace picked up his wine glass and swallowed some.
I haven't had one of those in years.
Brandon gave him a hopeful smile.
Simone loves them.
I like Coke in mine.
A Coke float. Equally awesome,
Ace said.
Better,
Brandon said.
The debate over Coke versus root beer,
Ace said.
It rivals the disagreement over dogs versus cats.
Dogs for sure, Brandon said. Ace grinned.
Totally agree. Floats sound good,
Seth said.
But too bad it won't give you a taste of what she's capable of.
I wonder whether he thought praising my skill in the kitchen would make up for lying to me for nearly 2 months. I tried to think back over our conversations, tried to remember what he'd said about work, tried to understand how something like this could happen. I settled back in my chair, holding the stem of my wine glass, but not drinking. I looked at Ace. If he hadn't been there, what Seth had done might have exploded into something worse than we'd ever experienced. It still might, once my feelings of betrayal over his lie took root. After several minutes, the voices of my children chattering became a lovely background hum, despite what was happening inside me. I looked at Seth. He had a new, inscrutable expression on his face. 3. Ace was gone. The kitchen was sparkling, thanks to Seth, who had insisted I relax while he made me a cup of my favorite blood orange tea and cleaned the kitchen. Simone was in bed, and Brandon was playing an online video game. When he played, he existed entirely in that other world, his ears sealed inside large headphones, all the sound and sensation in his body coming from the screen on his desk. His gaming bothered me because it seemed to take him away from me, from our family, from real life, but I liked it for the same reason. For an hour or two every day, it took him away from high school social life, which sometimes felt as if it resembled a war zone. Now, Seth and I lay beside each other, swaddled in sheets as comforting as a second skin and a billowing comforter covered with a white duvet. Our heads sank into soft, supportive pillows, but none of that luxury was making me feel peaceful.
"You're so devoted to never wasting energy dissecting the past, so we need to just move on,"
he'd said. What he couldn't seem to understand was that losing his job had happened in the present. He'd just never talked to me about it when the information was current.
"Why can't you let it go? I made a mistake. I apologized. You just want to punish me?"
"I'm not punishing you. I feel so—" I closed my eyes, trying to think about what I felt. Betrayed, hurt, scared. I wasn't sure why I was scared. To know that I was so easily deceived, so blind to what was happening around me. You lied to me. It breaks the trust, and I feel so far away from you.
You're not always sympathetic to what I'm dealing with at work. And you're so caught up in the gallery. To be honest, you're a little smug about your success. It's not like—
You lied to me and now it's my fault?
I didn't say it was your fault.
You sort of did.
Okay. What happened was, it became a habit. And then it just seemed easier. You were busy with the kids, the gallery. They gave me a 6-month severance package, so it wasn't like anything would change right away. Not that my income matters.
It's nice to have.
I want my career to be more than nice to have. I had a good job. A very good career.
He looked vulnerable and slightly lost. I wanted to reassure him, but I was numb, my mind working back through all the details of the previous weeks when I'd been clueless about what was going on in my husband's life. I wanted him to know that, to know what I was feeling. He knew I hated being lied to. I hate not knowing what's going on around me, in the lives of people I care about. Even when there's bad news or a problem or something might upset me, I want to know. Ignorance is not bliss.
You act like the gallery is all yours, that I've added nothing to your success.
My art gallery had been moderately successful when I was single. The sales had taken off like wildfire a few months before Seth and I met. The gallery's reputation and success had grown every year we'd been married. It was something that filled me with a huge sense of satisfaction, knowing it was the result of my effort, my business sense, and yes, my talent. I didn't think I was self-important about it, but I'd worked hard and I was proud. Some days I was in awe, not believing this was really my life, owning an art gallery that attracted customers from all over the San Francisco Bay Area, with a reach beyond the borders of California. I'd never dreamed it would do so well, but I had a knack. It seemed I was born with the ability to make people recognize the need for art in their lives, and then to find the piece or pieces that spoke to them. I'd thought Seth was proud of my success. I thought we were living in the 21st century, when people no longer kept balance sheets to check which partner was making more money, which one was cooking dinner or doing the shopping, which one was picking up their child from daycare. Still, he looked so defeated. I rested my hand on his hip. He didn't react. His job loss explained something else. We'd only had sex twice in the past 2 months. At least I understood the reason for that now. But I did not understand the reason for pretending he was going to work every day, for making our lives into a lie. I kept my hand on him, feeling the shape of his bone in my palm, hoping the warmth and weight of my touch would reassure him. I don't like being lied to. Ace, for example. I had the impression you'd only met him once. How do you really know him?
I told you, through Dave.
And that's the whole story?
Of course, I'm not going to lie about it.
I pulled my hand away and closed my eyes. 6 hours earlier, I would have believed that. He didn't seem to recognize what his deception had done to us.
We should go to sleep,
he said.
It's late.
It's not like you have to get up early for work.
Now you're going to punish me with snide comments?
You lied to me.
I didn't lie, I just didn't mention.
Don't. Please don't.
I'm sorry,
he said.
How many times do I have to say it? I'm sorry.
And you decided to tell me in front of a total stranger?
I didn't plan to. It just happened.
I tried to think back over the unveiling of his ridiculous charade. The truth was, I had forced him into it, not caring what the friend of a cousin thought about our argument, only caring that it was obvious my husband was hiding something. So you took him to our favorite restaurant? What else? I hope you're not giving him money.
He doesn't need money.
He's sleeping on a couch. He's starting college when he's almost 40, or whatever he is.
38.
So you do know quite a lot about him.
I'm only trying to be a friend. I admire someone who wants to start over with a new career.
Because he's like you?
I'm not starting over, not to the same degree, but yes, possibly.
It's weird that you're hanging out with some guy you don't know, taking him to lunch.
I'm trying to help.
I rolled onto my back. I adjusted the covers around me and tried to think. There was too much on my mind. Too many things to think about. Too many people to take care of. Brandon and Simone, and now Seth. Sometimes it felt as if I wasn't only living my own life. I was living parts of theirs as well, their feelings merging with mine as if I were a receptacle designed to capture the overflow. I suppose most women feel that way. We want to support the people we love, and it starts to consume us. I wasn't sure why I was making a big deal out of Ace. The big deal was Seth losing his job, hiding himself from me, pretending his life was something it was not. Ace was just a friend of a friend who came for dinner. Brandon and Simone had warmed to him. It had been a pleasant evening, until... Maybe I was making a big deal because I didn't like the effect Ace had on me. I didn't like how I couldn't stop looking at him, couldn't stop waiting to hear what he had to say, no matter how mundane. As my mind roamed again over the events of the past few weeks, I thought of all Seth's lies of omission. Apparently he'd taken Ace to lunch and done a bit of sightseeing with him. Every single weekday morning, he'd gone running before dawn, pretending he was keeping his usual schedule. He'd showered and grabbed an apple and was out the door by 6. He came home for dinner and sat across from me with an affectionate, open expression. He'd asked about the gallery and tried to talk to Brandon about school and listened to Simone's stories, never mentioning a thing about his lost job. I didn't like thinking I was so naive that I hadn't picked up a single discordant note. How had I not seen it? 4. The doorbell rang at 7:15 on Monday evening. When I looked through the peephole and saw 2 police officers standing on the patio, my heart paused, and then beat so fast I had to put my palm over it. That never slows the pace, but it feels calming. I pressed harder. There was still no calming effect. Brandon was in his room. Simone was practicing her reading with Seth. Everyone was safe and exactly where they belonged. The lasagna from dinner swam in my stomach as I turned the deadbolt and opened the door. I smiled, trying to look helpful and mildly curious like any solid citizen, but seeing police officers at the door is unsettling. Their faces were stern. They seemed to lean into the open doorway as if they wanted to look inside my house.
Ms. Mitchell?
Yes? My voice was strong, hiding the fact that their knowledge of my name introduced another layer of dread. This wasn't a casual neighborhood safety check. Officer Lewis, The female officer held out her badge. "This is Officer Adams." He displayed his badge as she spoke. "What's wrong?" "Are you Brandon Mitchell's mother?" I nodded. "Is he at home?" "Why?" It was the last question I'd expected, and hearing it made my heart accelerate again. "We'd like to talk to him for a few minutes." Now my heart felt as if it were spinning, twisting around itself. White noise flooded my mind, my thoughts unable to settle on anything specific. Why on earth would 2 police officers want to talk to my son? "What about?" "We'd like to speak to him. You're welcome to join us." Of course I would join them. They weren't allowed to talk to a minor without a parent. They invited me as if it were a courtesy. I smiled over my outrage and asked them to come inside. I ran up the stairs and pulled my phone out of my pocket. I texted a summary of the situation to Seth. He was in the family room at the opposite end of the house, and walking back there to talk to him would have made the police curious. Seth responded that he would stay with Simone to keep her from overhearing whatever might be happening. I knocked on Brandon's door. A few minutes later, Brandon and I were seated in the living room. Brandon and I on matching wing chairs, the police on the couch. Officer Lewis took the lead again. She had long hair, longer than mine, tied back in a ponytail and combed tightly across her scalp. It wasn't a very attractive style for most women, but it brought out her large, kind eyes and nicely shaped cheekbones. I imagined she had a beautiful smile, but she wasn't anywhere close to smiling. "Do you know Jasmine Cox?" Brandon nodded. "She lives 1 block over," I said. "She's 2 years ahead of Brandon in school." Officer Lewis didn't look at me. "We'd like Brandon to answer the questions." I settled back and clasped my hands in my lap, pressing my fingers tightly into the spaces between my knuckles. It was almost impossible not to speak for him. Brandon was smart and articulate for his age. I had no doubt he could answer, but my maternal instinct was winning the battle. From birth, my children's survival depended on me, and as they got older it was almost impossible to turn off that switch, to let him struggle in the face of 2 stern-looking police officers. "When was the last time you spoke to Jasmine?" Officer Lewis said. "I don't know. She doesn't really talk to me." "Never?" "Not really." Officer Lewis grimaced. "Can you be more specific? Never or not really?" "I don't hang out with the same group. I'm a freshman." Officer Lewis leaned back into the couch. My throat tightened as she settled in. How many questions did they have? Were they talking to all the kids in the school, just kids in our neighborhood, or were they picking on Brandon? As if she'd followed my train of thought, Officer Lewis looked at her phone and tapped the screen. "Apparently it was never reported, but I understand you have a reputation as a peeping Tom." "What?" I lurched forward, nearly falling off the chair. "What are you talking about?" "Ms. Mitchell, please. You can't say something like that without explaining, without any proof." "Why don't we let Brandon explain?" "Kids say shit," Brandon said. Officer Adams's eyebrows rose, sending a ripple of folded skin across his shaved scalp. His eyebrows remained lifted, but he didn't speak. I wanted to roll my eyes at him. Surely cops who are used to dealing with kids know how they talk. There wasn't a single kid in the entire school that wouldn't have used the same phrase Brandon had. "What did they say?" Officer Lewis asked. "I don't know. Not exactly. They don't say it when I'm around." Brandon glanced up at me, then turned his gaze back to Officer Lewis. "What's up with Jasmine?" "She's missing. She went to a yoga class Saturday evening. She never returned home." Brandon's upper lip trembled. The room was silent. Officer Adams's phone vibrated. He ignored it, keeping his attention fixed on Brandon's mouth. "She wasn't at school today," Brandon said softly. "Have you seen her?" Brandon shook his head. "Were you looking in her window?"
No. But you did look in another girl's window. Katie Wong. It wasn't like that. Wasn't like what? They said, is Brandon being accused of a crime? I scooted forward, more deliberately this time. I straightened my back so I looked more in charge, although I definitely was not. We just have a few more questions. He said he never talks to Jasmine. As I spoke, I forced a pleasant, unconcerned expression across my face. So I don't understand why you're asking him all these questions. Peeping is a misdemeanor, Officer Adams said. I only did it once. It was kind of a game. And now everyone won't stop talking about it. Brandon's voice remained soft and uncertain. We understand you have a crush on Jasmine. Brandon looked up. His tone changed abruptly, harder and laced with anger. Not anymore. Settle down, Officer Adams said. Brandon looked at me, fear seeping out of his eyes like tears. He turned back to the police officers. She never talks to me. Just once or twice since I started high school, but that was a long time ago. I don't know where she is. I don't know anything. Do you follow her on any social media? Instagram. But I don't go on Instagram anymore. We can check your account to verify that. I know that, Brandon said. I don't use it. Have you heard anything around school, online, from anyone who's seen Jasmine since Saturday night? No. Where were you Saturday night? Hearing them ask my son that loaded question made my heart race, but I knew where Brandon had been that night. Playing video games. Online. With kids he'd met through his game, kids from New York and Wisconsin, and a few other places he'd mentioned. I almost smiled. My love-hate feelings about his gaming shifted to the love side. I took a deep breath and let it out softly, feeling calmer. Surely his gaming buddies would verify that he'd been at home, fighting futuristic animated battles from his bedroom, Jasmine the furthest thing from his mind. They couldn't turn an unimportant story about him walking past a girl's bedroom window into something sordid. I couldn't believe he'd done anything like that. He was a normal, curious, 14-year-old male. He struggled to get along with his stepfather like lots of kids, and sometimes he acted out, but not this. I couldn't believe it. But Brandon had admitted it was true. I only did it once. I needed to talk to Seth again. He needed to try harder to connect with Brandon. Things had been great when Seth and I first got married, and Brandon was a little boy. Then, sometime around Brandon's 12th birthday, they turned on each other, like wolves, battling for control of the pack. When the police were gone, Brandon went up to his room without saying anything. I didn't follow him. He needed a moment to sort out what had happened. So did I. 5. I stood in front of the fridge for several minutes, seriously considering pouring a glass of wine to sip while I talked to Brandon about what had just happened. After several minutes of staring blankly, I closed the door and measured the leaves for a cup of green tea. It felt like stalling, waiting for the kettle to boil, the tea to steep. During the tea-making ritual, I kept my thoughts firmly in check. I reminded myself to focus on what the police had said, rather than letting my mind wander to the things they hadn't said. I forced myself to put thoughts of the rough spots in Brandon's childhood out of my head. He was doing well. His grades were up again. He had those online gaming friends, and 2 friends at school he hung out with, shooting baskets or skateboarding. Brandon wasn't particularly good at either of those, but unlike a lot of the other kids, these guys seemed tolerant of his skills, unconcerned that his abilities didn't quite measure up to theirs. He'd sounded anxious talking to the police. Had they picked up on it? The sound of his voice had made him appear as if he was hiding something, and I worried he was. I'd known he had a crush on Jasmine at one time. Had he spoken to her more than he was saying? His answers on that point were slippery. Had he seen her the night she went missing, but was afraid to say? Knowing kids called him a peeping Tom both disgusted and scared me. It was probably just kids being mean. Bullying. But still.
Maybe he'd looked in Jasmine's window and seen something he was afraid to mention. I carried my mug of tea up the stairs and knocked on his bedroom door. He opened it immediately, clearly expecting me. He glanced past me into the hallway, probably wondering if he would be grilled by both Seth and me. I put my mug on his nightstand and perched on the edge of his bed. "Tell me what's going on."
"I told you. You didn't tell me about looking in this girl's window. It was no big deal. It was to her."
He shrugged.
"I guess."
"You know it was a big deal. A very big deal. How would that make you feel?"
"Girls don't do that, so it would never happen."
I wasn't sure he was correct about that, but I didn't want to veer off to a discussion of gender differences. "Why did you do it?"
"I don't know."
"Why were you even in her yard?"
"Because."
"You know that answer is unacceptable."
"I don't know, okay? Things have been—"
He turned toward his computer, staring at the screensaver that acknowledged his absence. I could feel his longing to escape into a world where he was in control, or had the illusion of control. I didn't want to push him too hard. His transition to high school had been rough. It was for a lot of kids, but all of Brandon's friends from junior high school, and there weren't that many, had faded away. A heavier homework load, some of them already starting to find girlfriends and boyfriends. Brandon had never been interested in sports, and I regretted not encouraging him to find an activity he liked where he could meet kids who weren't in his classes, develop more of a social life. The problem was, right at the age when he would have been signing up for soccer and t-ball, I was scrambling to gain my footing as a single mom, trying to get my art gallery to a point where it would pay the bills. When he'd said he wasn't interested in sports, I let it go. "It's creepy, Brandon."
"I guess. There's no guessing about it. Okay, I know. I said it was only one time."
"And it won't happen again?"
"No."
"You could get in a lot of trouble. If the police didn't have their attention on this missing girl—"
"Her name is Jasmine. She's not just some girl."
"Yes, Jasmine. If they weren't concerned with finding her, they might have cited you. Or worse."
"I said it won't happen again."
I picked up my mug and took a sip of tea. Brandon spun his chair around and moved the mouse to wake his computer. "I'm still talking to you." He spun the chair back around. "Is your homework done?"
"Yes."
"All of it?"
"Yes, all of it."
I took another sip of tea. "What are kids saying about Jasmine?"
"That she probably got into trouble."
"What kind of trouble?"
"She's kind of crazy. She does stuff."
"What stuff?"
"Sneaks out of the house, hangs out with college guys, stirs up shit."
This wasn't a surprise to me. It was safe territory for Brandon, telling me what was common knowledge. "What are they really saying, when no adults are around?"
"That maybe she got pregnant and had to stay somewhere away from her parents to, you know. Or that maybe she ran away with some guy."
"Do people really think she would run away when she lives in such a nice area, has things most girls would kill for?" He shrugged.
"You asked what they're saying. That's it."
"What else?"
"I don't know, that maybe she's dead. Why do you care so much?"
I crossed my legs and held my mug with both hands. "I want to know everything in case the police come back, so I can help you. This is serious. It's ridiculous they would connect looking in a window with a girl disappearing, but I don't like that they made a point of coming here to talk to you."
"I think they went to some other kids' houses, too."
I nodded. "Okay. If you knew anything about where she is, you would tell me, right?"
"Yeah."
"I can't emphasize enough how serious this is."
"Are you worried about having to pay a lawyer or something?"
I considered this. If the police wanted to talk to him again, should we have an attorney with us? I had no idea how that worked. Of course, I'm not worried about that. Even if we had to, the cost would be the last thing I'd be thinking about. We would do anything for you. I think you know that, right?" He nodded. "If you have feelings about girls that are confusing or things are bothering you, I hope you know you can talk to your stepdad." Brandon snorted. I sighed. "Please don't do that."
"I'm not talking to him.
He loves you." He pressed his lips together and nodded. I took a large swallow of tea. I stood and moved toward the door. "You never talked to Jasmine beyond that one time?" "Maybe small things, like if I saw her in between classes, but most of the time, almost all the time, she wouldn't even look at me. And usually she was with a gang of friends. Most of the time, they didn't even know I existed. Except when they're talking shit about me, no one does. Kids are mean, but it gets better. I promise. And you have friends now." I smiled. He shrugged. I didn't like seeing him sound so defeated. In the back of my mind, the thought rose. They sure do know you exist. They're talking about you being a peeping Tom and telling the police about it the first chance they get. So they definitely know you exist. And now, I wish they didn't. I wondered if he still had a crush on Jasmine. It didn't seem like it, but I didn't know for sure. It was so hard to know what was going on with a boy his age. Every week introduced a new adult-like side of his personality. He was half child and half man, and I couldn't always figure out which half I was dealing with. Most of Brandon's life was hidden from me. I had no idea, really, what went on at school all day, aside from what he chose to tell us at the dinner table. The information he shared was usually a brief summation of his classes, 10 hours of his life distilled to 5 minutes or less. I didn't know what his interaction was like with the gamers online, and I didn't know what he did on social media. I knew little of what he talked about with his friends. I wasn't even on top of the music he liked, because it was pumped directly into his head, silent to the rest of us. His phone was like a tumor growing out of his back pocket. Always there. He even took it into the bathroom. Even though it was a family rule that we charged our phones on the table in the upstairs hall instead of beside our beds at night, I'd caught him twice sleeping with it under his pillow. I knew I needed to check that phone, just to reassure myself there was no social media interaction between him and Jasmine. I didn't think he'd lied to the police, but I had to know. "Where's your phone?" "Why?" "I want to see it." "What for?" "Because having a phone is a privilege, and there are rules." He looked scared. He reached into his backpack, which was resting against the leg of the desk, pulled out the phone, and held it out to me. I entered the passcode. A shared passcode was one of our rules for allowing him to have a phone. I browsed quickly through Instagram and Twitter, Reddit and Snapchat. He'd told the truth. He hadn't posted on Instagram in over 6 months. There was no interaction between him and any girls for several months prior to that. When he had used Instagram, his posts were mostly memes, along with a few scenery shots from our family trip to the Grand Canyon the previous summer. The other apps were equally stagnant. "Some of that stuff is private," he said. "Nothing you post online is private. You should know that." I checked his email. It all looked innocuous. I tapped his photos, and as I scrolled up through the collection, I felt my legs turn to the consistency of raw bread dough. There were 10 or 12 pictures of an almost naked girl. She was clearly young but well-developed. The images only showed part of her jaw. Most were focused on her breasts. A few showed her from the back, wearing nothing but a thong. In one, she was bending over, dark hair falling over her face and arms. 2 of the shots had captured the edge of a window frame, the images dark because they'd been taken from outside, without a flash to avoid a reflection on the closed window. There was obviously more to the Peeping Tom story than what he'd said. Maybe it was only one time, but it was much more involved than a casual glance at an uncovered window. What girl stood around like that in front of the window? I dismissed the thought. It was irrelevant. Brandon was the issue. This was not a simple overuse of the always available camera. What he'd done made me nauseous with disgust and fear for what was going on inside him. I looked up, my eyes blurred with tears. "Who is she? A girl at school? Jasmine? No. One of her friends? Sort of. Not really. I'm not going to conduct a Q&A here. I want you to tell me how and when you took them, and why.
Well, you keep firing questions at me. I'm just answering.
My throat was tight, making it difficult to speak. You need to tell me what's going on. He looked away from me, turning his gaze on his desk near the window. His eyes looked blank, as if he thought I might disappear if he couldn't see me.
Jasmine and Celia said if I took pictures of Katie, I'd have a chance with Jasmine.
What?
They think Katie acts superior. They don't like it, so they wanted to put her in her place or something. Jasmine said she'd go to Katie's house for a sleepover and leave the blinds open. She said if I took pictures, she'd know I wasn't as big a loser as she thought.
My heart ached, thinking of the power this girl had over him, of how he'd succumbed to her ridiculous demand, of how needy he was. I thought about all the kids talking about him for something he'd been pushed into, too naive to see how it would turn out. I wanted to hug him, but it was unlikely he'd welcome it. He'd proved that many times lately. I couldn't pull him onto my lap and hold him close anymore. Never again. That thought made my throat tighten further. I could barely breathe. When was this?
I don't know, October?
I tapped the first photo. The date was November 1st. I don't understand how these two things are connected.
What two things?
Having a so-called chance with Jasmine and invading another girl's privacy like this. He stared at me. How are they related?
I don't know.
It's creepy. Do you realize that? It's wrong. It's abusive.
Everyone takes naked pics.
Everyone?
A lot of people, Mom. You'd be amazed.
This is different. Can't you see that?
It just happened. Sorry.
Did you share them around?
I was supposed to send them to Jasmine, but I never did.
Why?
It's over. Why do we have to talk about this? I should have deleted them, and I'm not going to do it again.
I selected the pictures and tapped to delete them. Now they're gone.
Okay.
I want you to delete the backup files.
Right now? I'm tired.
He moved the mouse to wake the computer.
It's not a big deal. Everyone does stuff like this.
It is a big deal, and I don't care who does what. I care about you. He clicked into the cloud backup.
You have that painting of the naked woman on a horse in the gallery.
That's not remotely the same.
Yes, it is.
The woman who posed for that did it willingly.
Most girls don't care if you
don't take photographs without asking someone's permission. Ever. And this isn't art, it's voyeurism.
Art is in the eye of the beholder.
Who says that?
Oh, right. It's you.
Just delete them, Brandon. And I'm taking the phone.
You can't.
You need to understand how wrong this is.
It's not fair.
You need to think about what you've done.
When can I have it back?
I told you that having a phone is a privilege. You've lost that for now.
For how long?
I haven't decided. It wasn't good parenting. Rules and consequences should be clearly defined, but I was frustrated and sickened and tired and most of all, scared. I hoped he was telling the truth that he hadn't sent the pictures to anyone, especially to Jasmine. Surely it was only a matter of time until the police went through the backup data for her phone. What if he'd passed those photographs around? What if other kids decided to share them with the police, if they hadn't already? I was afraid Seth would want a more severe punishment, but he was more sympathetic than usual. I'd expected him to explode about any number of things. Brandon's attachment to his computer games, his mostly unsupervised use of his phone, or the need for a tighter curfew. He seemed more concerned about the police questioning Brandon about Jasmine's disappearance.
It's normal for boys his age to look at a naked girl whenever he gets a chance, he said.
I know, but this is someone he knows. And it feels like he used Katie's body in a disturbing, sick game with Jasmine.
Kids do a lot of disturbing things. Don't you remember being a teenager?
I shrugged. I never did anything even remotely like this. Did you? He laughed.
No, but technology has changed things. Taking away his phone was smart.
I'm still not sure he really gets what he did wrong.
He will. Not having the phone will clear his head. He can think without the constant influx of trivia and garbage.
Maybe.
Even if he doesn't get it now, he'll remember not having the phone, and when he matures a little more, then he'll understand.
I wasn't sure that was good enough. At the same time, I was relieved Seth and I were on the same page. I moved closer to where he stood near the window seat in our bedroom, expecting him to put his arms around me, but he remained separate. I took another step closer and wrapped my arms around his waist. I rested my head against his chest. He held me, but it didn't feel quite right. How long would it be until we repaired whatever his elaborate deceit had done to us? Was it going to be like this until he found a new job? I felt differently toward him, and now it felt as if he was punishing me. I should have been the one holding back. Instead, it seemed as if I was supposed to make him feel better in some indefinable way. As I held him, I tried to shove it out of my mind and let myself relax into his arms. I turned my thoughts away from the police, from Brandon's brush with perversion, from Seth's deceit. Dwelling on all of that wouldn't move us past it. All of that was over, and we couldn't change it. I needed to let it go. There was no need for further discussion. Now that we'd talked about it, Brandon would come to understand it was creepy. This didn't mean there was something deeply wrong with him. On some level, he did get it. He saw how degrading it would be if it was done to a girl or a woman he cared about. 6. When the doorbell rang just after 7 the following day, my spine stiffened, halting the movement of blood to every part of my body. Surely the police weren't back already. Brandon had told them he knew nothing about Jasmine going missing. They were aware we could prove he'd been at home all evening. If they wanted to talk to him again, were we going to need an attorney after all? This seemed like harassment to me. I shoved my hands in my pockets and walked quickly to the door. I flung it open without looking through the peephole, prepared to make sure they realized they couldn't intimidate us. Ace stood on the front patio, hands in his pockets, his posture almost mirroring mine. He grinned.
Hi. I hope I'm not interrupting dinner.
As I studied his smile, his direct, unflinching gaze, I had the feeling he half hoped he'd arrived in time for dinner, especially after Seth's little sales pitch about my incredible desserts.
I don't want to bother you. Just wanted to say hi to Brandon.
What?
I dropped by to see Brandon. Hope that's okay.
I closed the door slightly. Why would you do that? He hardly knows you. He looked surprised by this piece of information.
Okay, fair enough. I know Seth pretty well, but I don't really know Brandon, that's true.
He took a step back. I heard footsteps to my left. I turned. Brandon stood at the foot of the stairs. He walked toward me and wedged himself into the open space between me and the doorframe. Hey, what's going on? I said, directing my attention to Ace.
I didn't mean to upset you, Ellie.
His use of my name should have upset me further. He was clearly trying to ingratiate himself, but for some reason I found it charming. There was a self-effacing quality to the sound of his voice, my name on his tongue.
Seth mentioned the cops were harassing Brandon, and I wanted to make sure he wasn't letting it get to him.
Seth told him? Why would he do that? No matter how warm and friendly and seemingly genuine Ace was, we didn't know him. Seth had no right to tell him our family business, betraying Brandon's privacy. I stared, battling my sense that Ace was truly concerned, not just being nice. Underneath that concern, though, it was clear that he was not one to be meek or apologetic. It's none of your business, I said.
It's not that big a deal, Mom.
Brandon pulled the door open wider. We can have Coke floats.
Root beer,
Ace said. Brandon laughed.
He can come in, can't he?
Ace took another step back.
No, it's fine. I didn't mean to overstep. Just thought we could shoot some pool or something. I saw that awesome pool table. I bet you're pretty good.
He winked at Brandon.
I suck,
Brandon said.
In that case, maybe I can help. It's easy once you learn the mechanics.
Brandon looked doubtful. I stepped in front of Brandon. I don't think that's a good idea. Like I said, we don't even know you.
Wow, Mom, chill out. Dad knows him. He had dinner with us. He's friends with Dad's cousin.
I stared at the man on the front patio, trying to imagine what might be going through his mind. Why would he want to hang out with a teenager? Of course, he didn't have any kids of his own, so maybe his concern for Brandon's go-around with the police wasn't so strange. And he was trying to improve his own life. It was possible his motivation would rub off on Brandon. Maybe Brandon would see that all the nagging from Seth about planning for the future made sense. If you drifted around not knowing where you were going, you ended up doing something you didn't enjoy for a living, trying to go back to college when you were almost 40.
I didn't mean to bust in here,
Ace said.
Seth told me what happened. It's obvious Brandon's a good guy, and you all welcomed me into your home. I wanted to... I don't know.
He moved away from the glare of the patio light.
I'm honestly sorry. Hang in there, Brandon.
I wouldn't mind getting good at pool, Brandon said. Maybe for once I could be the best at something. It sounded like an awfully big promise to me. I played pool often enough. It wasn't like it was easy to pick up, a skill to be learned in a single evening. You have homework. Done, Brandon said. I thought about the video games he played every night. It was something that challenged him, seemed to make him feel competent and good about himself. But the kids at the other end of that digital thread were strangers. Brandon had shown me their profile photos, let me read their bios. But still, you couldn't know anything for sure when it was online. The things he told us about their interactions all sounded like things normal high school kids would say. But in the end, I didn't know them any better than I knew the man standing at our door. At least with Ace, I could see his face, read his body language. Okay? Fine. I'll bring you some floats to drink while you play. Ace stepped into the foyer, grinning like a little kid invited to a party.
It's never too cold for a root beer float.
Coke, Brandon said. They smirked at each other. I heard them talking as I headed toward the kitchen, their voices fading when they turned into the hallway where the pool room was located. Seth was seated behind Simone on the family room couch. I loved seeing his dark hair beside her light brown as he leaned over her, following the words she was reading aloud to him from her first-grade primer. It was a nightly ritual. When he was traveling, he always planned a video chat so he could still spend 5 or 10 minutes listening to her practice. Sometimes I felt badly that I wasn't enjoying that milestone with her on a more regular basis. At the same time, it warmed me that Seth was so devoted to the daughter we'd had together, that he was actively involved in her education, that Simone was growing up seeing both of us as equal caregivers. His gentle teaching skills weren't consistent, though. Seth had tried to teach pool to all 3 of us, but it was a dismal failure. Maybe not dismal. I'd picked up some tips and improved my game. Not that it was a life goal for me to become a pool shark, but it was a fun skill to have. Simone was a bit too young, but she'd had fun learning to prod the cue against the ball. Brandon and Seth had been the dismal failure. Seth liked to win, even when he was teaching. He didn't do much to hide his impatience when Brandon made a mistake or missed an easy shot. He wanted to win, but he also wanted Brandon to be a challenging competitor, one that he could feel good about beating. It was kind of disturbing to watch. When I'd asked Seth why he needed so badly to win, he'd said that was the purpose of games. Winning. There was no point in allowing Brandon to win. He learned nothing from the experience. I brought 2 floats into the pool room and placed them on coasters on a side table. I went into the TV room across the hall and settled into a leather armchair. I left the TV and the music off and played a game on my phone, the sound muted so I could hear Ace and Brandon through the 2 open doors. Brandon laughed 3 or 4 times before I stopped counting, a sound I hadn't heard in months. After Ace was gone and Brandon was in his room, I got ready for bed. Seth was sitting up in bed, reading a book about the history of the Mafia. I slid into bed, and he marked his place. He put the book on the nightstand and turned out his light. "I'm upset that you told Ace about the police talking to Brandon," I said.
"Why?"
"It's private."
How is it private? We don't know him. He's a good guy. Brandon likes him. Maybe you could try playing pool with Brandon again. I hoped that idea wasn't a mistake. But maybe it would go differently now that Brandon had picked up some new skills. He needs you, even if he doesn't show it. I'm not threatened by Ace shooting a few games of pool with my stepson. I didn't think you were. I was just hoping you could try connecting with him more. You can't force that, Ellie. He knows where I am if he wants to talk. I wasn't sure that was how it worked. Brandon was pulling away, and it seemed to me Seth needed to be the adult and make the first move. By the time I had formed my thoughts around how to tell him this, I heard a gentle snore. I lay awake for another hour, wondering who would make the first move between Seth and me, because I felt we were on two rafts, the current pulling us away from each other. Someone needed to extend a hand before it became impossible for our fingers to touch. Why was I so aware lately that I had no idea what was contained in my husband's mind? 7. It was cold when I got home from work 2 days later. I was anxious to get inside the house and catch up with my kids before I started dinner. Leaving the car in the driveway for a moment, I walked to the side gate from the curb, where I'd picked up a soda can that must have fallen out when the recycling was picked up that morning. I pinched the half-crushed, sticky can between my thumb and index finger, my mind starting to make the transition from work to my family. From the corner of my eye, I saw Angela Hall crossing over the slight dip in the lawn that divided our homes. Whenever I saw Angela, I couldn't help thinking she looked like a woman who lived on my idea of a family farm. She had honey-colored hair that was long and wavy. She usually wore Levi's jeans, sturdy boots in the fall and winter, and a button-up shirt that exposed only the top edge of her collarbone. Today, she was wearing a white pullover sweater, so only the collar of her shirt was visible. "Haven't seen you in a while," she said. "It's been too cold out." "It is. I wish we'd get a little spring preview. March is supposed to be mild." "It's still technically winter," I said. She nodded carefully, as if she wasn't sure she agreed with me. I held up the soda can. "I need to get rid of this." She didn't acknowledge my discomfort. She chatted on about the weather and her daughter's success on the high school tennis team last year, how excited she was for practice to begin this year. Without a pause, she shifted back to the weather and how by March she was ready for warm air, even if it wasn't technically spring yet. I shifted my position, ready to excuse myself the moment she took a breath. "The cold doesn't bother kids, though," Angela said. I laughed. "Not at all. I saw Brandon out in the front yard the other night. Who was that guy he was talking to?" "When? What guy?" "A night or two ago. Tuesday, I think. Brandon came out of the house and was saying goodbye to some man. He was driving a white truck. A Chevy? Oh, that's a friend of Seth's cousin." She looked expectant, as if she wanted to prompt me to say more, but was holding herself back. When I said nothing, she made another sudden controversial left turn. "It's so disgusting to hear about that peeping Tom. Ugh. It's only a problem if you leave your blinds open." She glared at me, her face distorted by the exterior lights of the house and the surrounding darkness. "I've never experienced anything like that. Not anywhere I've lived. Did you see someone around here?" She shook her head. "No, but it's a kid. Did you hear that? I think Tara knows more about it, but she refuses to talk about it. She says it's no big deal. It's funny how kids are. Things that should be a big deal to them aren't, and vice versa." I grimaced. I was trapped. If I tried to end the conversation, it would look like I was dodging the question. If I spoke, I couldn't pretend ignorance. How much did she actually know? Had the police talked to her daughter? Tara was 1 year ahead of Brandon in school. Maybe they talked to every single kid in the school regarding Jasmine's disappearance and the dubious connection to the peeping Tom. As the search for Jasmine continued, most people were starting to assume the police were actually looking for a body.
I haven't paid much attention, I said. Really? It's so disturbing. She shivered dramatically. I said nothing, feeling the soda can was in danger of slipping out of my fingers and splashing whatever syrupy residue remained in the can across the tops of my beige leather boots. Imagine if you looked out and saw some kid staring in your window while you were half undressed. She giggled. You think it's funny? Her laughter evaporated. Not one bit. It was a nervous laugh. I nodded. Well, your bedroom is on the second floor, so it's not likely. He could use a telescope. She giggled again. She looked past me, staring at my house, keeping her attention focused on it for several seconds longer than a casual glance. When she finally looked back at me, there was a suggestion of pity on her face. So who is this guy hanging out with Brandon? Oh, right, your cousin. Friend of a cousin. Seth's cousin. It sounds like you don't know him very well. He's a nice guy. Brandon likes him. He's a little old for Brandon. I laughed. They aren't friends. He just stopped by to say hello and was teaching Brandon how to play pool. I forgot Brandon's not in sports. She nodded. Pool. Interesting. Not really a sport, is it? Nope, but he likes it. I moved closer so she could see my face clearly. I need to get going. She nodded. I turned and started toward the side gate where the trash bins were stored. It's terrible about Jasmine Cox, isn't it? Yes. I really need to get rid of this. I held up the soda can. She was all over the place. I wasn't sure if she knew Brandon was the peeping Tom and wasn't saying, waiting for me to admit it, trying to shame and torture me. I felt a wave of nausea. The can slipped out of my fingers and clattered on the pavement. Angela bent down and picked up the can. Let me do that for you. Thanks. I need to get dinner started and check on the kids. Now that his secret was out, Seth had been picking up Simone from after-school care. He'd offered to cook dinner, but his cooking skills were not the finest, and I loved playing around in the kitchen after a long day at the gallery. It brought out my creative side. I imagine it's difficult to know what's going on all the time when you work such long hours. My hours aren't any longer than most, I said. She nodded as if I'd confirmed her point, that any mother who worked at all was at risk of being in the dark where her children were concerned. You had to be a parent volunteer, spend time helping at the high school if you really wanted to know what was going on in the world your kids inhabited. If you weren't home tracking your child 24/7, he might become a peeping Tom. Was that what she was implying? She patted my shoulder. Take care of yourself, Ellie, and keep those kiddos close. They're on their own before we know it. So true. I opened the car door and climbed inside. I started the engine and pulled it into the garage, pressing the button to close the automatic door behind me. The sick feeling that came over me while listening to Angela lingered in my stomach. The salmon I'd planned to cook for dinner now sounded utterly unappealing. I rested my forehead on the steering wheel and closed my eyes. It all felt like too much. Seth, Brandon, even Jasmine. Angela had definitely been suggesting she knew Brandon was the peeping Tom. I sat up suddenly. So what if she had heard a rumor about Brandon? As far as she knew, it was just a rumor. And all of that was over now. Everything was fine. My life was good. Very good. Seth was working hard to find another job. He'd registered for a class to help update his software development skills. He was spending more time with Simone and doing most of the grocery shopping. Brandon would be fine. He'd told us the truth, and that was the most important thing with kids. Open and honest communication. Everyone makes mistakes. We would get past this. We were already past it. The gallery was doing better than ever. I loved going to work every morning, loved buying new pieces, and dreaming of each perfect buyer who would walk into the gallery. I loved working with local artists to get their work displayed. Sometimes it seemed like a million years ago that I'd had the idea to open the only gallery in our small suburb. It had started off in a strip mall with space that I rented from a guy my first husband had worked with. It wasn't a very attractive location, but I'd painted the interior myself, a warm, creamy yellow, so pale you hardly noticed it. The color filled the well-lit space with a warm glow that did justice to every painting and sculpture I displayed. My gallery wasn't restricted to painting and sculpture. I carried the work of jewelers, some handcrafted furniture, and glasswork. Aside from my knack for connecting people with art, this was part of the reason for its success. It was a popular go-to place for gifts. I didn't just have paintings with 4- or 5-figure price tags. I had pieces you could buy on impulse. I was lucky. I knew that, but I was also good at what I did. I'd found my niche. Maybe that was lucky, too. I'd married my first husband when I was only 20, dropping out of college to be his wife. Brandon was born 2 years later, and at the time I'd wondered if the chance for a career had passed me by, as I wandered somewhat aimlessly through my unplanned life. Then Jack, Brandon, and I took a trip to the Northwest, and I'd visited a gallery with an eclectic offering and reasonably priced art. I became almost obsessed with the idea of opening my own gallery. My business grew beyond my wildest dreams. Now, it brought in more money than I liked to mention. Just before I met Seth, I'd moved to a larger space in a village-type setting of small shops with lots of restaurants and bars. Sales exploded, and I hired Renee, my full-time assistant. During the holidays or when I wanted to take a vacation, I brought in 1 or 2 art students from the local college who jumped at the chance for a temporary job in a gallery. I paid them well, and they begged to come back. I flung open the car door. Enough with the memories. Although maybe memories aren't always something to be avoided. In this case, thinking over the past had reinvigorated me. I no longer cared at all what Angela thought of Brandon or my parenting. We were doing great. I was a terrific mother. She had no idea what it was like to start your own business and make it grow because you have no other option. You have to find a way to support your tiny, helpless son. In my case, going after what I wanted without hesitation or excuses and working feverishly had paid off big time. I got out of the car, almost tasting the moist, firm salmon. I'd bake it with herbs in parchment paper and serve it with sliced cantaloupe and saffron rice. Seth and I could have a nice long talk once the kids were settled for the night. 8. As I opened the door into the hallway leading to the kitchen, I was overcome by the aroma of grilled salmon and something sweet. Seth must have decided to surprise me, and it was quite a surprise. He didn't enjoy cooking all that much, and he didn't have a broad repertoire. Maybe he was trying to make up for what he'd done. It was slightly clumsy, but it was something. I was honestly a little disappointed. I'd been looking forward to preparing dinner, clearing my head of the day, making more space in my mind for my children and husband. Still, it was good he was making an effort. I hung up my coat in the hall closet and headed toward the kitchen. As I stepped through the doorway, I stopped suddenly, my boot heel skidding slightly on the tile. Ace stood in front of the stove. A large white linen towel was tied around his hips, acting as an apron. He was barefoot, wearing jeans and a light blue t-shirt. "What are you doing?" I asked.
"Hey, how was your day?"
"What are you doing in my kitchen? Cooking my salmon?"
"Helping out."
"Helping out? I don't need—"
"Thanks for your generous offer. I'm so grateful."
"What offer is that?"
"To let me stay here. Sleeping on that couch was brutal."
He grinned.
"So I appreciate that amazing guest room more than I can say. It feels like a hotel."
I moved around the center island. "Where's Seth?"
"Working on some contraption for the swimming pool. He said it wasn't sweeping properly."
I gave him a tiny smile and walked around him, through the family room to the back doors. He called after me.
"Dinner will be ready in about 10.
I raised my voice. "Good to know." I opened the door and stepped coatless into the very cold, dark air. Seth was across the yard by the enclosure that housed the workings for the pool. He knelt on the concrete, poking around using a flashlight. The beam of light bobbed erratically as he tried to hold it, while using both hands to fiddle with the sweeper mechanism. I walked toward him. "What the hell is Ace doing cooking my salmon?"
"Your salmon?"
"You invited him to live here? What's wrong with you?" He stood.
"Shh, he'll hear you."
I don't care.
It's only for a week or so.
A week? Or so?
Yeah, it's not like we don't have the room.
He gestured toward our house. In addition to the master suite, there were 3 good-sized bedrooms on the 2nd floor, one of which was currently used as a home office. We also had a guest suite on the 1st floor, complete with a sitting area and a small deck. You should have asked me.
Look at the change in Brandon. He's interested in something that isn't a computer screen.
He gave me a smug grin that looked menacing in the darkness, side-lit by the flashlight.
Simone thinks he's funny.
I didn't see his truck out front.
It's getting new tires. I picked him up and I'll take him back there tomorrow.
How helpful of you. Are we buying him tires, too?
No.
How's your job search going?
That's a little below the belt.
You should have asked me about this. Why do you think you can invite a stranger to live here without talking to me? Invite anyone to live here, for that matter.
It's just until he finds a place. Don't be so cold.
I'm not cold. I like having a marriage where people talk to each other, where one partner isn't constantly blindsided.
You're not constantly blindsided.
When I am, it's pretty significant.
Are you ever going to let go of that?
I didn't like that he refused to talk about his deception. He didn't seem to realize how betrayed I felt, how he'd undercut everything I thought was solid beneath my feet. I saw my imagined heart-to-heart talk that evening evaporate into the damp air. He can't stay here.
The guy was sleeping on a couch. His friend gets high every night of the week. Ace is trying to move his life forward, and that was not helping.
That's not our problem. And how is he going to afford an apartment if he doesn't have a job? How are you ever going to get him out of here if he can't find a place? Did you ever think about that? Seth closed the door to the enclosure and switched off the flashlight. Now the only light was a warm glow coming through the French doors in the family room on the opposite side of the yard, and a thin, crisp sliver of moonlight.
Well, if it's that much of a burden, you need to tell him the offer is rescinded.
I turned away.
He's a good guy and he needs help. We're in a position to help.
I started toward the house, thinking about my marriage, about the time alone that Seth and I needed if we were going to really work through what had happened. It felt as if he didn't even want to restore what we'd had, to be close to each other. It almost felt like he wanted Ace there to keep our conversations superficial, or at least impersonal.
Come on, Ellie, you need to lighten up.
Without turning, I said, "Do I?" I pictured myself walking into the kitchen, thanking Ace for the well-prepared salmon, assuring him I'd pack up some for him to take back to his spot on the couch. Our family didn't need a 5th wheel right now. Any other time?
Don't just walk away. Come back here and talk to me.
There was something else bothering me about the thought of Ace living in our home. Thinking about his thick, long hair falling over his brow in soft waves, his steady gaze that looked deep inside me, and the warm desire that curled inside my belly was terrifying. I couldn't have a man staying in our house that made me feel that way for the first time in nearly a decade. For the first time since I'd fallen in love with Seth. Did my husband have any idea how I felt? Was it possible there wasn't a whisper of it anywhere on my face or in my voice? I turned back toward him. He looked at me. I couldn't read his expression, but if I were to guess, I'd say he looked eager, like a boy asking for a sleepover. Deeper, in a place I didn't want to inspect too closely, was a sense of loss when I thought about refusing to allow Ace into our home. The evening he came to dinner was one of our most pleasant evenings in a while. Until Seth dropped his bomb about losing his job and pretending to go into the office every day, it had been a fun, relaxing meal. I felt noticed. I think all of us did. Thinking about the energy that Ace brought into our house, his easy laugh, made me feel there would be an empty space if he left now. I remembered Brandon's laughter and the sound of pool balls clacking against each other. If I stood my ground, Ace would leave, and it was likely we wouldn't see him again. Seth would still meet up with him, but not Brandon. Right now, Brandon needed everyone possible on his side. 9. I sat in the window-lined office at the rear of my gallery and studied the large computer screen on my desk. On one side of the screen was a spreadsheet, and beside it was the digital report from the shipping company I used for sending paintings and other objects to customers who purchased from our online store. On the desk in front of me was a mug of green tea that had grown cold. I still wanted it, but each time I took a sip, the sour taste made my skin crawl. Getting up for a bottle of water would serve me better in the long run, but I didn't want to lose track of where I was in the rows of detail on the invoice. From the front of the gallery, I heard the murmur of Renee talking to a customer. The part of me that likes to control everything wanted to wander out there to see if she needed any sales assistance, but I'd told myself I had to stop doing that. I wanted her to become an even more valuable part of the gallery, and I was the sole person preventing that. Although I had a somewhat unique skill for selling art, she was also quite good at it, and I needed to stop breathing down her neck, or I'd lose her to a more satisfying job elsewhere. Another male voice, too soft to make out, joined the mix. A moment later the voices grew silent, which pleased me. She knew to give customers time to think, not always filling the space with the sound of her voice, always selling, pushing, sucking up all the atmosphere. The silence continued. I glanced up. Brandon stood in the doorway. I clicked save on the spreadsheet and jotted down the last item I'd checked on the invoice. I pushed my chair away from the desk. The action moved me into the sun, which shot through the glass and directly into my eyes, blotting out Brandon's face. Is something wrong? It was a negative reaction, but Brandon rarely came by the gallery. Rarely as in never. I couldn't remember him ever stopping by of his own volition. It meant he'd ridden his bike an extra 1.5 miles in the opposite direction from the high school to downtown. She's dead. His face was a blank mask. I didn't have to ask who he was talking about. I knew looking at his face it was Jasmine Cox. He hardly blinked as he spoke. He seemed to be staring past me, out the window into the alley behind the gallery, past that even, into his future, trying to figure out how this might affect his life. The first girl, as far as I knew, that he'd had a crush on. I stood and moved toward him. I'm so sorry, honey. I pulled him close. To my amazement, he sank into me. His shoulders shook once, then he pulled away quickly and wiped his hand across his face. Do they know how she died? I spoke softly, not wanting to startle him out of the experience of his own feelings. He shrugged. How did you hear about it? They made an announcement at school. I nodded. I'm truly sorry, I said. She hated me. I don't think. Yeah, don't tell me nice things. She thought I was a loser and she told everyone in the whole school that's what I was. I bit my tongue to stop myself from uttering platitudes to make him feel better. I sat down in my chair, looking up at him, waiting to see what else he wanted to say. Apparently, not much. After a few moments, I spoke gently. How are you feeling? He shrugged, barely moving his shoulders, as if even that was too much effort. Guilty? My voice shook, afraid of what he might say. Why on earth would you feel guilty? Because she was such a bitch to me and now maybe her friends will leave me alone. Because I'm glad about that and it makes me feel like I'm glad she's dead. I folded my arms across my ribs. Please don't feel guilty. It's not right to be glad someone's dead. Being relieved that you won't be picked on isn't the same as being glad someone's dead. He shifted the straps of his backpack and turned toward the door. I don't know why I came all the way over here. I knew, and it made me feel good, despite his pain. He wanted comfort. A kind of comfort even at his age that he still instinctively needed from his mother. A reassurance he couldn't get from his friends. He'd ridden his bike right to me, the same as when he'd run to me as a small child. Some things are too big, and you need to revert, for a while, to the familiar faces, sounds, and smells of childhood. We didn't speak for several minutes. Then, without meeting my gaze, he said, I'm scared. Don't tell Dad. I sighed. I wanted to explain that Seth wouldn't think less of him for feeling scared. Fear was a natural emotion. But it was obvious Brandon wanted to talk about his fear, not listen to another pep talk from me about how much his stepfather truly loved him, so I said nothing, shoving the words inside until I felt a hard, sour lump at the base of my throat. Why are you scared?
The cops are going to think I killed Jasmine.
It startled me. It was not what I was expecting. Why on earth would they think that?
Because they already listened to all that stuff about me looking in the window. They already think there's something wrong with me.
There's nothing wrong with you. He looked relieved, as if his entire reason for coming to see me was to hear me speak those words. I put my hand on his shoulder and squeezed it gently. There's an enormous difference between a mistake a lot of boys might make and murder. I took my hand away. Don't even think about it.
You know they'll want to talk to me.
We don't know that.
I know that. After the looks they gave me the last time.
You might have been seeing something that wasn't there because you were uncomfortable.
Once you get on their radar, it's not that easy to get off. Everything they do is based on talking to people who were already in prison, who were already arrested for other things.
That's different. You weren't arrested.
Trust me. They'll show up.
Then we'll deal with it. If that happens, I said.
What if they do arrest me?
Your gaming friends will vouch that you were home that night. And they can't arrest you without any evidence. You've never been anywhere close to Jasmine, so there's not going to be any DNA or anything like that. They can't just arrest you because they distrust you for something minor, something you did in the past, something that had nothing to do with her disappearance.
They can talk to me. They can get me to say stuff.
It's not like TV or the movies.
They know Jasmine and Celia were doing shitty stuff to me. They know all about that.
I didn't want to think about those things. It was over. You can't be sure the police know about that.
Some kids told them. I heard at school.
What else have you heard?
What do you mean?
Do they know how she died?
I guess the police do.
Where did they find her?
Redwood Park. On one of the trails.
I nodded.
What am I going to say? What if they put me in a room and keep me there all night?
Please don't keep thinking about it, imagining the worst. And don't worry, your stepdad and I will be right there with you. If that happens. If.
I can't not think about it.
I didn't want Jasmine's murder occupying my mind, and I didn't want Brandon fixating on it either. As tragic as it was, we needed to focus on the health of our own family. There was nothing we could do. It sickened me to think he might be right about the police, but if I could persuade him to change his line of thinking, maybe it would somehow make it all go away. Those girls bullied you. He sat in the chair beside my desk.
That's why they might think I killed her.
The bullying wasn't anything to do with you. Bullying is about who they are. Bullies don't just pick on one person. I have no doubt they've done it to other kids. He stared at me. I could see him thinking this over, sorting through the names and faces of other kids at his school who might have been suffering like he had, and he'd never known. After a moment, he sighed.
But I'm the one they're talking about. I'm the one they told the police about. And I'm the one who looked in Katie's window.
They still need evidence. They can ask you questions, but they can't accuse you of something on a flimsy idea. They'll start looking into her life, and they'll probably find other things that might suggest who did it.
I wish I had all these fake happy thoughts like you do.
They're not fake. Everyone has hidden aspects of their lives that no one sees until every layer is exposed. Please don't worry about it. He leaned forward and rested his head in his hands, spreading his fingers until the tips reached his hairline, and I could see nothing of his eyes or his mouth. I had no way of knowing if my words were registering or he was discarding them as I spoke, chalking me up as a clueless adult. His voice was muffled by his hands and by tears and mucus when he spoke.
Why is this happening to me?
I moved behind him and rested my hand on the center of his back, letting my fingers gently trace the outline of his spine as the curve of his back exposed it through the surrounding muscle. You'll get past it. High school is hard. I know you know that, and it's a trite thing to say, but people say it all the time because it's absolutely true. Your freshman year is the worst. I promise it will get better." He stood and moved away from me. My hand slipped to the back of the chair, and I let it stay there, as if to brace myself.
"You can't promise that."
I laughed softly. "How do you know? Mothers are powerful."
"They think they are. Taking my phone."
He glowered, but didn't push it.
"Eventually, you'll get your phone back.
And if the police show up at our house again, we'll deal with it then." He nodded.
"I'm gonna head home.
We can talk tonight."
"There's nothing to talk about."
"That's fine, too." He placed his fingers on the door handle. "Maybe we should order pizza for dinner," I said.
"That seems rude."
"Rude?
Like she died and we're having a pizza party."
I didn't mean it that way at all. I was thinking of comfort food. I pictured the chicken sitting raw in the fridge. I could still cook it up, shred it for salads.
"Okay. Yeah. I'm not ever gonna say no to pizza."
He gave me a weak smile, and then he was out the door, and I heard his footsteps as he moved quickly across the ash floor of the gallery. When he was gone, I closed the spreadsheet and the invoice. I'd finish it another time. I couldn't concentrate. Jasmine had lived at the end of our street. Her family had lived there before Seth and I bought our house. She'd always had a different group of friends from Brandon, even when they were in elementary school. I didn't know her very well, and her parents not at all. Until recently, I hadn't heard her name for several years. It had startled me when I learned that Brandon had had an intense crush on her. Maybe he'd thought it was easier to care about someone at arm's length, someone who was unlikely to ever reciprocate. Maybe it felt safe for him, or came from some other strange thread of logic in a teenage boy's mind. Or maybe I was too analytical. Attraction to another human being is mysterious and often inexplicable. I grabbed a duster and went into the gallery and walked around, running it across the display cases and the glass bowls and sculptures that were close to the windows, offering a rich invite into a beautiful world, but also prone to catching and proudly showing every mite of dust. "I can do that," Renee said. She came up behind me and tried to take the duster. Her short dark hair with its artfully added silver highlights framed a small face with delicate features. She was so young, only 26, but she often surprised me with her insight into life. She wore a loose-fitting black dress that hung to the middle of her thighs and short black boots. Her arms and legs were thin, her whole frame was. But when we went out together for lunch, she could put away a double cheeseburger and a large order of fries without blinking. "I wanted something mindless to do," I said. "Okay." She smiled and returned to the front of the gallery. She settled on a creamy leather loveseat and picked up her phone. I continued flicking the duster, glad the gallery was empty on a Friday afternoon. It wasn't normally something I'd be happy about, but I wanted to think about how I was going to help Brandon through this. Of course, maybe he wouldn't need my help. It was possible his impromptu visit was the only emotion I'd see from him. It would be interesting to see how the school communicated about it with the parents, if they did. The school did indeed communicate with a brief email sent that evening. It had the expected information about counselors available for the students, tips for parents regarding teenage emotions around grief, and a statement of condolence to Jasmine's family. There was no information about how she died or where her body was found. It was ghoulish of me to think about it, but I couldn't help it. I think all the parents probably wanted more information, and it seemed a mistake that they didn't give them some of the facts. The rumors would begin to churn, and that would do nothing to help the kids deal with their loss. The 5 of us ate pizza with the rare treat of soda with dinner. No one talked much. I expected Seth to fire questions at Brandon about Jasmine's death. I expected Simone to voice the same gruesome desire for more information that lurked in my own mind. It always amazed me how Simone, only 6 years old, seemed to know so much about the world. I guess she listened a lot. And having an older brother had given her a much different experience than Brandon's. Even though she wasn't at all involved, she seemed to absorb the culture of high school. It was a little scary to think about her being so worldly at such a young age. I was glad that in this case, she didn't seem to fully understand and didn't ask any questions. Ace was equally quiet, perhaps worried about saying the wrong thing, or having no idea what to say at all. I studied him, wondering how he viewed the situation. His face gave away nothing. As a result of all that quiet, we gobbled down the pizza in less than 20 minutes. Ace gathered up the leftovers and took the boxes to the trash before we all retreated to our own corner of the house, working to process the murder of a young, beautiful girl. 10. I was planning to make spaghetti and a spinach salad with vinaigrette dressing for dinner. It was real spaghetti, with tiny meatballs, not just ground beef and sauce poured over pasta. I'd finished mincing the garlic and was dumping it and the diced onion and spices into the bowl of ground beef. I picked up my glass of Malbec, took a sip, and put it down farther away from the bowl so I wouldn't knock it over. I removed my rings and nestled them in the tiny ceramic bowl on the center island that I used to keep them safe when I was baking or cooking something that required immersing my hands in dough or something similar. I plunged my hands into egg and beef and finely ground breadcrumbs. I began mixing it into a smooth consistency ready for rolling into bite-sized balls.
What can I help you with?
I looked up. Ace stood in the doorway. His hair was wet from a recent shower. Or had he gone for a swim? I couldn't say because all of the backyard lights were out. My attention had been on my iPad propped on the counter, an array of beautifully made-up people talking to me about the day's news and weather. Ace's hair was combed back from his face, and the dampness made it appear darker. He wore a black button-down shirt, black jeans, and black shoes. The black clothes and his combed hair gave him a formal appearance. After work, I'd changed into jeans and a loose sweater with 3/4-length sleeves, which made it easier to dig around in a bowl of raw meat. My feet were bare so I could admire my newly trimmed, buffed, and polished light pink toenails. I returned my attention to my hands, slick with beef fat and egg. I have it handled, but you can help yourself to a glass of wine.
What are you making?
Spaghetti with meatballs.
My favorite.
I laughed. I think you've said that about every meal I've prepared.
Could be. And I think I've told you, I don't feel comfortable having you wait on me. I want to make myself useful around here.
Teaching Brandon to play pool is quite useful. He walked toward me, rolling up his sleeves as he moved around the island. He poured a splash of wine into one of the empty glasses standing on the counter. I pinched a bit of meat and rolled it into a bowl, placing it on the platter beside me. I was planning to make a double batch. All the work done on a Sunday evening when there was time to spare, leaving plenty for a second meal on Monday, when the gallery would be open later the following night for a new artist's reception.
I can roll meatballs,
Ace said. If you want, but then you can't drink wine, it will get grease on the glass. He took a sip and placed his glass near mine.
No worries.
He tapped the volume control on my iPad and reduced the sound of the guy talking about March Madness basketball. He reached across the plate and scooped a golf ball-sized chunk of meat out of the bowl. That's too much. He reduced the size and rolled it around between his palms, placing a perfectly spherical ball of meat inside the slightly misformed one I'd already made. Well done, I said.
Thank you. They taste better if they're perfectly shaped,
he said. My skin flushed lightly. Not likely, but I appreciate the effort. We continued rolling meatballs. Ace asked whether I liked basketball. When I said no, he asked what sports I followed, as if loving some form of professional sports was assumed. I don't watch sports, I said. I'd rather get outside and do something myself. Swim or go for a hike.
I agree. I suppose it's easier for a woman to take that position.
Is it?
Guys don't know what to talk to you about if you don't have some passing knowledge of football and all the rest.
I rolled another meatball and tried to keep my attention on the uniformity of the balls. A perfect sphere might not be required, but cooking them to a consistent result required they all be close in size. I loved the rhythm and the sense of sculpting something out of nothing that came from rolling meatballs. I thought it was worth the extra effort. I liked the look on my plate of pasta dotted with balls of meat, and the solid texture of it as I ate them, the way the fresh Parmesan draped itself around the tiny spheres. I put my hand into the bowl at the same time Ace reached for his next bit of meat. His index finger ran across my knuckles. The rush of pleasure nearly made me crumple to the floor. The sensation was as strong as if he'd stroked the side of my breast. My whole body ached to move closer to him. My muscles felt soft, and my fingers inept, unable to roll any more meatballs. I took a step away, but I couldn't do anything with slick hands, beef stuffed into my fingernails and cuticles. Part of me felt I should wash my hands and drink some wine, pour the olive oil into the pan and get it started heating, but it was too soon. Nearly a third of the meat remained, and an overheated pan would cook the outside too fast, leaving the insides raw. Taking a deep breath, I picked up another piece of meat. I couldn't tell whether he'd felt the same rush of desire. I moved the bowl to my left, increasing the space between it and the plate, as well as the space between Ace and me. I turned my head slightly and looked at him carefully. At the same time, he looked down at me. His hands paused their rolling motion. His left eyelid fluttered closed for a moment. I stared. Had he winked? His expression remained neutral. I couldn't be sure. It didn't have the full pinch of his eyelid, the crinkle of skin at the outer edge, but it was only the single eye. And it was slow and deliberate, not at all like a spasm. The room felt unbearably warm, and it wasn't from the central heating, which we kept at a comfortable 70 degrees most of the time. It wasn't the heat from the burner where the sauce simmered, waiting for the tiny balls of cooked meat. Surely that was a wink. And if it was, did that mean he'd deliberately stroked my hand? Now that I'd taken a step back, I wondered if he'd planned the entire thing. Seeking me out, knowing I'd be alone cooking dinner, seeing that my hands would be occupied, assuming I was relaxed after half a glass of wine. I couldn't be sure. I certainly wasn't going to ask him. Although it was the last thing I needed, I longed for another sip of wine. Maybe 2 or 3. I felt my face grow even warmer. I had no idea what to say, and that wasn't a typical problem for me. Thoughts of Simone and Brandon flashed through my mind. What kind of mother was I, entertaining these feelings? Of course they'd come unexpectedly, but it wasn't as if I didn't already know I was attracted to him. I shouldn't have allowed him to help with dinner. I should have seen it coming. I should be keeping a safe distance from him, always. I took a deep breath and stepped away from the plate of meatballs. I glanced at the doorway. Seth was standing there. He gazed at us, saying nothing. There wasn't a trace of anger or hurt in his eyes. It flashed through my mind that he looked smug, almost pleased at seeing us in a rather intimate chore. He gave me a warm smile.
It looks like we have spaghetti on the menu. Can't wait.
How long had he been standing there? Had he seen what had happened? I wasn't even sure it was physically possible. He was on the opposite side of the kitchen, and our hands had been half hidden in the deep bowl. Wouldn't he have made a comment if he sensed there was a spark between us? But he had to feel it. The thick tension in the air, the deliberate movements of Ace's hands and body, the trembling inside me that refused to be still. It seemed as if all the nerves running through my body were pulsing with an extra surge of electricity. Until his job loss, Seth had never been the type to keep his unhappy thoughts to himself. If he'd noticed, he would be shooting angry looks at me, making sarcastic, belittling comments to Ace. He would bring the whole thing out, bragging about what a great guy he'd been to invite Ace into our home, and now Ace was cozying up, drinking wine, and playing flirty little games with his wife right under his nose. Or would he? Seth was so insecure about his job loss, he'd pretended to go to work every day. That required a lot of forethought and effort. Studying him now that he wasn't looking directly at me, it seemed as if he might be considering his options in the face of what he'd seen. I had the sense he was biding his time. Or was that my guilt, imagining something completely different from what was going on in his mind? 11. The reception for our newest artist was from 5 to 7 on Monday evening. For the reception, I'd brought a red dress that left one shoulder bare, hugged my waist and hips, and grazed my knees. I put it and my high heels in the closet in my office. Renee always looked amazing, even if she chose jeans, boots, and a crop top for work and reception both. There was something about her that made clothes look elegant that would appear too casual on most other women. She had done all the work for the reception, making arrangements with the caterer, choosing and ordering champagne, and purchasing and arranging fresh flowers throughout the rooms of the gallery. Laura Lavender, despite her fussy, almost ridiculous name, was a phenomenal potter. She made enormous urns, some of them 5 feet tall. The glazes she used were all primary colors, and her work was already hugely popular with people who had decorated their homes in the popular tones of beige and white, charcoal and camel. Laura was one of only a few of our artists whose work wasn't available through our online catalog. We would deliver her work locally, but that was it. The online business had surprised me with its success, doing better than I'd ever expected. I'd been reluctant to expand in that direction because it had seemed like it would be impossible to stand out in a global shopping center. I was wrong. The Jade Gallery was unique because I was unique. It sounds arrogant to say that, but it was the truth, and many of my clients had told me that. I first learned this at the age of 22, standing in a gallery that didn't belong to me, before I'd even dreamt of opening my own. I was looking at an abstract painting done in acrylics. Something about the colors and the ethereal shapes moved me so much I felt I had to possess it. As I gazed at it, a woman in her 40s with wavy dark hair that hung to the center of her back came and stood beside me. I turned to look at her because of that gorgeous hair, so different from the straight, blunt cut that just brushes my neck, a cut I've worn all my adult life. After a long silence, without turning to look at me, she spoke. "I don't get it." I faced her, captivated by her genuine confusion. "What don't you get?" "Spending $3,000 or $4,000, sometimes a heap more, on something to hang on your wall." I told her that in my view, the soul of the human race existed in art. I told her that without art, we would only communicate with words, which in the end leaves much of what's inside us unspoken. Visual art joins people on a level they hardly know exists. It makes us feel as if there's some deeper, unseen thread running through every individual on the planet, and that there's a way to understand other human beings without being so literal and superficial. I talked on like this for several minutes, about how empty our lives were if everything was about the tasks we performed at work, and the trips we made to the mall, and the milestones we passed on our journey from childhood to the grave. By the time I finished speaking, tears were trickling down her cheeks. "You really love that painting," she said. "It speaks to me." "How do you know?" "Because when I look at it, I feel something I can't put into words. Something is touched inside me that's never been touched before." We walked around the gallery together, and several minutes later, she stopped in front of a painting of a sunset. She couldn't move away from it. I reminded her of the things I'd said, imagined what the painter might have experienced as she sat in front of that splash of color. When we were finished, she bought the sunset. At 5:30, the reception attendees were already filling the gallery space with conversation and laughter. The place was packed, more than 60 people. Many of them were long-time customers, but quite a few were new to us, thanks also to Renee and her promotional talents. As I watched her gently stroke one of Laura's pots while talking to a couple who couldn't take their eyes off the brilliant red and yellow drips and swirls and the asymmetrical opening at the top of the vase, I knew I had to raise her commission again. I couldn't afford to lose her. I could tell by looking at the longing on the faces of that couple, people I'd never seen before. They would be leaving with that urn. By 7:15, everyone was gone, and the caterers were picking up empty champagne bottles and gathering napkins from the round, high-top tables they'd set up throughout the space. I went to the front door, where Renee was securing the locks and closing the blinds. "Go ahead and take off. I'll finish up." "No worries, I'm almost done." "Really, you've done so much, and it was all fabulous. Please." She gave me a lopsided grin. "You think I have some wild social life to catch up on? Sometimes a date with yourself is nice, too." She lowered the last blind. "Done anyway." She went to the back, gathered her things, blew me a kiss, and was out the door, the caterers right behind her. I checked to be sure that manually adjusting the climate control for the crowd hadn't turned off its automatic nighttime settings. All was good. I considered changing back into the casual dress and low-heeled boots I'd worn all day, then decided it was too much effort. The walk to the lot where my car was parked was only 2 blocks. Even in 2.5-inch heels, I could make that easily. It was cold out, but I had a wool coat to cover most of me. After slipping my other clothes into the garment bag and making sure my phone was in my purse, I headed out. The gallery was at the end of a small street filled with other locally owned shops. A shoe store, dress shop, a stationery store, and others. All were closed for the night. The adjacent street offered quite a few restaurants and 2 bars, but on a cold night there was no sound seeping through to the dark, quiet road my gallery faced. As I walked, a sense of vulnerability came over me, caused by the high heels and the silence except for the echo of my footsteps, my stride shortened by the shoes. I'd left the gallery plenty of times in the dark, walked down this same street to the same lot, and never experienced even a twinge of fear. But now, something didn't feel right. I slowed my pace, hoping to quiet the clack of my heels on the pavement, which were starting to sound like gunshots in my head. There were no other sounds to soften the blows against the pavement. I began walking faster, not feeling any relief. With the boots sitting at the bottom of the garment bag, it was heavy on my arm. Every few steps, my purse strap slid off the thick shoulder of my coat. I felt awkward and unbalanced and slightly helpless. I regretted not taking the 3 minutes it would have taken to put on comfortable shoes. I could have worn them with the dress. It wasn't as if I had to look perfect picking up Simone from her friend's house, where she'd stayed for dinner. I shifted the bag on my arm and tugged my purse up. Behind me, I heard a sound. A footstep? My breath tightened, making my lungs ache. If I turned to look, I'd appear foolish, or look like easy prey. The footsteps grew louder. Were they closer, or had the echo simply changed? My heart beat faster than the staccato of my heels. I lengthened my stride, trying to make better time without adopting such an awkward gait that I tweaked my ankle, or worse, stumbled and fell. The street was dark, with only the faint glow of muted lighting from lamps that were designed to look quaintly old-fashioned, rather than deter crimes of opportunity. I felt like running, but that would be absurd. Our home and the gallery were both located in a relatively safe town. It was small, with lots of money from technology success stories, but not flashy. The residents were quiet and friendly, at least compared with other, overdeveloped parts of Silicon Valley. Now I was only half a block from the parking lot, but the person behind me was definitely closing the gap between us. I half-turned my head, hoping to see something without stopping. The panic filling my stomach made me feel simultaneously foolish and angry and absolutely terrified. I reached into my purse. My hand shook as I dug around for my phone. It wasn't as if I could easily get to the keypad and tap in 911. Besides, by the time help arrived... Finally, I turned. I continued forward with my upper body twisting awkwardly as I peered through the darkness. I saw nothing. I stopped and kicked off my shoes. I bent down and grabbed them, stuffed them into my large shoulder bag, and ran to the parking lot. A few feet from my car, I hit the fob. I flung open the door, tossed everything onto the passenger seat, and shoved myself behind the steering wheel. I slammed the door and hit the button to secure the locks. I gulped in oxygen, nearly gagging as my lungs tried to accommodate my frantic gasping. I peered through the windshield and saw nothing. I turned to the side window and put my face close to the glass, straining to see the side of the building I'd passed on my way to the car. Except for the security lights, the building was dark, the clerks in the small shoe store and the children's clothing store long gone. Blinking rapidly, I forced my eyes to focus on the rear entrance doors. I was sure I saw someone standing there, but it was so hard to focus. Then the figure became slightly clearer as he moved away from the building, starting toward my car. His clothing was dark and impossible to describe, beyond the fact he wore pants and a jacket with the hood pulled forward so it seemed as if there was no face inside the folds of fabric. I began sobbing, tears filling my eyes as he approached, and I fumbled to start the car. My heart was beating so fast I thought it might burst out of me. What if he had something? A gun, a large flashlight even. He could easily break my car window before I even had time to back out of the space. He was moving faster now. I screamed as the engine turned over, whimpering and trying to clear my eyes of tears. I shoved the gear shift into reverse and bolted out of the space. I jerked it into drive and cut across the vacant spaces toward the exit, grateful only for the fact that there were no concrete barriers to prevent me from taking the fastest route. At home, I hurried Simone up to her room to put away her backpack. I followed her up the stairs, went into my bedroom, and collapsed onto the bed. My brief conversation with the mother of Simone's friend had seemed like a dream. Words came out of my mouth, but I wasn't aware of what I was saying. She didn't ask about my stocking feet. I closed my eyes and tried to relax, wanting my heart to stop racing. It was an incredibly uncomfortable feeling that made my whole body jittery. After a few minutes, I sat up. I stood and stripped off my dress, longing for the comfort of soft clothes. I changed into yoga pants, a long t-shirt, and a zippered hoodie, pulling the zipper halfway up. I put on my Ugg boots, hung up my other clothes, and went downstairs. The house was empty and my anxiety remained high. I had no idea where Ace or Seth was. Against my better judgment, I mixed a martini and took a nerve-numbing sip. I poured a glass of milk for Simone and put a plate of cookies on the table. She and I sat across from each other.
"Why are you drinking that?"
Simone asked. "It's a martini." She nodded, waiting for an explanation. I took a sip and put the glass to the side. I stared at the cookies, but the thought of chewing and swallowing one made my stomach ache.
"Why are you drinking that?"
Her voice was filled with the infinite patience required for dealing with an evasive parent. I felt like something different.
"I don't like the smell."
I smiled. That's a good thing at your age.
"Why?"
Because it's like wine. It's a drink for adults.
"Wine smells good. That smells like the stuff for cleaning the bathroom."
I laughed. Not everyone likes them. Even most adults don't like martinis. But I do. It's nice and cold. She turned her attention to choosing a cookie, and then told me about her afternoon at Jillian's house. Brandon had texted me that he would be home in about an hour. He'd gone to an early evening candlelight vigil for Jasmine. It disturbed me that he appeared to be mourning a girl who'd bullied him, who had made his life miserable for months, but I tried to think about how it would seem to the other kids if he didn't show up. I wondered if he'd really gone, or had changed his mind at the last minute. I sort of hoped he'd decided against it. A few minutes after 8, while I was supervising Simone's bath, I heard Seth and Ace come in together. They'd run into each other outside the home supply store. Seth was picking up something to fix the pool sweeper, and Ace was there for an errand that remained undefined. They'd gone out for a drink, which turned into 2. Famished, they wolfed down 2 large servings each of leftover spaghetti. I sipped the rest of my martini and told them about the reception. The entire time I was talking, I was trying to decide whether I would mention my fright. My responses to what they were saying sounded disconnected in my own ears, as my mind ran in one direction, while the report of the evening came out of my lips running in the opposite direction. Upstairs, in our room, the fear was still making my nerve endings fire a constant flood of anxiety, trying to figure out whether the person following me was trying to scare me in particular, stalking me, a stranger trying to terrify a woman he didn't know, or simply someone walking with no malevolent purpose whatsoever. As we settled into bed, I turned toward Seth. Something scary happened after the reception. I wasn't sure why I'd decided to tell him. I suppose I was looking for reassurance that it was nothing, although another part of me didn't want to be told it was nothing, to have my fear dismissed as an overreaction.
What's that?
Seth turned out his bedside light and lay down on his back, closing his eyes. Someone followed me to the parking lot. He sat up.
What do you mean?
I was walking and I heard footsteps. When I walked faster, so did he. Or maybe her, it was hard to tell.
Jeez.
When I got in the car, he was still there. He started walking toward me and—
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I saw him. He nodded slowly, hesitating before he spoke.
We shouldn't always assume we're safe around here. Just because it's a friendly town and the crime rate is low overall. Jasmine is a perfect example.
I swallowed, relieved that he wasn't dismissing my fear, but feeling more afraid because telling him made it more real for some reason.
You have a lot of valuable inventory there, especially when you add it all up. I wonder if the security system should be beefed up.
I don't know.
Was Renee already gone?
Yes.
You should probably let her know.
I will.
I mean tonight, in case someone was checking it out looking for vulnerabilities or something, since she'll be there in the morning to open up.
But why would he follow me if he was planning to break in? He shrugged.
I don't know. I'm just saying, cover your bases.
I nodded. I climbed out of bed and went out to the table on the landing. I picked up my phone and sent a short message to Renee. It was late, but if she was already asleep, she would see it before she went to the gallery in the morning. Opening the doors in daylight didn't seem as threatening, but Seth's concerns made me more anxious. I was both relieved by his concern and more frightened. When I returned to the bedroom, he was on his side, snoring. The sound of him sleeping should have given me comfort, but it didn't. Once again, I felt very alone. 12. The door to the pool room was open, and I could hear Ace and Brandon talking, the clack of balls hitting each other, the thud when they were projected off the wood sides of the table. I couldn't make out what they were saying. Ace was doing most of the talking, but Brandon's voice interrupted regularly with what sounded like questions. I moved along the hallway that ran from the staircase to the pool room and TV room, and then extended to the back of the house where the guest suite was. Ace's room for the time being. Much of the time it felt familiar having him in the house now, eating meals with us, chatting with Brandon and Simone as if he were the cousin Seth had been close to as a child instead of a friend, someone unrelated and unknown. At other times, I turned my thoughts inside out, wondering what Seth was thinking about our marriage as we danced around each other in our effort to keep things friendly and welcoming, making sure our rift wasn't exposed. I wondered what Ace was thinking about finding a place of his own, and what the kids thought of us all acting so casually about a rather unusual situation. Since that moment Ace's fingers touched mine in the bowl of raw meat, I'd experienced a heightened sense of my body whenever he and I were in the same room. It seemed as if I felt the air touching my face, the choreography that took place as muscles and bones and nerves worked in harmony to take a step or lift my arm, gesturing to emphasize my words. At night, I wondered when he fell asleep, before me or after. I wondered whether he was up wandering around the first floor while we slept above. I wondered still whether his touch had been deliberate. If it hadn't been, he was unfazed by what had passed between us. It was possible nothing had happened at all on his side. There was no suggestion he felt uncomfortable around me. He looked me directly in the eye when he spoke, and didn't seem to either steer clear of me or go out of his way to be closer. Sometimes I wondered if it hadn't even happened, if I'd conjured up the whole thing because I found him unbearably attractive. At the same time, I didn't know what to make of him living in our house as if he belonged there, weaving himself into the fabric of our family. It wasn't that he acted entitled, but he'd settled in. He enjoyed my cooking and often cleaned up the kitchen. He made his bed neatly every morning and wiped down his bathroom. I'd checked when he was out 3 times, wondering if I was invading his privacy by entering the guest suite in my own home. I wasn't sure where he went when he left the house. Occasionally he mentioned going to the college where he planned to enroll, taking placement exams, talking to other students who were returning to school after being in the workforce. To hear him describe it, he seemed to have a knack for meeting like-minded people simply by sitting around the student lounges drinking coffee. It was hard to put it all together. The changes in Brandon since he'd started playing pool with Ace had all been positive. And Seth wasn't troubled by the fact that his combative, his word, not mine, stepson had chosen another father figure over him. He seemed glad to have Brandon otherwise engaged. I sometimes felt I should be monitoring Brandon and Ace when they were alone together. Brandon was vulnerable and, at his age, easily influenced. I still knew very few details about Ace's background. He kept most of his stories fairly bland. His trucking routes, books he'd read, sports. He didn't mention any ex-wives, and if he mentioned a woman at all, it was a passing comment about going to a ball game or taking a road trip. I inched closer to the door of the pool room. Often, it was possible to hear conversations taking place in the pool room from the TV room, but because Ace was keeping his voice lower than usual, with a more thoughtful tone, I couldn't manage to pick up more than a word or two at a time. Finally, my head ached from straining to hear. I needed to go all in. If they caught me listening, so what? I'd done far worse things in my life than eavesdrop. I stepped up until I was just outside the door. I leaned against the wall.
"What happened to your parents?" Brandon asked. "I never knew my dad. Did you know his name, or anything?" "Nope. My mom was it until I was 8, and then she went off the rails."
"How?"
"Drinking, mostly. Dope. She was going off for a long time. One of those things that's gradual and hardly noticeable, and then sudden. Like pot or more. More."
For several minutes, the only sound was the clack of the balls and Ace's comments on the game. "Good shot. Try this angle next time." "Want to try that one again? You almost had it."
"How did it happen?" Brandon asked. "She OD'd. Not to the point of death, but she passed out, threw up. I knew it was different from the other times. I called 911.
"You were a little kid."
"Not so little. You grow up fast when that shit is going on. She was out of it, so I had to do a lot. Get myself off to school, make peanut butter sandwiches for dinner if I wanted to eat. After I called 911, emergency services hooked me up with a social worker. And when my mom was released, they said she had to do a program if she wanted me back. She did the programs, but she kept backsliding. She backslid all the way through the rest of elementary school and then high school."
"How many foster parents did you have to live with?"
"Just 2. And they weren't monsters, but my foster moms were okay, but the second time, when I was starting junior high and on into high school, my foster dad, if I even want to call him that, made it clear from day one that he didn't want me around."
"I know how that is." A shiver ran from the top of my scalp down my back. I folded my arms around my ribs. It was upsetting that Brandon thought there were any parallels between his stepfather and the man Ace had lived with when he was a teenager. It was so unfair. It was hard to know what lay beneath Brandon's words. They were vague enough to hide all kinds of rage that I was completely unaware of. Despite how my first marriage had gone so horribly wrong, despite the loss of his father, Brandon had appeared to develop along the right path for a healthy, intelligent boy his age. I never sensed any deep-rooted issues, but maybe they were buried so far below the surface I'd never known they existed. And now that he was a teenager, they were crawling out of their caves, dragging themselves into the light. I wondered how Ace interpreted Brandon's comment. Foster care is a very, very long way from the safe, comfortable life, filled with opportunities that Brandon enjoyed. He lived in a very nice home, attended a top-rated school, and most important of all, he had the support and love of a healthy mother and a caring stepfather. He had a devoted younger sister whose love was obvious every time she looked at him. Seth had adored Brandon when we first got together. They'd played board games. Seth had helped Brandon with homework and dove in head first when he had science fair projects or reports that required visual aids. He was a good father, and I couldn't figure out where things had gone wrong. I tried not to dwell on it. I tried to accept it for what it was, assuming things would work themselves out when Brandon matured a little more. Looking back, it was obvious that Seth's job loss hadn't helped. Although since Ace arrived on the scene, their relationship had changed again. Seth seemed almost detached from Brandon, as if nothing Brandon did bothered him, because he just didn't care. It should have worried me, but I was determined to let things play out.
"Your stepdad is a good guy,"
Ace said. I thought the pause between Brandon's comment and the response had been inordinately long. I wondered if there had been an exchange of knowing looks, a pat on the shoulder of understanding. I closed my eyes and waited.
"My real dad abandoned me."
"I didn't know that," Ace said.
"Sorry to hear it."
I was pleased he refrained from either criticizing Brandon for comparing their situations, and that he didn't probe about his abandonment. It wasn't entirely true, but it was the narrative Brandon and I had both come to accept. The sound of the balls being racked echoed out of the room. I moved slightly, trying to determine whether they were starting another game or racking the balls to leave the table prepared for the next time.
"Do you want a break?"
Ace asked.
"You won. This is all practice, remember? Aim right here."
The balls clacked and skittered around the table, thumping the sides.
"Excellent,"
Ace said. "Thanks." I could almost feel the glow coming off Brandon. When was the last time Seth, or I for that matter, had told him anything he'd done was excellent? I felt my throat pinch, thinking about how teenagers are really just big kids. It was so easy to think Brandon was already an adult, because he did so many adult things, but he was still a kid inside, craving adult approval and encouragement. I vowed to do a better job of that. They continued talking about strategy for the game. I'd heard enough. I moved along the hallway, eager to escape before I was caught, before Simone came downstairs looking for me, or Seth wandered into the hallway, headed toward the TV room. It was pure luck I'd been able to hear as much as I had. In some ways, I was reassured that it wasn't a bad thing to allow Brandon to hang out with Ace, to learn a new skill that might help him interact more confidently with other kids. 13. Brandon's worried prediction had come true. Brandon, Seth, and I were seated in a small, dull room at the police station. We stared at a camera situated near the corner of the ceiling, angled to record every flick of an eyebrow and twist of our mouths. Even if an expression was involuntary and meant nothing, which most are, the camera wouldn't see it that way. This was more serious. Instead of regular police officers, we were meeting with a detective. He'd refused our request to chat in our living room like the first time. He'd asked us to come see him on his territory. Voluntarily, of course. I'd wanted to hire an attorney. Seth insisted we needed to play it cool, to wait and see. Since Brandon was a minor and they allowed Seth and me to be with him, it was better to be low-key. He didn't do it, so we're fine. That was Seth's point of view. He thought consulting a lawyer was premature. He thought I was being paranoid. He thought we were giving the police too much credit. I was terrified for Brandon, trying to give him a sense of reassuring calm at the same time. It was almost impossible. According to Seth, Brandon would have been arrested if they had any evidence. No arrest meant we had proof that it meant nothing. Of course, the detective would want to talk to kids who had known Jasmine, especially someone like Brandon, who'd lived on her street and associated with her, however infrequently, For years. Seth believed they assumed that kind of proximity meant he knew her quite well. They didn't consider that neighbors can live across the street from each other for 20 years and know nothing more than your name and the make of your car, and what time your automatic sprinklers come on. I knew by the shadowed look in Seth's eyes that there was a part of him, however small and however deeply buried, wondering if Brandon possibly had done something to hurt Jasmine. That unconscious part of my husband's brain expected to find out the answer under the intensity of serious questioning. Brandon was slumped in the chair, and no matter how many times Seth asked him to straighten up and look like a responsible member of society, Brandon continued to sag ever lower, even though there was no discernible movement of his body. I was anxious and hyper-alert, aware of every breath. Being asked to come to the police station suggested Brandon was a suspect, no matter what Seth said, and regardless of whether the police would believe the word of his gaming buddies. I was regretting going along with Seth on his belief that Brandon didn't need an attorney. My hands were folded in my lap to make sure they remained still. I took long, slow breaths. I avoided talking because Brandon was pulling a silent act, and I didn't see the point of Seth and me discussing what was going on when we really had no information to work with. Besides, we didn't know if the camera was already recording. When Detective Archer came in, he pressed the record button on the camera and spoke the date and time, Brandon's name, and his own. Still, that didn't mean they hadn't been listening and watching all along. Brandon had been right to remain silent, and I appreciated his foresight. He would be fine.
"My questions are for Brandon," Detective Archer said. "Although you're welcome to ask me any questions when this is over, I'd like you to refrain from talking during the interview."
Seth and I nodded. I thought it sounded like some kind of law enforcement PR branding to call this an interview. To me, it was an interrogation. And the command that we remain silent added to that. Now I really wished we had an attorney. I glanced at Seth. He gave me a smile meant to be reassuring. He shook his head gently, as if he knew what I'd been thinking. He mouthed at me, "It's fine. Don't worry." I worried the camera had picked up the distinct movement of his lips, easily understood by an astute detective.
"Let's get started,"
Detective Archer said.
"How long have you known Jasmine Cox?"
"I'm not going to answer that question," Brandon said. I felt my face react to Brandon's words, my lips parting, my jaw tightening. I heard a sharp intake of air from Seth. I tried to rearrange my expression back to something the detective couldn't read anything into. Why was Brandon doing this? We'd discussed how he should be polite, respectful, not volunteer information, but be truthful in the few, surely insignificant things he knew about Jasmine.
"It's simple background information," the detective said.
"It's my right not to answer." What was going on in my son's head? Where had he gotten the idea he didn't have to answer the questions? Surely it was going to irritate or potentially anger the detective. I felt the overwhelming urge to tell him to answer the question. The detective was right. The question was simple, direct, and meant absolutely nothing.
"It is your right," Detective Archer said, "but it will prolong the process."
Brandon shrugged.
"Please speak so your response can be recorded."
"No problem," Brandon said. It wasn't clear if he was responding to the directive to verbalize his answers or the previous comment about prolonging the process, but the detective didn't push it.
"I understand you and Jasmine have both lived on Harbrook Road since you were in elementary school. What were your interactions like during school hours?"
"I'm exercising my right not to answer," Brandon said.
"We have statements from a number of students who mentioned that Jasmine and another girl, Celia Tate, had been bullying you."
Brandon said nothing.
"Did you experience bullying, Brandon?"
"I'm exercising my right not to answer until I speak with a lawyer." Why was he doing this? Had he overheard the conversation between Seth and me? Was he angry at Seth for not hiring an attorney? Did he take it as a signal that Seth didn't want to protect him?
"It's your parents' right to hire an attorney, but you need to know it's not necessary. This is a simple interview. We're getting statements from a number of students, family, friends, other acquaintances of Jasmine. They've all been cooperative.
Brandon didn't respond. He gazed calmly at the detective, his expression neutral.
Are you planning to take that position with all of my questions?
Detective Archer asked.
Yes. Brandon.
Seth stopped abruptly, as if the detective had spoken out loud when he shot a warning look at Seth. Detective Archer turned his attention back to Brandon.
We aren't accusing you of a crime. My advice is to simply answer the questions.
Brandon said nothing.
Bullying is a serious problem in most schools. The district has put best practices into place to address the problem.
Have they? I said.
Ms. Mitchell, no comments, please.
I felt like slumping in my chair in the same way Brandon had earlier, but now I noticed that at some point his posture had changed entirely. He sat up straight. His shoulders and arms were relaxed. He looked comfortable and unconcerned about what was happening. He looked fearless. It wasn't a look I had seen on my son in quite a long time, and it made me happy. I studied his profile, trying to figure out what had changed. Maybe standing up to authority had made him feel more dignified.
We understand how damaging bullying can be, the detective said. It's very important for school officials, and now law enforcement, to hear about your experiences. We can't help if we aren't given the details from your perspective.
Brandon didn't respond.
It would be good to corroborate what others have told us, about what you had to deal with, about Jasmine's personality and her relationships with her peers. Are you going to help us with that?
I'm exercising my right not to answer, Brandon said. The detective pushed his chair away from the table. He stood and raised his voice slightly.
Interview with Brandon Mitchell concluded at 5:40 p.m.
He added his identifying details, then turned and walked out of the room, leaving the door open behind him. Possibly he was still hoping we would talk, that Brandon would go off script and it might be overheard. He underestimated my son. Brandon stood and walked out the door. Seth and I followed like chastised children. No one spoke until we were seated in the car, the doors closed and locked.
What was that all about?
Seth asked.
Ace told me the best way to deal with the police is to never answer their questions. He said it's common knowledge. You can look it up on YouTube. It's our right to say nothing.
He's not the best person to be taking advice from, I said. If he's giving advice, you should be talking to us about it. I was annoyed at Ace more than Brandon, but at the same time I didn't want to come down too hard on my son, pushing him further away from Seth and closer to the man he seemed to view as a role model of some kind. It worked. For now, I said. But I don't like you keeping secrets.
It wasn't a secret, just a suggestion. I didn't know I have to run everything by you. The detective didn't like it, Seth said. I think you may have created more problems for yourself.
That doesn't matter, Brandon said. They can't turn your words against you if you don't say anything. And if you make a mistake, they can make that look like lying. And then you are in trouble.
I'm not sure about that, Seth said.
If I say I haven't talked to her in 6 months, and some other kid says they saw me talking to her last month, they can say I was lying.
I don't imagine that's really how it works.
You sounded defiant, Seth said.
That's what Ace said to do. Ace isn't your parent, Seth said.
Well, at least he gave me some useful advice. It's a hell of a lot more than you do. I twisted in my seat to look at him. Brandon! I wasn't sure if his comment had been directed only at Seth or at both of us. If he meant to include me in that sweeping statement, it hurt. I'd given all of my heart to doing the best I could for my son, for both my children. I'd dedicated myself to providing love and a sense of security, to offering them choices and following their lead in how to parent based on their individuality. He knew I was always available for advice. I never doubted that I was doing a great job raising them. Of course, every mother, every parent makes mistakes, but they're insignificant in the face of what's required to raise a healthy, happy human being. I'd given Brandon lots of advice, and he'd thanked me often enough for my guidance. I wasn't sure where this outburst was coming from, and I told myself it had to be directed at Seth. I needed to focus on doing what I could to support their relationship, not slide my own life under the microscope, looking for flaws and missteps. I adored my kids, and I believed they knew that. Yes, Brandon was definitely directing that anger at Seth. I worried about the tension between my husband and my son, wondering if there was anything at all under my control that might bring them back closer together. Maybe Ace could be a bridge over their differences, over the insignificant conflicts that neither of them seemed to be able to leave in the past. While Brandon sat silently in the back seat, and Seth maneuvered the car at a speed I thought was a little more aggressive than necessary, I pulled my phone out of my purse and Googled what Brandon had said about not answering police questions. He was right, of course. He was good about checking things out instead of taking them at face value. I didn't doubt that it was common sense advice. And it seemed to be pretty good advice, from what I was reading. I popped in my earbuds and listened to part of a video explaining how the police can use even the most casual comments to rope you into a position where you have indeed done something wrong. I wasn't sure that was what Detective Archer had been after. Still, he was a little naive if he thought a school full of teenagers was going to give him an accurate picture. Asking about the bullying was unfair. Perhaps the police did believe it played some part in her death. I had no idea what they were thinking. There hadn't been any news reports about what evidence they did or did not have. And now I'd come full circle. I guessed they didn't have any evidence, or they would have made an arrest. We rode home in silence deeper than what had permeated the interview room at the police station. I wondered when we'd hear from the police again. I wondered a lot of things, and my heart felt like lead, thinking about the widening gap between Seth and Brandon, worrying whether Brandon knew something he was afraid to say. 14. After the police station, we picked Simone up from Jillian's house. Sarah and I often traded picking up our daughters from after-school care, thrilled that our daughters had a little extra time to further cement their friendship when one of us worked late or had an appointment. When we arrived home, the kitchen was filled with the savory aroma of stir-fried prawns with broccoli. As we entered the room, Ace gestured toward the other dishes he was making. A side dish of pork-fried rice, spicy tofu with peanuts, and garlic green beans. There was a bottle of Chardonnay that I didn't recognize from our collection chilling in the fridge. Ace moved between the wok and the bowls of ingredients on the counter, covering bowls to keep the food warm while the last bits were tossed in the wok. Leaving Seth and Brandon in the dining room to get the table ready, I took Simone upstairs to wash up for dinner. As she stood at the bathroom sink, I knelt beside her and wrapped my arms around her delicate body, giving her a more intense hug than usual. I kissed her hairline, pulling back slightly to inhale the aroma of her childhood. She must have sensed my mood, because she didn't squirm away, resting her head against my jaw. It was a breathtaking moment, and I didn't want it to end. I went into my bedroom and stepped out of my high heels. I stripped off the gray skirt and jacket I'd worn in the hope that it would give a professional impression at the police station. I unbuttoned my blouse and stared at my reflection, my winter-pale body and my face also drained of color, my expression slightly disoriented. I wondered why I'd thought impressing a police detective mattered at all. He couldn't have cared less about my appearance. It hadn't prompted him to treat Brandon with any more respect. In fact, while ignoring Seth and me, Detective Archer had been very respectful to Brandon overall. I couldn't fault him for that. I pulled on jeans and a silky green top that hung to my thighs. I left my feet bare. Although it was still freakishly cold outside, the house was comfortable. I brushed my teeth, wondering why I was performing this ritual before I ate, but it seemed like it would help rid me of the literal taste of the police station. The fact that they'd asked to interview Brandon in a more intimidating environment had made me feel sick to my stomach. Maybe that's what I was cleaning out of my mouth. As we settled around the table, Seth raised his wine glass, proposing a toast to Ace's cooking. I went along, but I didn't drink any wine. I needed to eat first. While we ate, Brandon gushed over Ace's excellent advice on how to handle the police. He told Ace how easy it had been to follow the legal guidelines, how well it worked at keeping the detective from leading him into talking too much, accidentally saying more than he wanted. He went on and on about how more people needed to be aware of their rights and how to exercise them. I watched Ace, his attention fully on Brandon with an air of interest and respect that most would only offer to another adult. When Seth spoke to Brandon, I sometimes thought I could see his mind searching for what he might say in response, or considering what he wanted to do when the conversation came to an end. Maybe I imagined it because I was concerned about them, but Ace was as enraptured as if Brandon were telling him a gripping crime story, and he couldn't tear himself away. I wanted to say something to Ace about his aggressive involvement in giving unasked-for advice to Brandon, at least unasked for by myself or Seth. It irritated me that he hadn't given us a heads up. Had Brandon asked Ace for advice? What else had they talked about when I wasn't in the room? Still, I couldn't chastise him with Brandon sitting right beside him. Brandon was flush with his self-confidence and pride. I couldn't bring myself to puncture that. It would have to wait, despite the words sizzling on my tongue. While Brandon continued going on about Ace's incredible insight, Ace's hands on his utensils drew my attention. His index finger extended firmly along the back of the knife, his nails short and filed smooth. The fork rested in his hand, gathering up food without him needing to look down at his plate. His lightly tanned skin had grown darker, and I realized he'd been swimming laps in our pool, or simply been out sunbathing when none of us were around. He always left the house when I went to work, but he was often there when I arrived home. I wondered what he did when we weren't around. He never said. I thought about him in swim trunks, his lean legs kicking through the water, the muscles in his shoulders and arms propelling him quickly down the length of the pool. I stabbed my fork into a prawn without cutting it and shoved the whole thing into my mouth. As I chewed, I faced what I'd been avoiding since the moment Ace first sat across the dinner table from me. Ace was charming, kind, fun to talk to, and very good-looking. No wonder what my heart said about my husband, how we loved each other, how we needed each other more than ever right now. Despite his betrayal, my body was drawn to this gorgeous stranger. The thought made me choke, which didn't take much with all that prawn flesh in my mouth, my teeth grinding it down, my lips and cheeks distended as I tried to keep it all inside. Across the table, Seth smiled at me. I wasn't sure if the smile was a response to pure familial bliss, or a victory smile because while listening to Ace's take on the questioning, Seth had decided Brandon wasn't so defiant after all. Brandon had stood his ground and acted like an adult, forcing the detective to back down and admit he didn't have any solid reason to haul Brandon all the way to the police station. It had been a power play, and Seth had to admire Brandon's victory. Or was he smiling at something else? My discomfort with the prawn that I was just now managing to swallow? Or did he sense a deeper discomfort? I tried to hold on to my fork, but the muscles of my hand were weak, as if someone had grabbed my wrist, squeezing the tendons and nerves until I couldn't make my fingers work properly. I took another small bite, a slender piece of tofu. I was afraid to pick up my wine glass, uncertain whether my hand would cooperate with that desire. Nothing was functioning correctly. My hands, my skin, my thoughts.
"Are you okay, Mommy?"
Simone's voice was clear and sharp, filled with concern. "I'm fine." I smiled at her.
"Are you sick?"
"No."
"You look like you don't feel good. And when you hugged me, you were—"
Her voice trailed off. A moment later, possibly surprised that no one had started talking, as if, for once, they were waiting for her to complete her thought, she said,
"Claire's mom has cancer and Claire said she's really huggy. All the time."
I took a sip of water, looking at her eyes as she tried to understand what she was observing, sorting facial expressions and words and body language into the things she knew about the world. "If I were sick," I said, "I would tell you. I'm fine, just a little tired."
"Okay."
Simone went back to picking the broccoli away from the prawns, eating the tiny flowers and avoiding the plump pink curls of shellfish. When the attention of my family moved away from me once again, I picked up my wine glass. I leaned back in my chair and sipped it carefully, hoping the alcohol would dull my senses and give me a return to some sort of normalcy. I didn't like how I was feeling. I didn't like how my body was running off on its own, reacting to a stranger's presence as if my family didn't consume my entire heart. I stood suddenly. "Are you okay?" Seth asked. Yes, just getting a refill.
You don't have to get up,
Ace said.
I'll take care of it.
He picked up the bottle, stood, and came around to my side. Quickly, I moved the wine glass to my right so he wouldn't brush against me as he filled it. Asking for more wine was the worst thing I could have done. My heart quickened, and my breath caught in my throat as I took the first chilling sip. Still, I took frantic sips of wine between each bite as I finished my meal, chewing vigorously, swallowing with difficulty as if the food hadn't been chewed at all. What was wrong with me? I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. When we were finished, Brandon offered to clear the table and load the dishwasher. It was something he was supposed to do every night, but he rarely, since he'd outgrown a small child's eagerness to mimic adults, made the first move. Simone followed him around, trying to help, finally relegated to carrying the soiled napkins to the laundry room. Before Seth and Ace went into the TV room to watch a comedy show, I pulled Seth aside and told him he needed to confront Ace about giving advice to Brandon before discussing it with us, about thinking he had a right to tell our son how to handle something as serious as this. He seemed less concerned than I was, but assured me he would deliver the message. Finally, he patted my shoulder gently and kissed my ear. As he started into the other room, I pled a headache and nearly ran up the curving staircase. I staggered down the hall, closed my bedroom door, and collapsed on the bed in the dark. My eyelids closed, and I tried to think about what I was going to do. I loved Seth. We'd built a beautiful life together. Yes, there were a few cracks in the foundation, but they were small, easily repaired. At the same time, I was still angry with him. Now more of my anger was directed at his willingness to simply forget his deceit, as if it wasn't all that important. A white lie. I should be trying harder to let it go. I was constantly reminding him how important it was to put the past behind us, to live for the present moment and the future. But right now, I couldn't seem to do that. The enormity of his lie lay over me like a thick winter coat on a spring afternoon. I loved him. I was attracted to him, and I grieved for our languishing sex life. I wasn't even sure when it had slipped out of view. I wanted our bond restored. I wanted him. I wanted our family to knit into a tight bond of love. Having another man in the house was not a normal way to live. Even though I hadn't been thrilled about inviting Ace to stay with us, I'd been thinking about the more awkward aspects of living with someone we didn't know, of allowing another person into my family. I hadn't thought about having a good-looking man helping me cook dinner, or the change in atmosphere that comes with another human being simply occupying space. A human being with no clear role in the household. Often, I wondered what Ace thought about the situation. It seemed as if he wanted something from me, from us, something more than a bed to sleep in and food to sustain him. I had no idea what that something might be. Seth had told me Ace would only be staying with us for a week or so. It had now been a full week, 7 days that seemed longer. I wanted Ace to leave and find a place of his own. At the same time, I wanted him to stay for a while longer. How long? I couldn't say. I turned onto my side and folded the pillow around my head as if to smother my thoughts. When I woke, it was almost 10 o'clock. I got up and went to the bedroom door, opening it slowly. The slight turn in the hallway that led to Brandon's and Simone's rooms on the other side of the landing prevented me from seeing their doors. The house was silent, but that wasn't unusual. Despite the open space above the foyer to the ceiling of the second floor, the ground floor was laid out so that not much sound traveled upward beyond the area of the foyer, unless a lively conversation was taking place in the living room. I walked toward my children's rooms. No light came from Simone's room, where the door was ajar as she liked it. It had been a ridiculous time for a nap, but I was grateful that Seth had let me sleep, orchestrating Simone's bedtime routine. Brandon's light glowed beneath the door, and I assumed he was playing a video game. I returned to my bedroom and filled the bathtub with steaming water and peach-scented bubbles. I lit 2 candles that stood on the shelf at the back of the tub. I undressed, tied up my hair, and slipped into the deliciously comforting water. Immediately, the jittery feeling beneath the surface of my skin dissolved. I felt my muscles relax against the porcelain, my bones almost pliable as they conformed to the curve of the tub. I closed my eyes and rested my neck on the edge, letting the hard surface press against the knotted muscles. It had been a difficult day, and now that I was relaxed, I realized it was possible the surge of desire I'd felt for Ace was nothing more than a bizarre reaction to the stress of the police questioning, to my fears for Brandon, to my unrelenting sadness over Seth's lie. Seth had taken my beliefs to heart over the years, and now he was convinced there was no purpose in digging into the reasons he'd constructed his elaborate lie, dissecting every nuance. If I wanted things to be different between us, it was on me. I smiled at the feeling of power that came over me with this thought. I'd been acting like a victim, complaining constantly to him and, more importantly, to myself about his betrayal. Our sex life was on ice over the simple failure of either of us to make the first move. I needed to show him I wanted him, that I needed him. Those uncontrollable sensations around Ace were caused by a lack of sex. That was all. It was simple biology, and it meant nothing. I could easily be rid of it by my making love with my husband, the man I'd chosen to build a life with, the father of my daughter, the man who tried his best to be a good father to Brandon. When the water began to cool, I stood and rinsed off the bubbles that clung to my skin. I drained the tub, toweled myself dry, and brushed my hair. I dressed in a mauve satin thong and a matching satin bra edged with creamy lace. I moved the candles from the bathroom into the bedroom. I turned on Seth's bedside lamp and slipped under the covers. It was less than 15 minutes before the bedroom door opened, and Seth stepped into the room.
What's with the candles?
It's romantic, don't you think?
Sure.
He went into the bathroom and emerged a few minutes later wearing boxers and a University of Oregon t-shirt. He blew out the candles. He approached the bed, sat on the edge, and turned off his bedside lamp. I'd wanted the flicker and soft glow of the candles, but it wasn't going to be very seductive to start complaining until he felt forced to relight them. I reached out and turned on my bedside lamp.
Aren't we going to sleep?
I pushed the covers away so he could see my bra. He said nothing as he glanced at me and then swung his legs up onto the mattress. I found the clasp at the center of my bra and unhooked it. The cups fell away, and I slipped my arms out of the straps. Seth leaned over and kissed the side of my right breast. He lowered himself to the pillows and pulled the covers up to his chest.
You can turn out the light now.
I thought it would be nice to have it on.
Why?
I moved toward him and took the hem of his t-shirt, pulling it up toward his chest.
I'm tired,
he said. I sat up and climbed onto him, straddling his hips. I tugged the t-shirt, but he remained solidly on his back, doing nothing to help me ease it off his arms and over his head. I leaned forward and licked his nipple. I scooted down, sliding my hand beneath the waistband of his shorts.
Ellie, I'm tired. Please don't.
I kissed him gently.
I know what you're doing, and...
Aren't you clever to figure that out? I laughed softly, kindly, I hoped. He moved his head.
I don't want to do this right now.
We need each other.
It's been a rough day. The detective...
It seemed he couldn't think of any other reason it had been a rough day, and his voice faded to a sigh. Sitting in the room, hearing the detective's irritation with Brandon, now felt as if it had happened days earlier. Maybe it was my oddly timed nap, waking in the dark, missing Simone's bedtime routine, that caused the disorientation. I put my lips close to his ear. Thanks for getting Simone settled down. I had time to relax in the tub.
I'm exhausted.
I laughed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, but why are you tired?
Interviewing takes a lot out of you.
I didn't know you had an interview. That's great. I kissed his cheek and ran my lips across the bone toward his ear.
Please stop. I'm not in the mood.
I slid off him and lay on my side, resting my head on my hand, my elbow bent to prop me up. What's wrong? It's been forever.
Has it?
I want you. We need to reconnect.
We don't need to do anything right now.
What's wrong?
Can you turn out the light, please?
We haven't made love in weeks.
And whose fault is that?
I don't think it's anyone's fault. I think we just need to...
Why do you have to be so aggressive?
I waited for a moment, but he didn't finish the thought. It's what?
Nothing. Let's just go to sleep.
What were you going to say?
I don't even know. I don't like it when you're so... I don't know, demanding.
I felt irritation flare. He should be eagerly wrapping his body around mine, not critiquing my personality. I wanted to lash out, telling him that if he wasn't careful, I might find myself looking at other men. Instead, I sat up. What does that mean in this context?
Never mind. Let's just go to sleep. It was a rough afternoon. I'm really, truly tired. I was falling asleep watching TV.
Something's wrong between us, and I have no idea what it is.
Marriages go through phases. Things will change.
Not unless we make them change.
I don't want sex right now. Do I have to be that blunt?
No, because you made it pretty obvious. But I want to know why.
Because I'm tired.
You've been tired for 3 months?
This hasn't been the best 3 months of my life. I've been told I'm not necessary by people who I thought respected and admired my contribution. I have to sit around feeling useless while my wife supports my family. If you paid a little more attention, you might have seen that.
I put my hand on his hip. I know it's been difficult. Why couldn't he enter the modern world where lots of women earn more than their husbands, and it doesn't make the man lesser than? When did he become so insecure? I didn't like it. Had he always been like this, or did the contrast to Ace's unfettered self-confidence highlight Seth's uncertainty? I took a deep breath, then another. We need each other. He turned his back toward me. My hand trailed across his lower back as he turned, then slipped to the mattress.
I'm going to sleep, he said. It would be great if you'd turn off the light.
I turned off the light and settled down on my back. When I'd met Seth, he was strong and confident in a quiet way. I was drawn to him the minute he walked into the gallery. He came in with his sister, there to help her pick out art for her newly opened law office. For a woman who had just passed the bar exam and was starting her own practice with a law school classmate, she seemed awfully dependent on her brother. It was kind of off-putting, watching her defer to Seth before she would express the simplest opinion about a painting or a sculpture. She was nice enough, but not the kind of woman I would choose for a friend. And once Seth and I were together, that opinion remained rooted. We saw his sister and her family on holidays, but we weren't close. It struck me later that I'd formed opinions about Seth that were more a result of his sister's behavior than anything he'd done. I'd had the impression he was confident and easygoing. Not that he didn't possess those traits, but they weren't as dominant as I'd thought. A few weeks before our wedding, I asked him to sign a prenuptial agreement. He objected. He didn't like seeing in black and white that I made far more money than he did. He believed the male should be the primary wage earner in a family. The person who earned the most was in charge, according to Seth. I explained that the concept of being in charge shouldn't enter a marriage. He didn't argue. He simply said I should know what he meant. I did not know what he meant, but because he was so wounded over my request that he hired his own attorney to review the prenup, I backed off on pursuing the question of being in charge. That terminology belonged in the workplace. It applied to government, to sports teams, maybe. Seth believed that no societal structure worked unless there was a leader. 2 people couldn't possibly agree on every single thing, and someone had to have the final word. When he said this, I'd laughed, and then we'd had sex, so the subject was dropped. The next day, he hired an attorney, and within a few days, he'd signed the agreement with only minor requests for alterations, but he never liked it. He said it implied I wasn't giving my whole self to him. He said it suggested I had the upper hand. I said it was the right thing to do for Brandon, just in case. Finally, he quit talking about it, and I believed that he'd come to see my point of view. My thoughts drifted to Ace and his casual style, his lack of concern over who cooked a meal. I loved cooking and wanted to provide food for my family, but I also knew that if I didn't enjoy it, Seth would still view meal preparation as my job. I thought about Ace's lack of concern over rules and structure, his lack of concern over being right. I fell asleep thinking about Ace lying in bed downstairs in the guest room, asleep. Or not. 15. It was Saturday morning, and Seth had taken Simone to her dance class. Brandon was in the pool room practicing his game, alone. Ace had been in there with him earlier but disappeared back into the guest room around 10:30. I hadn't seen him since. I was sitting on the back patio with a small propane heat lamp beside me. The sun was out, and it was a glorious day for sitting outdoors, even if it was a little cool. My laptop was open and angled away from the glare. I was working on some ad copy for a spring sale we were planning for the last weekend of May. We'd be reducing prices on paintings by an artist who had moved across the country and no longer wanted to display with me. Included in the sale were a number of older items that needed to be replaced with something that hadn't been seen multiple times by every customer over the years. I looked up to see Ace step out through the family room door, carrying a bottle of sparkling water and 2 glasses filled with ice.
Thirsty?
Sure. My heightened awareness of him from the night before had settled, but the moment I heard his voice, it began throbbing just below the surface. It seemed to hum louder when I looked up at him, reminding me that I was in the prime of my life, whispering that it wasn't right that I hadn't had sex in weeks. Aching for sex should not have been consuming me. I was a happily married woman. I blamed Seth and his wounded silence and tender ego for causing these out-of-control feelings. A small part of me still wanted to blurt out the details of my body's rogue behavior to my husband, to wake him up, to make him realize how serious this was, that there were hairline fractures shooting all through the foundation of our marriage. I took the glass Ace handed me and enjoyed the gentle tingle of the carbonation on my lips as I sipped the water. Ace settled himself in the chair on the opposite side of the small table where he'd placed the bottle of sparkling water. I tapped my thumb on the trackpad and hit the keystrokes to save the document I was working on. I closed the laptop and placed it on the flagstone near my feet.
I wanted to talk to you about something,
he said. Oh?
About Brandon.
I rested the cold glass on my leg, knowing it would leave a wet spot on my jeans, but I wanted a steady hand for whatever was coming next.
This is something he told me in confidence.
Despite holding my glass firmly, I still felt I didn't have full control of it. My hands trembled and the sparkling water sloshed around the ice cubes. Some mothers might have stopped him there, assuring him that her son's secret should be kept. A boy's mother doesn't need to be intimately acquainted with every detail of his life. But I'm not that mother. I believe that as long as my children are living with me, I should know as much as possible about their lives and what's inside their minds. I'm there to guide and protect them, and I can't do that if I don't know what's going on. Maybe Brandon thought his need for me and Seth had diminished, but it wasn't true.
Please don't say anything to him about this, but I thought you should know.
Okay. He lowered his voice unnecessarily. Brandon was far away from us. There was no way our voices would be overheard. I could see the patio doors leading to the dining room and living room from where I sat. If Brandon came outside, I would know immediately.
He's being bullied.
I waited for more. Ace said nothing. Is that all? Ace frowned.
It sounds like it's been pretty extreme. It's been going on for a while.
I already know about it, I said. Seth and I both do. But I appreciate that you mentioned it. He seems to talk to you a lot.
He does.
I was somewhat worried about Brandon's response when Ace moved out. And he had to leave soon. I didn't know the plan for that, and I had no idea whether Seth and he had discussed it, but he did need to leave soon. This couldn't go on indefinitely. And because of that, I worried I was doing the wrong thing, allowing Brandon and Ace's relationship to take root, but how could I not? It had been great for Brandon, and I wasn't going to destroy that obvious growth in his self-confidence to try to prevent it from developing when he so desperately needed a strong support network.
Do you know everything that happened?
Ace asked. There were 2 girls. One was the girl who was murdered, in fact. He nodded, but it wasn't clear whether he'd known that or was simply taking in the information. Now I started to wonder what Brandon had told him. Perhaps more than I knew, after all.
He had a crush on Jasmine,
he said.
She and her friends mocked him for trying to play out of his league, as he put it.
I nodded.
It sounded pretty brutal.
Yes, I said. It was. Kids are vicious.
I don't remember that kind of thing when I was in school. Not girls bullying boys. That's new.
That's why it took him so long to tell us about it. He was ashamed.
Yeah,
Ace said.
I get that. Did you know one of them, not sure which, he wouldn't say, yanked his pants down in front of the entire gym class?
I stood and gulped down half the glass of water. It no longer felt pleasant, the bubbles stabbing against my esophagus like tiny pins. Why are you talking about all of this?
Because I thought you should know.
I do know. He told us everything, so we don't need to talk about it anymore.
Okay. I didn't mean to upset you.
I'm fine. He gave me a look that said he didn't believe my clumsy lie. He put his hand over his eyes to block the sun as he looked up at me.
Since it sounds like I've already said too much, just one more thing. To be sure you know everything. When it was starting up, he wrote a very passionate note. Sexually passionate, just to be clear, to Jasmine. She photographed it and posted it on Instagram. She wrote some demeaning comments about boys who were obsessed with her and how hard it was to be a hot girl. She posted some insulting memes directed at Brandon, by name, for thinking he had a chance with her.
I stared at him. I hadn't known about the note, or her cruel comments. It was obvious why he hadn't told me. I felt sick to my stomach. The thought of what Brandon had lived with, how isolated he'd felt, how exposed in every way imaginable, filled me with rage that I didn't know what to do with.
I care about this family,
Ace said.
I just want to help. I'm sorry if I...
Yes, you said. I shoved the pain for my son to the side. I shouldn't have cared at all what Ace thought about anything, but I was upset that he thought I hadn't done anything to help Brandon deal with all of that. Seth and I did not see eye to eye on how to handle it. He nodded. He looked sympathetic, waiting to offer a listening ear, but I had enough going on between him and me. I was not going to start talking about the rough spots in my marriage, or digging deeper into the painful areas of my son's life. He stood and picked up the bottle of sparkling water.
I didn't mean to intrude. It sounded serious, and I wasn't sure how much you knew.
I appreciate your concern. He gave me a weak smile and crossed the patio toward his room. I collapsed back down on the chair. Ace's concern sounded genuine, and it made things worse. Knowing he was worried about Brandon made me feel even more drawn to him. There's no quicker way to a mother's heart than knowing someone sees all the good things in your child that you see with utter clarity, qualities that others might have missed. Like all mothers, I thought my children were beautiful and brilliant and had a special, undefined quality that set them apart from the rest of the human race. I didn't regret chasing him off the patio, though. Telling him more about the disagreement between Seth and me would make things worse, contributing to a nagging fear that I preferred his company over Seth's. It would give Ace the idea that he could wedge his way into our marriage, if that was his aim. I wasn't sure, but it wasn't outside the realm of possibility. When Brandon had finally admitted to what he'd experienced from those 2 girls, Seth had insisted we move him to a different school. I refused. That's how bullies win. The school administration needed to step up. Then Jasmine went missing. After that, Jasmine's best friend and bullying partner, Celia, had apparently switched tactics, using the police as a tool for continuing to harass Brandon by telling them he was a peeping Tom. I had no doubt she had been the one who had given them enough innuendo, perhaps more, to bring them to our front door. I leaned my head back. My laptop remained at my feet while I tried to sort out my thoughts. Brandon had been so ashamed that girls were bullying him. After he'd finally told us about it, he seemed angry at himself for some reason I couldn't figure out. As if the fact that girls could make him so miserable proved he was a loser. I suppose I should have read more books about bullying, talked to a friend, done more research online, but mostly, all I wanted was to put it behind us. Maybe that was one of those things you can't easily put behind you. For all I knew, there were other things going on at school he hadn't told me about. I wondered if Ace knew more than he was saying. I might have cut him off too soon, but it was too late now. I was not going to go crawling back to a stranger I'd brushed off, a man who did not have children of his own, and start asking for information about Brandon as if I needed his insight into my own son. I really had no idea how all of this had affected Brandon deep inside, and now I wasn't sure if I'd assumed he was okay, when, in fact, he was not at all okay. I was profoundly uneasy, wondering what lay behind those beautiful blue eyes with which my son gazed out upon a world that, so far, had not treated him very well. 16. It was late afternoon, the sky still a pale blue as we were hours away from the spring equinox. I loved looking out the window and seeing the soft, clear sky and sun-splashed garden. The charcoal gray shadows no longer covered the entire backyard, as they had just a few weeks earlier. I opened the top dresser drawer to put away my lingerie that had been hanging to dry in the laundry room. I folded each piece and placed it carefully in its designated spot. As I laid a peach camisole in the drawer, I saw that the coffee-colored camisole was missing. I placed the other items on the dresser top and slid my hand around the drawer, shifting other pieces to see if the camisole had slipped out of place when I'd yanked open the drawer, in a hurry to get ready for work. It wasn't there. I took every piece out to be sure, but it wasn't there. I began opening my other drawers, although I knew I hadn't placed it somewhere else just because I was in a hurry. I loved that camisole. It had been a gift from my maid of honor before Seth and I were married. The color made me want to drink it, and the silk was like nothing I'd ever felt, softer than my hair after I left the salon with a fresh cut. The camisole looked fantastic on me, and I always felt irrationally good when I wore it under a scratchy sweater, or with nothing over it at all for Seth. The camisole was not anywhere in my dresser. I dug through Seth's drawers, knowing it couldn't possibly be there, but wanting to be thorough. I went downstairs and into the storage area off the garage. I pulled my suitcase off the shelf and opened it. I was pretty sure I'd worn the camisole since the last time I'd flown. Still, I was compelled to check. I walked back up the stairs empty-handed and along the upper landing to our bedroom. I stood in the doorway and looked around, trying to think where it might be. My logical brain was telling me it would turn up. I didn't need to tear the house apart. But I wanted it. I loved it, and not being able to find it made me love it more. Having something disappear like that left an uneasy feeling in my stomach. I searched through the drawers in our nightstands, and then looked through the bathroom cabinets and drawers. I stepped into our closet and turned on the light. I checked every single hanger, wondering if the camisole might be caught inside a shirt. As I looked at the bottom shelf where I kept folded sweatshirts, my attention was drawn to a box, artfully hidden behind sweatshirts that dated back to college. The box was metal with a small folding handle and a combination lock. Inside was a handgun. It had been somewhat of an impulse buy that I regretted on the rare occasions when I remembered its existence. I'd bought it when I was a single mother, living in a 100-year-old 3-story house with enough property that none of my neighbors were within earshot. I'd managed to move into this house without Seth ever knowing I had it. I wasn't sure why I'd never told him. On one hand, it didn't seem important since it was locked, and at the same time, it made me feel silly and overly prone to fear. which I was not. The gun was something I needed to be rid of, but I wasn't entirely sure how to go about it, so I constantly pushed the task to the bottom of my mental list. As I had at other times when my possession of it rose to the surface of my mind, I returned my thoughts to the current task. Above the sweatshirts were shelves filled with pullover sweaters. I pulled each one off its shelf and slid my hand between the folds to see if the camisole was trapped inside. When I was finished searching every place I could think of, I felt like a bit of a maniac. Who spends upwards of an hour looking for a piece of lingerie? Now the backyard was covered with evening shadows. It wasn't hard to figure out why I'd invested all that precious time, weekend time that I treasured and liked to devote to my family. As I'd searched every crevice I could think of, I knew all the while that something wasn't right. I'm very meticulous and organized. I follow the principle of everything in its place. I could count on one hand the number of times I'd misplaced something over the past 15 years. The thought nagging below the surface of my mind as I searched, trying to keep my hands busy so the thought would remain in the background, was that Brandon had taken it. Now that I was watching for signs of him acting out, they were popping out everywhere, with the same ferocity as teenage acne. His very in-your-face preference for Ace over his stepfather, treating him like a savior of some kind, ignoring Seth when he spoke, and looking to Ace for responses to his questions. The devastating news of that note he'd written to Jasmine and how she'd publicized it to everyone he knew scared me even more. It made me question every single thing that had happened recently. Had he bailed on Jasmine's vigil? After what she'd done to him, he surely hated her. Had he followed me, disturbing my sense of safety out of some misplaced rage against women in general? Or was that paranoia, fear for Brandon blended with my brain's effort to explain the inexplicable? Still, there was his sudden defiance when we met with the detective, acting as if he were a sophisticated criminal who needed to manage the police and put them in their place. It wasn't Ace who had given him the strength to carry out the advice. That came from somewhere else. Had Jasmine and those other girls brought out something in Brandon that was twisted? Something that had lain inside him since childhood? I tried not to let my mind ask the next logical question. Could his path be altered, or was it too late? I sat on the bed and closed my eyes, tipping my head back to stretch my neck, trying to think about the best way to handle this. If I told Seth, he'd get in Brandon's face, certain that he'd done it, not bothering to approach it carefully so that it wouldn't blow back at him if Brandon was innocent after all. The same thing would happen if I asked Brandon about it. Our relationship would be badly damaged if I accused him of something he hadn't done, and something that had a definite air of perversion about it. I couldn't bear to think of things breaking apart between us because I jumped to the wrong conclusion. I flopped onto my back, my feet still on the floor. I wanted my son to be okay. I wanted him to have a smooth transition into adulthood. Of course, all kids have issues and face challenges, but I'd never expected anything even remotely like this. I felt like I didn't know my own thoughts, wanting to believe the best, scared that I was ignoring the obvious. Finally, I got up, no closer to an answer. I walked down the hall to Brandon's room. I knocked, my hand shaking slightly because I didn't know what I planned to say. I needed to be careful. No accusations. No entrapment. He opened the door. I thought I saw a look of disappointment cross his face. Then I realized he'd been expecting Ace, or hoping for Ace. He rarely opened the door when I knocked, simply calling out, "Hey," or "Yeah," or "What's up?" I shoved the thought aside and tried to glance over his shoulder. It was more difficult than it had been 2 or 3 months ago. Without me fully noticing, he was now only an inch or so shorter than I, possibly even the same height. I had a boy turning into a man right before my eyes, and I didn't have a clue how to make sure that went well, and that he came out relatively undamaged on the other side. "What's up?" Brandon leaned on the doorframe. It seemed as if he wanted to block my view, but surely I imagined that. He wasn't aware I was scanning his room. And for what? As if my lingerie would be draped across a lampshade or a strap hanging out of a drawer? I laughed. He cocked his head and stared hard at me. "Are you okay?" Yes? What do you want? Nothing. I haven't seen you all day. His face told me I'd better lighten it up. Just checking that you're still alive. Not funny. I shrugged. It was the best I had. Well, it's not funny at all. Don't you remember that kid who killed himself at Booker Junior High? Literally over his math homework? He shot himself and was flopped over on his desk, bleeding onto his trig homework. I shivered. Was he deliberately trying to upset me? Was I talking to the teenager who wanted to unsettle his mother, make her feel fear so he could experience his own sense of power? Or was I talking to the little boy who was so horrified by the suicide of a boy his age, he needed to talk about it lightly to keep it far away from him? Being flip with his words and tone made the boy's death seem like a movie, nothing that could touch him because it wasn't real. Or was I talking to a broken young man who'd had thoughts of ending his life? Stepping to my right, I tried to see into his room, still not sure what I was looking for. I wanted to touch him, but I knew he'd brush me off and pull back even further. Are you looking for something? You think I have a gun in here or whatever? I directed my attention to his eyes. No, of course not. I would never think that. Now, of course, I did think that. I shoved the thought away. Well, I'm fine and I'm doing stuff, so... He started to close the door. You could come down and play a game with Simone. You haven't done that in a while, and she really loves it. You're an awesome big brother, you know that, right? I can't play a game right now. I sighed. I'll let you know when dinner's ready. Pork tenderloin, pearl couscous, salad, baby green beans. The sauce for the pork is... Sounds awesome. He closed the door. Downstairs, I entered the kitchen. My heart twisted on itself, making me feel anxious and jumpy. I was more than ready for a soothing pre-dinner glass of wine. Ace was standing in front of the open fridge, leaning inside. For half a second, I considered whether he'd been the one to take my camisole. It didn't feel right. It had the appearance of logic. He was an adult, the stranger in the house. But wouldn't a man who wanted to send some kind of message, whatever that might be, take something that carried a more obvious message of sex? A thong? Why a camisole? Yet a camisole taken by my son had the chill of a disturbed mindset. I shivered slightly, telling myself it was simply the blast of cold air from the open refrigerator door as I moved closer. Are you looking for something? He straightened and closed the door. Just a snack. He grinned. There's some olive tapenade in the pantry, I said, and you can grab a bottle of Pinot Noir out of the wine cabinet. Ace and I sipped wine while I prepared dinner, overcome by a sense of numbness. I called Simone to tear up greens for the salad, a task she always performed with such relish, I wondered what she would be like when she was old enough to wield a knife. Ace sat at the bar and talked about how much he loved cooking and experimenting with food. After several minutes, he wondered out loud whether it was too big a dream to think about taking cooking and nutrition classes at the junior college, and then trying to get accepted into a culinary school.
Not that I can afford something fancy, so that's probably not the best plan.
I gave him a half-smile and said nothing. I looked out the side window at the budding leaves on the maple tree and thought about what he'd said. It was an odd statement, left hanging, as if he wanted me to offer a loan, or a gift. And yet I wasn't offended. I felt nothing but a sincere desire for him to go to culinary school, not that I had any intention of offering help. But he obviously loved cooking, and isn't that the requirement for pursuing anything? Pure love of what you're doing? It was certainly that way for me with the gallery. I loved art, and that love drove me to work hard. It inspired my planning and vision, and it infected people who walked into the gallery. If I told a friend about what Ace had said about culinary school, she would see all sorts of red flags and warn me away from him. She would question whether I was out of my mind, allowing him to move into our house at all, and now that I'd finally recognized what he was really after, allowing him to stay. He'd simply been warming us up for the con. I still had the sense he wanted something from us, but I didn't know what. I did not think it was money for his education. Although maybe it was, and I was deluding myself. Seth had been out all afternoon. When he finally came in, he greeted us, kissed the top of Simone's head, and poured a glass of wine for himself. He said nothing about where he'd been, and I didn't ask. And that made me realize I didn't ask, because I believed that the answer would be either something unimportant like the hardware store, or a lie. The thought shocked me. 17. Unless there was an artist's reception, Renee didn't work on Mondays. It was a notoriously quiet day at the gallery. She'd come in today because we were holding our quarterly review of the gallery layout, looking for ways to freshen the appearance of every artist's work. We wore jeans and t-shirts, prepared to work hard. Before we started, we sat at the table in the office with a layout of the gallery on a whiteboard before us, a 20-color pack of dry erase pens lying on the table. I'd brought lattes and chocolate-filled croissants to enjoy while we brainstormed. As Renee took a bite of her croissant, and the pleasure of the flaky dough followed by the burst of chocolate spread across her face, I thought of Brandon. I didn't know why. It might have been the pure childlike pleasure you rarely see on the face of an adult. It was a look that I missed on Brandon's face. I found myself searching for it often, trying to prove to myself he was still a kid, not a fully formed adult. I rarely found it, although I had seen it a few days earlier when he was playing pool with Ace. He had sunk a difficult shot, and his face literally glowed with pleasure. Or maybe Renee's expression caused me to think of Brandon, because my thoughts were always on him lately. Worrying was a more accurate description. Something weird happened Saturday, I said. I was surprised I'd spoken out loud. But Renee and I were fairly close, and we talked about a lot of things. I'd discussed my marriage with her, the good and some of the challenges, not too much. She kept me updated on her love life. Most of the time, it didn't feel like we were boss and employee. "What's that?" She sipped her latte and took another bite of croissant. I stared at mine, not finding it at all appealing. It's a little embarrassing to talk about, but I'm trying to figure out if I'm paranoid or out of my mind. I laughed. The thing is, my favorite camisole disappeared from my dresser drawer. "Sounds normal," Renee said. "My lingerie seems to travel around my bedroom on its own, in and out of my gym bag. I'm always missing one thing or another. I don't normally lose things. I'm pretty organized." She laughed. True enough. I sipped the coffee, burning the tip of my tongue. I put the cup down. "I think Brandon took it. I'm worried he's—" She stared at me. "Why would you think that?" "Because he—" "First of all, you don't know for sure you didn't misplace it." "I'm pretty sure. Positive, in fact." "Are you?" "It's a big leap from 'I can't find it' to 'my teenage son is stealing my lingerie.' Or do you think he's experimenting with cross-dressing?" The thought had never entered my mind. I picked up the croissant, but still didn't feel like taking a bite. The effort, even with the air-filled, flaky dough that would melt on my tongue, seemed too much. Was it possible Brandon was experimenting with his sexuality? I had no idea. There was nothing else in his behavior that made me think that was the case, but what other behavior would I see? I knew nothing about what led to that desire or how it usually played out. "Anything's possible," I said. "He's at the age for trying to figure out who he is." "Maybe. He's been acting out a little, and I wonder if this is more about that." "Why is he acting out?" I took away his phone. Temporarily, but you know how addicted kids are to their phones. "Kids?" She lowered her chin and looked up at me, waiting for me to admit to a similar addiction among adults. "I'm worried about him." "Then give him back the phone if that's all you think it is." "Not yet. It's a punishment." For some reason, she didn't ask what the punishment was for. And maybe that was another reason I cherished our friendship that had formed itself around the expected barriers of loss and employee. She was blunt and honest, curious but always tactful. I supposed she didn't want to breach Brandon's privacy. Maybe she thought I'd already shared too much. "I know you won't tell anyone," I said. "Never. He's a good kid." "I know." She'd only met him a few times, and in that moment I couldn't remember much of anything I'd said about him over the years. Mostly she and I talked about work and other aspects of life, and men. My kids only came up occasionally. Partially because I did respect their privacy. The fact that I'd mentioned it at all told me how deep my concern went. Concern and the knowledge I was helpless to do anything. I'd circled right back to where I'd started, accusing Brandon of going through my drawers, of taking something so personal would irreparably damage our relationship if it turned out I was wrong. Now that Renee had mentioned the cross-dressing, I had another tender spot to consider. Maybe he wanted to talk about it. Who else was there for him to talk to if it was something like that? Absolutely not Seth, and most likely not Ace, and certainly not his friends. "What does Seth think about it?" Renee asked. I sipped my coffee, enjoying the creamy luxury of foamed milk. Usually I stuck to black coffee, if I even had coffee. Mostly I drank green tea because I could drink a lot more and not get the caffeine jitters. "I haven't told him." "Uh-oh." "Why do you say that?" "Because that means there are other things going on here." "Like what?" "I don't know. You're the only one who can answer that question. If you don't want to talk to him about Brandon's problems, then you must not trust him or something." I hadn't told Renee about Seth's deception. It was embarrassing, although why I should be the one who was embarrassed, I had no idea. Telling someone about it would force me to view it in a new way, and I'd be even more upset. It would keep alive something I was trying very hard to put to rest. Renee tapped her midnight blue fingernail on the table to get my attention. "My take is that you haven't told Seth because you know you're jumping to conclusions. You don't know that Brandon took it, and you don't want to say something false. You don't want Seth to look at him differently when there's a good chance it's all a figment of your imagination." I nodded slowly. She was making sense. She gobbled up the rest of her croissant. I stared at mine and took small sips of coffee. Thinking along the lines she suggested calmed me. I'd rushed to an assumption. The camisole might be in a place I hadn't thought of because my mind was so twisted around concern for my son. Still, I couldn't think of a place I hadn't searched. A heavy feeling remained in my stomach. My initial instinct that Brandon was at fault was not going to release its grip easily. Adding on to my gut feeling, her suggestion that he was trying on my lingerie scared me. I had no idea how a mother was supposed to address her son's inclination in that direction. No other pieces of my lingerie had gone missing. I was sure I would have noticed. Besides, my camisole wouldn't fit him. I laughed. "Feeling better?" Renee asked. I shrugged. There was no point in telling her I still had concerns. She didn't have children, so she couldn't fully understand from that perspective. And she didn't know half the story. It hadn't been fair to expect her to be supportive when I was withholding the most crucial point, my fear that those girls had permanently damaged his psyche. Or that I myself had done that. I closed my eyes, remembering 4-year-old Brandon in his pirate-themed attic room of the Victorian house that Jack and I had been working to renovate. Brandon was lying in his bed, tears spilling out of his eyes as I told him stories that I knew were distortions of the truth. I shook my head vigorously and forced my eyes open. "Are you okay?" Renee asked. I gave her a warm, confident smile. "Absolutely. Let's get started on this. Enough time wasted on what happened yesterday. All we have is the future, right?" Suddenly I was ravenous. I took a large bite of the croissant, drowning my concerns in the delicate pastry and the rich, dark chocolate. I hoped I had a childlike smile of pleasure on my face. 18. I stood at the kitchen counter, chopping carrots for a barley and beef soup I was making for dinner. It wasn't a meal that evoked spring, but it was pouring rain with a strong, colder-than-normal wind sweeping down the Pacific coast from Alaska. Soup was perfect. I was serving it with sourdough bread I'd made with a starter given to me by a friend who owned the clothing shop next door to my gallery. A salad would have been a good addition, but I'd forgotten to buy greens. Seth had stopped on his way home to pick up the barley I'd inadvertently added to the following week's list. By the time I thought about the salad, he was already on his way home from the grocery store. When he walked into the kitchen, his hair was wet, and rivulets of water ran down the folds of his raincoat.
Traffic is a mess, he said.
Thanks for stopping at the store.
I wasn't complaining.
I know. Just saying thanks. I walked around the counter and turned my face up to his to kiss him. He pressed his lips against my forehead and stepped back to remove his raincoat.
I'll mop up the water.
Not a problem. I returned to chopping carrots. He went out, down the hallway, past the pantry and guest bathroom into the garage to hang his coat where it could drip dry without getting water all over the tiled foyer. He returned with some old towels that he dragged across the kitchen floor to mop up the water. Any interviews set up today? I asked. He shrugged. I smiled, maintaining my patience. Do you want a glass of wine?
Let me get rid of these.
He disappeared with the towels. When he returned, he was carrying a bottle of red wine. He held it up so I could see the label.
Is this good with the soup?
Yes, looks good. He began to open the bottle.
I don't know why people get so frantic when they drive in the rain.
All this wind probably doesn't help. Were we really going to talk about traffic and weather when I just asked him about his interview status and received nothing but a shrug? It seemed as if he'd returned to the topic of traffic deliberately to steer the conversation away from his interviews, using his exit from the room to cement the end of any discussion about his job search. He poured a splash of wine into each glass and held out a glass to me. When I took it, he raised his in a toast.
To more rain. We need it.
His words had to go down as the most absurd and meaningless toast of our entire marriage. Of course we needed rain, and everyone was glad we were still getting prolific storms, but was it something you toasted with a nice bottle of wine? So did the recruiter schedule any more interviews?
Not today.
What's her strategy?
Strategy?
Is she positioning you for another management role? Is she talking to a predetermined number of companies a day? Does she take your input on where to look for opportunities? Does she have other ways of getting you exposure aside from interviews? He dug in his pocket and pulled out a business card.
Here's her contact information. Why don't you call her, Ellie? You can advise her on how to get your loser husband out of the breadline.
A sensation like an ice-cold needle made its way into my throat. I turned away and pulled a knife I didn't need out of the woodblock. I placed it beside the cutting board. When I turned back, the card was no longer in his hand. He took a long swallow of wine. I waited for him to speak, to tell me what was wrong. It was futile. He wanted me to guess. He wanted me to intuit his needs and mood, and when I failed, he wanted me to recognize my failure without him having to tell me. I know this is tough, I said. He nodded, but his expression was one of annoyance. He seemed to be trying hard not to say anything that would blow things wide open. He seemed to be forcefully pressing his lips closed, his jaw tight with the effort of not speaking, as if it took all the strength he had. I'm just interested in what's going on. I care about what's happening.
Yeah.
He splashed more wine into his glass.
I think I'll watch the news.
He turned and disappeared into the hallway. I went to the fridge and got out the bowl of cut-up beef. I drizzled some oil into the soup pot and turned on the gas. I would nurture my family with extraordinary food, even if lately I felt like I was failing to do that emotionally. Once the beef began sizzling, I gave it a stir and turned back to the cutting board to begin peeling the potatoes. When Ace came into the room, I was looking down, concentrating on the very long piece of skin I'd managed to keep whole as I ran the peeler down the length of the potato.
That's impressive.
He grabbed the skin off the peeler and dropped it onto the pile in front of me. Hey, you broke my streak.
I guess that means there's no first-place ribbon for you in the potato peeling finals.
It was so stupid, I laughed.
You can fry the peeled skins, you know. They're delicious with some butter and salt.
We're not having fried potato skins with barley soup.
They'll keep.
Maybe another time. I scooped up the damp, gummy skins and dropped them into the garbage. Help yourself to a glass of wine.
I meant to bring a bottle or two home with me. I'm suddenly great friends with the guy who owns the wine shop. He's helped me pick out the wine I've given you since I don't know jack about wine.
I smiled, not wanting to comment on how he was installing himself in our lives, or the fact that a bottle of wine here and there was a rather weak thank you for a luxurious bedroom suite and 3 meals a day. It wasn't that I expected his gratitude. If you're helping someone, there should be no thought of a debt owed to you. I wholeheartedly believed that. But I did wonder occasionally why he didn't show more substantial appreciation. He seemed to behave as if we were fortunate to have him around. Maybe we were. Brandon was clearly benefiting from Ace's presence. More often, I noticed that Ace acted as a buffer between Seth and me. Parts of our marriage were definitely broken. Ace's good nature helped us speak more casually and pleasantly to each other. His presence distracted our kids from the tension. I increased the movement of my hand, scraping the peeler across the surface of the potato. Ace picked up my iPad and started the playlist that was open. I'd paused it when Seth came into the room, hoping to have a genuine conversation with him. Apparently, my husband had no such desire. Ace picked up his wine glass and took a sip.
"What can I do to help with dinner?"
"Nothing right now. Once I cut up the potatoes, the soup will be ready to put together. After that, we have an hour before the bread goes into the oven. You could put soup bowls on the table. They're in the sideboard left-hand cabinet." As I spoke, I lowered my head over the potato I was peeling. A few strands of hair fell across my eyes. I blew them out of the way, anxious to be done peeling so I could get the soup simmering. At the rate I was going, dinner wouldn't be ready until 7. The same pieces of hair fell over my eyes again. I blew them off my brow. I lifted my chin, hoping to keep it off my face. Now it was hard to hold my gaze on the sharp peeler and the weeping potato. Ace put down his wine glass. He walked around the island and came up beside me. He reached out and moved the strands of hair away from my eyes, tucking them neatly behind my ear. The potato slid around in my hand. I tried to tighten my grip to keep the slick orb under control. The peeler gouged the flesh, and the skin refused to catch under the blade. The sensations rushing through me made me feel as if I might drop everything. My body had become soft and liquid, trembling with pleasure. I moved away from him and placed the half-peeled potato on the cutting board. I looked across the room, trying to shift my perspective away from the intense awareness of his presence. He was still standing too close. I sensed he was ready to manage the unruly strands of hair if they fell out of place again. My eyes were blurry. When I blinked to clear them, I saw Simone standing just outside the doorway between the kitchen and the dining room. She stared at me, her eyes round, her lips parted. All the hot blood that had been pulsing through my veins turned to ice water. I glanced at Ace. "I can handle the rest of this. Thanks." He looked surprised, but without responding, he picked up his wine glass and headed toward the doorway into the foyer. I moved to the end of the counter, still holding the potato peeler, noticing, as if I'd just woken up, that it was extended in front of me like a weapon. I lowered my hand and walked to where Simone was standing. "Hi, sweetie. Did you come to help set the table?" She stared at me, not smiling, hardly seeming to breathe. "Simone?" She took a few steps back. "Are you okay?" She nodded, still not smiling. I wiped my damp fingers on my jeans and stroked her hair, moving her thick bangs to the side to expose her eyebrows. Then I yanked my hand away, feeling how my gesture mirrored Ace's hand touching my cheek. "Where's Brandon?" Simone asked. "In his room, I think." She shook her head. "He's not. Did you look in the pool room?" She shook her head again. She turned and walked across the dining room and out the door. I remained for several minutes, looking at the place where she'd stood. She was too young for subterfuge, wasn't she? Asking for Brandon wasn't a move to cover up her shock at seeing Ace touching me, perhaps sensing how much I'd welcomed it. A 6-year-old didn't cover up her feelings, didn't pretend she had something else on her mind, did she? I was fairly certain the answer was no, but still I felt a hard, thick knot in my stomach. It was unlikely that she'd even seen. The gesture was so quick, a second or two at best, and she couldn't possibly know the effect it had had on me. She didn't have the life experience to interpret it. Even though I imagined myself flushed and limp with desire, the evidence obvious to the world, it was not as outwardly visible as I feared. That was all in my mind. Or was I lying to myself? I returned to the kitchen, mostly confident she hadn't seen. I vowed to be more careful, although the touch had been on his part, and I couldn't control that at all. It looked like I was equally unable to control my own body. 19. I was standing on the sidewalk in front of my house, studying the empty strip of dirt that used to house clusters of white and red cyclamen. We'd lost them to frost in December. I was trying to decide whether it was too late in the year to try planting some gladiolus bulbs. I'd just come home from work, and the garage door was open. The spot where Seth's car belonged beside mine was still empty. I'd left it open because I expected him to pull up at any minute. It's a strange feeling to stand near the curb and look at the front of your own house. In a single glance, it's utterly familiar and almost foreign. Once you've moved in, you rarely take time to study the exterior of your house, considering how it appears to the world, marveling at the intricacy and meaning and diversity of human experience being lived out inside its rooms. Our house was a Mediterranean style with stucco walls and a red-tiled roof. The portico was over the second story, giving the entrance a grand appearance that at first struck me as pretentious, yet it gave a stately beauty to the house. Looking at it now, I was reminded of how the house immediately felt comfortable and welcoming. I liked the fact that it was very different from the Victorian house I'd lived in with Jack, the place where I lived when Brandon was born, the place where I learned how strong I am. I think I was subconsciously drawn to the modern feel of the Mediterranean style, the sense that a house of that type was meant to exist under near-constant blue skies, surrounded by palm trees, and the sun-splashed patio and yard that suggested peaceful afternoons and warm evenings. "Hi, Ellie." I jerked around toward the sound of Angela's voice. I hadn't spoken to her since our innuendo-filled conversation about her fears over the threat of a peeping Tom. I gave her a half-smile. "You scared me." She didn't return the smile. "Whose truck is that?" "It belongs to our guest." "The long-haired guy?" I nodded. "Remember? He's a friend of Seth's cousin." "How long is he going to be parked here?" She and I had always been friendly, but now her tone sounded almost threatening. "For as long as he's staying with us." "I don't want this to turn into the kind of neighborhood where there are all kinds of cars parked in the street. It looks trashy." "Cars park at curbs, Angela. There's not a lot we can do about it. They belong in the garage. If you don't have room, he's only here for a short time." "How short?" "There are lots of cars parked on the street. I'm not sure what the issue is." "I wouldn't say there are lots. A few once in a while. When they stay there for weeks at a time, it's an eyesore." She stared at me, her eyes boring into my skull. She looked as if she wanted to say something more, but was trying not to make unfounded accusations. "It's not in front of your house," I said. "It needs washing," she said. She looked so angry. I couldn't understand why she was so upset about it. And why me, when I could look down the street and see 5 or 6 other vehicles parked at the curb, some equally in need of a wash. "This is a very nice neighborhood, and it doesn't stay that way if everyone doesn't care equally," she said. "You can't block off the streets. People have guests, they drive cars, they get parked in the street. If it bothers you this much, you should have chosen a neighborhood with an HOA. This is a public street. Why are you so upset?" "Because I don't know who this guy is and why he's living with you." "He's not living with us. The truck has been parked there for a long time." "It's not really any of your business." She stood there as if she expected me to back down, to agree to move the truck immediately, to side with her on her concern for unwanted vehicles. "The neighborhood is deteriorating. This creep looking in girls' windows, Jasmine's murder. Things like that have never happened around here. It's terrifying. How does any of that relate to a truck parked in front of our house? It's a symptom. You drive through an area where cars are parked all over the street, blocking driveways, sitting in the front yard. It looks cheap. When it looks cheap, crime goes up. It's been proven. Has it? She glared at me. I think we're a long way from people parking cars on the front lawn, I said. She crossed her arms, her fingers white with the pressure of her grip on her upper arms. She continued to stare at me. We stood silently for what seemed like minutes. I wasn't sure what she was trying to say about Jasmine's death and the peeping Tom. They weren't at all in the same class in terms of her fear level. It seemed as if she was suggesting Ace might be the one looking in windows, even that he might have killed Jasmine. At least she was no longer making veiled threats about Brandon when she spoke about the peeping Tom. Still, I felt she was turning on me, on us. We'd always had a cordial, if not super-friendly relationship with Angela and her family. We chatted when we were coming or going at the same time. We'd been in each other's homes once or twice for a glass of wine or dessert and coffee. I'm not sure why the truck bothers you so deeply, but he's going to be here for a bit longer, so you should probably get used to it. I told you why it bothers me. It's a symptom of what's going on around here. I don't see the connection. Because you're not looking. You're too caught up with that extra man living in your house. Her words were dripping with innuendo, and the look in her eyes matched. I felt queasy. I wasn't sure what she wanted, or where this was going, but arguing with her was making things worse. I put on a friendly smile and tipped my head to the side, trying to look compliant and eager to please, all the things I am not. I'm really sorry the truck is upsetting you. I can see why you're concerned about crime, but all of that's over now. Jasmine's murder is something that could happen anywhere, not a symptom that crime is going up in our area. She glanced toward our open garage door, and then her gaze traveled across the space between the two houses. She turned her attention back to me. Does Brandon say much about Jasmine's murder? Not really. Neither does Tara. They had counselors at the school, but who knows what they talked about. They didn't think to update the parents on that. I'd like to know how much my daughter was affected by all of that. I think they owe us more information. Have you asked Tara about it? She says it's fine, whatever that means. I forced a laugh, still trying to get her to settle down and turn her attention away from Ace's presence in our lives. I wondered why she cared so much. The homes were all designed so that most of the larger windows looked out on the backyards. There was clearly more going through her mind than just the truck. I wanted to know what that was, but there was no way to find out without saying too much, without looking like I had concerns about our overnight guest. 20. Brandon pulled the cue stick back, bending his elbow in the form that Ace had taught him. The stick shot forward, glancing off the top of the white ball. The ball rolled 6 inches and stopped. Shit! Brandon! Seth's voice was too loud, sending a shock down my spine. I gave Seth a look that should have carried a warning, but even though he was looking at me, he didn't react. We'd discussed many times that Brandon responded to firm guidance, but not to shouting or sarcasm. Now that he was a teenager, it was even more important to show respect to him, to not let disagreements turn into shouting matches. Yet those were not the tactics Seth preferred when he deemed Brandon's behavior defiant.
No worries, Ace said. You can take the shot again. This is a game, not a classroom.
Seth's voice was still too loud, and I felt myself cringe.
Yep, and we aren't betting, so offering another shot to a kid who's 14 when we're well past 30 seems fair. It's like a golf handicap.
Seth glowered. It was charitable of Ace to say we were well over 30, since Seth had just celebrated his 40th birthday.
I don't want another shot.
Brandon dropped his pool cue on the table.
I'm done. Don't be a sore loser,
Seth said.
I'm not a sore loser because we're not losing. We're tied with you and Mom. If you're quitting, put the cue back where it belongs.
Brandon's expression had the look of despair. If I didn't know better, that he would never cry in front of anyone, I would have thought the tears were ready to start flowing, I picked up Brandon's cue and turned away from the table.
"Don't do that," Seth said. "If he's not playing, he needs to put the cue away, not throw a temper tantrum."
I walked around the table to where Brandon was standing, his hands shoved in his back pockets. He looked past me, directing his attention to Seth.
"It's not a tantrum. In case you haven't noticed, the police are hassling me about killing someone. But I guess you don't get what it feels like to be wrongfully accused." "No one accused you of anything," Seth said. "They're thinking it." "It's not possible to know what another person is thinking, so try again," Seth said. "You did what you needed to do," Ace said. "You didn't give them any room to twist your words or get you to say something that wasn't 100% true. So you'll be fine." I don't think they're going to put up with me not answering their questions."
"They have to," Ace said. "It's in the Constitution."
"It's not fair they think I might have killed her. Jasmine was a bitch to lots of kids."
"If you didn't do it," Seth said, "there's nothing to worry about." He leaned over the table, lined up his shot, and the cue bolted through the arch of his fingers, hitting the ball just below the center. The ball rolled across the table, hitting 2 striped balls. Neither one made it to a pocket. His lips moved, and I could feel that a curse was on his tongue, but he was not going to let it out after he'd reprimanded Brandon. I found myself wishing he would, wishing that Brandon could get the upper hand. The minute the thought passed through my mind, I brushed it away. That wasn't really what I wanted. It was an instinctive desire from the past, from seeing Brandon lose his confidence in the face of more powerful people, in the face of overly confident teenagers. What I really wanted was for him to respect Seth, for Seth to care about Brandon. Why was that getting more difficult every day?
"Your turn."
Seth nodded his head at Ace.
"We can finish the game with the players who are good sports." "I'm not a bad sport," Brandon said. His voice wavered. "How would you like it if the cops were treating you like you're a killer?" "Stop whining," Seth said. "I already told you if you didn't do anything, you don't have to worry about it. Man up."
"Hey." Ace straightened, taking his hand off the table where he'd positioned it for his next shot.
"Back off, buddy."
Seth looked startled, but he said nothing. The room was silent as we waited for Seth to lash out at Ace. He remained silent, studying each of us in turn as if he'd never seen us before. I was certain Brandon didn't know anything about Jasmine's murder, but looking at him now, that certainty was wobbling again. Had he seen something he didn't want to talk about? Was afraid to talk about? Had he been out looking in Katie's window that night and seen Jasmine walking in the dark, alone and easy prey? The silence lingered. I couldn't figure out why Seth wasn't responding. He looked like he hardly cared that this relative stranger had told him how to parent. He looked like this was more about his irritation with Brandon than with another man trying to undermine his authority. My skin felt cold. I wanted to say something to change the atmosphere in the room, but I couldn't think of a single word. I'd grown to like Ace. It was pleasant having him around, but it was not good if he was going to start acting like he had as much right to parent Brandon as Seth did. Brandon did not need 3 parents, and he didn't need his stepfather undermined. At the same time, I liked that Ace had stood up for Brandon. I liked that he understood how anxious Brandon was. Ace leaned over the table and took his shot, sinking the 8-ball. Well, that's the end of that. He took Brandon's cue out of my hand. He went to the rack and fitted both into their brackets. Brandon walked out of the room. A moment later, I heard him running up the stairs, calling to Simone, asking if she wanted to play a board game. Ace racked the balls. He turned to Seth.
"I didn't mean to overstep, but I can't promise it won't happen again. The kid needs some reassurance."
Seth shrugged.
"Everyone says teenagers will turn your hair gray."
He laughed.
"Well, I think I'll go watch some TV. Good game."
Ace extended his hand, and he and Seth shook. I felt myself tense up, knowing he would take my hand next, hoping I could keep my thoughts on Brandon and Seth when my skin came into contact with Ace's.
"Later,"
Ace said. He walked out of the room. Relief surged through me. Brandon needs us to be patient. Seth folded his arms across his chest.
He also needs to calm down. After that scene with the detective, he's giving the impression he's hiding something.
Do you think he is? I hated myself for asking. Hated myself for not trusting my son.
You mean, did he strangle that girl and dump her body? Probably not.
Probably not? I felt a hitch in my throat. I can't believe you'd even consider that thought.
I didn't. You said it.
No, I said, do you think he's hiding something? That he saw her killer? Maybe he knows who her killer is and he's afraid to say. I did not say that my son is a killer.
I thought he was our son.
He is.
You said my son.
I misspoke. But maybe hearing you suggest something like that makes me feel like the connection between you and Brandon is completely broken. He's never good enough for you. He lifted his eyebrows.
He needs to face up to reality. For whatever reason, the police still want to talk to him. All they want is his perspective on Jasmine's life. They're looking for any secrets or dangerous relationships, information about others she bullied. The way Brandon's behaving, it's hard not to think he's protecting himself, and that leads to the question, what does he need protection from?
I don't like what you're saying. I'm worried about him. I longed for Seth to walk toward me and take me in his arms. That was what it used to be like when I'd had a bad day at work or was struggling with concerns about our children. Instead, he glanced at the door as if he wanted to escape. As if he were the one being interrogated. It was possible to bridge the chasm between us if I took a step toward him and put my arms around him. If I leaned my head against his chest and listened to the calming thud of his heart, the sound and sensation of that rhythmic beat would give me strength. But I couldn't. I was too worried about Brandon, and it wouldn't help how I was feeling if Seth rejected my touch again. Seth had been a terrific father to Brandon when we first got together. They'd played board games, went for bike rides, and chatted about what Brandon was learning in school. It warmed me listening to Seth ask about each of his subjects, Brandon's face lighting up as he described what went on in his classroom. Seth helped him with math problems and book reports, boosting Brandon's confidence, and helped him learn good study habits. Now it was becoming clear that Seth felt threatened by his lack of control over this soon-to-be man in our house. I was starting to wonder whether Seth's coldness wasn't only about his job loss. I wondered if he misinterpreted the connection Brandon and I shared, believing we were aligned against him in some way. The thought upset me, but it wouldn't go away. That evening, Ace made tacos for dinner, insisting I get out of the kitchen and put my feet up. Cooking wasn't something I needed a break from, but he was insistent, and I didn't want to debate with him. As I settled on the living room couch with a mug of tea and a podcast plugged into my ears, I realized Ace might be trying to avoid any more physical contact. I respected him for that. I also felt shoved out of my own kitchen. Was he planning to permanently install himself in our home? The shredded pork tacos with homemade pico de gallo and guacamole were delicious. Seth, Brandon, and I ate quickly and silently, as if we were in some sort of eating contest. Ace and Simone chatted away. He asked about her favorite books, and what was the best part of her school day. He listened intently as she described how she loved the hands-on projects they did during science lessons. Finally, I joined their chatter. Brandon perked up and made a few comments, but Seth remained mute the entire meal. After dinner, Seth went out to the garage, presumably to putter around his workbench. I loaded the dishwasher, then went into the TV room to close the shutters. As I held the cord to shut them, I saw Seth standing in the driveway, talking to Angela. I stood there for several minutes, waiting for her to look in the direction of Ace's truck, or gesture toward it. Anything to suggest she was shoveling out her complaints to Seth. Instead, she turned and looked at the house. I stepped back from the window. What was she talking about? I'd never seen them carrying on so much of a conversation outside of social events. What was so important it needed a lengthy discourse? It It was several more minutes before she turned away and began walking back to her house. Seth headed toward the garage. I closed the shutters and went into the living room, where I settled on the couch. When Seth came into the house, he didn't mention that he'd even seen Angela. A while later, Seth went to bed, nearly an hour before our usual time, pleading exhaustion. I bit my tongue to stop myself from asking what could have exhausted him, since I doubted he was occupied more than a few hours a day with his career development. When I went into the bedroom just after 10, he was snoring gently. I readied myself for bed, slipped between the covers, and turned toward him. I shook him gently, and he opened his eyes. "What were you and Angela talking about?"
"Huh?"
"You were outside talking to Angela after dinner. It looked serious." He laughed.
"It looked serious?"
I waited, holding his gaze, keeping my expression steady.
"Nothing. Just about Ace living here. She doesn't like the truck parked out there."
"When is he planning to move out? It's been more than 2 weeks."
"So?"
I took a deep breath, reminding myself not to get derailed by a pointless conversation around the original deal that Ace would only be with us for a week or so. "It would be nice to get back to being a family."
"We haven't stopped being a family."
I could feel in his tone, in the hardness of his gaze, that this was likely to become an argument. "We're never alone. Even when we go to bed, it feels like we should be entertaining him."
"That's your issue. I don't feel that way at all."
I moved close to him, putting my hand on his thigh. "He was only supposed to be here for a week."
"He was?"
"Yes."
"I don't recall saying that."
"Well, you did. But regardless, wouldn't it be nice to be just us and the kids at dinner time, watching movies or whatever?" He plumped his pillow and turned on his side, facing away from me. "I'm trying to talk to you."
"I'm tired. I didn't sleep much last night."
I didn't want to be the one to start it. I didn't want him to blame me for that, too. My mouth was hot with the desire to tell him about Ace touching me, but once it was said, I could never take it back. "So you're okay with him staying indefinitely?"
"He won't be here forever. It hasn't been a problem at all. The kids like him."
I turned off the lamp on my side and settled down, my back toward his. My thoughts began to race in circles. Why had Seth lost his job? He'd claimed the company had carried out across-the-board layoffs. Was that the truth? He'd already manufactured one major untruth. How did I know the layoff itself wasn't more of the same? Possibly there had been trouble at work and he was the only person let go. That would explain why his job search in a strong job market was taking so long. As my eyes closed, I saw Angela's face, her mouth, mostly, moving rapidly, hardly pausing to let Seth speak. I recalled the things she'd said to me. "An extra man living in your house." It was a strange way to describe a house guest. Was it possible she thought something was going on between Ace and me? Had she suggested that to Seth? I turned onto my back. I felt around for Seth's hand. He moved it out of my reach, inhaling sharply with a deep snore as he did, pulling away from me even when he was unconscious. It was all making me very tired. Not the kind of tired that pulled me quickly into a deep, dreamless sleep. This was the kind of tired in which the mind is exhausted, but the body isn't demanding rest. Why the hell wouldn't my husband tell me what was going on? Or maybe he had. I was too aggressive, unsympathetic, outshining him with my career. Well, that was not my fault. I loved him as he was, with or without a job. It was monumentally unfair that he didn't feel the same way toward me. Was I supposed to ease up on my dedication to my gallery so my husband felt like the king of the castle? Finally, I drifted to sleep, my mind not any more clear. When I woke, it was light outside. Seth was standing on my side of the bed. He'd been tapping my forehead to wake me. He was already showered and dressed. I was startled I hadn't heard the water running or his movement to and from the closet to the bathroom.
"I'm heading out,"
he said. I pushed away my irritation at being woken by a finger prodding my forehead. I sat up. He was wearing a crisp white shirt and a dark green necktie with his black suit. "Do you have an interview?"
"No."
The expression that accompanied his terse answer teetered on the edge of a sneer. I wiped my eyes, thinking I was interpreting the twist of his lips through my lingering irritation at him for poking me awake. His face had resumed its normal expression, leaving me in doubt whether I'd misread it or he'd quickly buried all visible signs of resentment.
"Then why are you leaving so early?" "The recruiter gets in at 8. I'm her first appointment today."
I smiled, hating myself for trying to placate him when he didn't seem at all concerned with the vibes he was transmitting. "Have a good day." I tipped my chin up and leaned forward, expecting a kiss. I wanted a kiss. I wanted to feel his mouth on mine, proof that I was exaggerating the chasm between us, proof that we would be okay. He took a step back and shoved his hands into his pockets. He looked so good, tall and fit, freshly shaved, gazing down at me with those incredibly dark and inscrutable eyes that I'd loved since the moment we first looked at each other and felt a connection.
"By the way,"
he cleared his throat and hesitated for a brief moment.
"There's a networking event in Napa this weekend. Golf, wine tasting."
"Okay,
Sorry, I forgot to mention it. It's hosted by the recruiting firm. Executives from Bay Area companies will be there. It's a chance to interact informally with the leadership from top companies."
"Okay." I had no idea what to say beyond that one limp, compliant word. As he filled in the details, it sounded truthful, but I shoved the thought away. It would be good for him. He needed an ego boost from his peers. Maybe that had been the problem. There are some things a couple can't do for each other, no matter how much they'd like to. Then it hit me. If there had been trouble at work for a while, for a year or more, maybe his conflict with Brandon was coming out of a sense of inadequacy in his career. It wasn't about my success or Brandon at all. Relief flooded my body. I climbed out of bed and gave him a hopeful smile. "Of course you need to go. That sounds fantastic."
"I'm not asking your permission." He took a step back. "I'll be leaving straight from the outplacement office."
He turned and looked toward the bedroom door. I followed his gaze. A small suitcase stood waiting, a garment bag draped over the top. I swallowed hard. I slid my arms around his waist and held on to him. "I didn't mean to imply you need my permission." He put his hand on my shoulder.
"Good. Then I'll see you sometime Sunday afternoon."
"Before dinner?" He shrugged. I moved away from him. "You don't know what time you'll be back?"
"No, I don't know what time I'll be back. I said Sunday afternoon."
He started toward the doorway. "I love you." The tone laced through my words sounded nothing like love, and I regretted that my frustration and helplessness came through so clearly. He looked at me and gave a single nod of his head.
"Same here."
And then he was gone. The hopeful thoughts that had rushed through me a moment earlier disappeared with him. 21. The moment I heard the garage door close after Seth backed his car out, I grabbed my tablet. Although our communication had been erratic, it struck me as a little strange that he hadn't mentioned the networking event until he was walking out the door. Forgetting to say something sounded logical, but it wasn't like forgetting to mention meeting a friend for drinks. It was the entire weekend. I Googled the name of the resort he'd mentioned. There was indeed a networking event taking place. I felt my shoulders relax at the truthfulness of his plans. After that, I decided I was going to put him out of my head. I would ignore his refusal to say he loved me. I wouldn't think about his failure to kiss me in the way I longed for, or his increasing hostility toward Brandon. There was nothing I could do to fix our relationship while he was out of town. I went through the day feeling calm and pleasantly detached. That afternoon, I sold 2 of Laura Lavender's urns. When the customer walked out of the gallery, I raised my hand for a high five with Renee, and her hand met mine with perfect synchronization. It was a classless and cheesy thing to do, but my positive feelings and the energy surging through me were too much to simply express on my grinning face. I needed physical contact. Friday was the same. We enjoyed a steady flow of customers all day as people took off to get an early start enjoying the weekend, with its promise of balmy weather. While I sipped a mug of tea late in the afternoon, I texted Seth and asked how his event was going. I told him about the sale of 2 urns the previous day. There was no response, which told me he was still on the golf course. Before I picked up Simone from after-school care, I stopped by the grocery store. I selected 3 ribeye steaks. I bought potato salad from the deli and the broccoli that I would sauté with a spicy Asian-style sauce. Simone had been invited to spend the night with Jillian. Sarah would take both girls to dance class on Saturday morning. We'd packed Simone's overnight bag that morning, so I dropped her off at Jillian's house. Sarah invited me to have a glass of wine so we could catch up, but I declined. I was famished, and I could already smell the beef sizzling on the barbecue. At home, I poured a small glass of Zinfandel, settled the steaks into a simple marinade, grabbed a handful of Simone's cheddar fish crackers to stave off my hunger, and went out to the patio. I set my glass on the table and picked up my phone. There were 3 new text messages, one from Brandon letting me know he was spending the night with his sole real-life gaming friend. Nate's parents were ordering pizza and they'd have a video game marathon. The next message was from Renee telling me that after I'd left, she'd sold one of the pairs of handcrafted jade earrings and the silver collar necklace with a large onyx stone. The final message was not from Seth, as I'd expected. It was simply an alert that my cell phone bill was ready for payment. I put down the phone and took a sip of wine, thinking about the steak salad I could make for lunch on Saturday with Brandon's uneaten steak. I stared at the screen. I tapped the thread showing my recent message exchanges with Seth. Surely I'd missed his reply in the business of the afternoon. There were no new messages. I closed the messaging app and reopened it, wondering if it was some sort of phone glitch. No new messages. I powered down my phone and waited for it to reboot. Still no message. At my suggestion, Seth and I had never connected the friend location service on our phone. To me, tracking someone's location was stalking. It meant checking up on the person whom you trusted enough to hand over your entire life to, the person who slept beside you, the man or woman who was supposed to be your closest friend and most intimate confidant. We shared our bodies and our children and our finances. It sickened me to think we would spy on each other through an app. Now, I wished I had it. And that told me a lot more about what was in my gut than the fact that he hadn't responded. There was no way a golf game would last 7.5 hours. I picked up my wine glass and took a long, slow sip. I leaned back on the chaise lounge so that my head rested on the cushion. I closed my eyes, concentrating on the shape of the goblet in my hand. I moved my hand slightly and felt the weight shift ever so gently as the wine sloshed around the glass. Where was my husband? I had no doubt he was at the conference. So a better question was, why wasn't he responding? All my theories trying to rationalize his difficult behavior melted away. I felt fury stirring in my stomach. He had no right to harbor secret anger. If he was upset with me, he should be talking to me, not lashing out at my son, sulking, and turning away from me in bed. He should not be ignoring friendly, non-intrusive text messages from his wife. Opening my eyes, I moved the glass to my lips and swallowed the contents. While I cut up the broccoli, I sipped a second glass of wine. It wasn't the best thing to be doing, but I didn't care. I needed the numbing effect. I didn't want to think about what was going on in Seth's head, because knowing that had proven impossible. Even when I thought I knew, I was wrong. Once again, I found I didn't believe anything he'd told me. That one large lie about going to work every day for weeks was casting a shadow over everything else he said, over our entire lives. It was difficult to keep my thoughts from turning toward the common, cliched explanation. He was having an affair. I couldn't imagine it, but the thought began to assert itself. Ace and I ate dinner on the patio. I fired up the heat lamp to keep the cooling night air off our skin. He talked about his plans for school, his growing certainty that he wanted to take some cooking classes to test the waters of his interest. I talked about the gallery. He listened with an interested expression, asking occasional questions as I told him how I'd gotten started, how I'd figured out my niche, and how proud I was of what it had become over the years. He seemed genuinely impressed. He didn't appear to view my success as something I didn't deserve and hadn't earned. My success was distinct from his life, and he didn't dissolve into an angry, insecure puddle of a human being because I was doing well, and he was still searching for a foothold as he approached the age of 40. Before I knew it, the sky had grown dark. Stars glittered above us in air that felt like summer because of the waves of warmth emanating from the heat lamp. Our plates were empty except for a bit of steak juice and residual smears of potato salad. Then Ace was opening a second bottle of wine and asking about the temperature of the pool.
It's warm enough for a swim.
That's not a great idea after all the wine we've had. I lifted my refreshed glass to my lips and took a sip.
If you say so.
He grew silent, gazing across at the pool shimmering pale blue as if it had captured the last of the afternoon sky and would hold on to it throughout the evening. As I thought about his suggestion, I found my mood shifting. I wanted to be in that water. Because the weather had turned mild, Seth had turned the heater on, and we kept it at a comfortable temperature for swimming, even when the fog rolled in from the coast or a stiff breeze blew across the surface of the water. I put down my glass. I changed my mind. A quick swim won't hurt. It sounds nice. 10 minutes later, we both returned to the backyard, carrying bath sheets that we dropped on the bench at the side of the pool. I was wearing a black one-piece suit that didn't expose an excessive amount of flesh. Ace wore black trunks and a t-shirt. The sight of him warmed my blood, pulsing too close to the surface after all that wine. I laughed in an attempt to change my thoughts. He grinned. He peeled off the t-shirt and dove in off the springboard at the deep end. We swam in sync to the shallow end of the pool. I swam a few laps while Ace rested his arms and shoulders on the edge, letting his lower body float, slightly submerged. Each time I reached the spot where he was resting, I felt my eyes drawn to him. His well-rounded muscles, long wet hair hugging his head and neck, the hair on his chest and legs plastered to his skin, his legs floating just below the surface of the water. On the left side of his chest was a tattoo of a dagger over a heart. It was all black with minimal variation in the shading. It was a rather simplistic design, somewhat blurred at the edges. After 5 laps, I stopped. I felt refreshed. I'd expected to feel less tipsy, but the minute I stopped moving, the soft, dreamy feeling in my head returned. I rested on the edge in the same position beside Ace. We kicked our feet gently to keep our legs from sinking too far, which gave the sensation of floating, but without the uncomfortable feeling of water seeping into my ears that came with floating on my back. "What does your tattoo mean?" I asked.
It's just a design.
Why did you choose that design?
It was a long time ago. I mostly forget it's even there. Something crazy I did when I was young.
I turned away from it and rested my head on the concrete. I looked up at the sky, feeling the peacefulness that comes over me from looking at the stars. Ace told a few stories from his childhood. I said nothing, as I'm rarely inclined to dredge up the past, no matter how innocent. He didn't push for the stories of my teen years or anything about my first marriage, like most people do when they're sharing their own history. It was nearly 9 when we got out of the pool.
Do we call it a night? Or finish that bottle of wine?
His voice was calm, but there was something else there, a note of hope, or maybe it was a slight fear that I would say no. In that moment I knew that I had a serious choice, but I didn't want to make any decisions. I took a breath. one step at a time. All he'd asked about was finishing the wine. I would force myself to take it at face value. Sure, let me dry off and get into something warm. We can sit in the living room.
Or shoot a few rounds of pool.
That sounds good. We carried the plates into the kitchen, and he began placing them in the dishwasher while I went upstairs. I took half a glass of wine with me. I didn't want to think. I just wanted to ride the current. I took several sips while I dried my hair, rubbed lotion into my skin to counter the effects of the chlorine, and dressed in leggings and a loose top. Ace was already in the pool room, chalking the cue he favored. He wore jeans and a navy blue t-shirt. The wine bottle sat on one of the side tables, his empty glass beside it. We began playing. My heart thudded in my ears and throat each time he moved in my direction. I could hardly hold on to the cue as my body relaxed into the movement and clack of the balls, the beat of a blues playlist in the background, and the presence of Ace without another soul in the room. I honestly don't know who made the first move. But one minute I was lining up a shot to tie the game, and the next minute the door was closed and our mouths were joined as if we were each drawing life from the other. We moved to the leather couch and kissed for longer than I'd been kissed in years. The sheer pleasure of his hands on my back, my head, my neck, his tongue deep inside me, the awareness of the music as our voices were silenced, left me slightly breathless. I felt like a teenage girl making out for the first time. Like a bubble, that feeling popped. What was I doing? What if he told Seth? I'd only known him a few weeks. Maybe it was simply the power of desire, but my thoughts settled again. It was clear Ace kept things close to his chest. I didn't think he'd try to stir the pot, throwing a grenade into the middle of my marriage by telling Seth about this. A moment later, he pulled away.
Do you want to come to my room?
I spoke in a whisper. You won't...
Of course not. I won't say a word. To anyone. I value our relationship too much.
I glanced at the wine bottle. Empty. Was I trying to blame the 2 bottles of wine? I was lucid enough to know that wasn't it. Hidden deep inside me, on a layer below the buzz of the wine, I felt a tremor of excitement brought on by the danger of the situation I was walking into. I didn't want to turn back. I hadn't intended for it to happen. I didn't plan it. The pieces, as they so often do, simply came together. At the same time, I could see it was inevitable, and had been coming since the moment I first saw Ace standing in my kitchen, his gaze turning my bones to pudding. It was still dark when I woke. The air rushed out of me in a deep sigh of relief as the memory of the evening spilled through my mind in vivid color. I hadn't slept with such solid unconsciousness in a while. I picked up my phone off the nightstand beside me. No new messages. It was 1:15 in the morning. Nervous energies spun up inside me. I needed to return to my room. Feeling my head spin, I eased my head down onto the pillow and turned slightly. The space beside me was empty. The faint sound of running water came from the bathroom. I closed my eyes and tried to settle back into the peaceful, satiated feeling of a few hours earlier. A moment later, the door opened and Ace stepped into the room. He was showered and wearing a towel around his waist. My eyes were drawn to the tattoo on his chest. It looked more blurred than I recalled. Maybe it was the lingering effects of the wine. I closed my eyes, not ready to talk to him until I sorted out my thoughts. I sensed him standing motionless for a moment, presumably looking at the bed, where I appeared to be deeply asleep. I heard his feet on the carpet as he moved toward the bed. Leaning down, he whispered my name. He touched my shoulder and moved me gently as he spoke my name a second time. I felt tears fill my eyes as the lingering sensation of Seth's finger prodding my forehead returned, making my temples ache.
Ellie? Ellie? It's almost 1:30.
I opened my eyes slowly. I said nothing, afraid my voice would tremble, and he would ask what was wrong.
Are you awake?
He touched the side of my breast. All the sensations of a few hours ago rushed through me. But beneath it all, a coldness had settled into my bones. What had I done? This was not the way to fix my marriage. I'd just handed a stranger a weapon to utterly destroy what Seth and I had. And we did have something. I loved him, and I wanted him back in my arms. Not this. Since when did I have so little control over my body that I tossed aside my husband's feelings, my marriage vows, everything I cared about?
Do you want to go back to your room?
I nodded. I needed to calm myself until I was alone. I slid out of bed and located my clothes. I dressed quickly, silently.
Are you okay?
I nodded again.
You're quiet.
Tired. Too much wine. I gave him a weak smile. I swallowed and looked at him, keeping my eyes focused on his mouth instead of meeting his gaze. This was a mistake. It can't happen again. We need to forget it happened at all. He didn't respond. I left his room, went to the kitchen for a glass of water, and climbed the stairs slowly, my head filled with white noise. I plugged my phone into its spot on the landing. I went into my room and closed the door. I drank the water until the glass was empty and crawled into bed fully clothed. I wanted to cry. Huge, racking sobs. Everything spun. The remains of dinner and the wine in my stomach, the space inside my ears where a high-pitched tone had sprung up out of nowhere, the thoughts in my mind, and the very room as I looked at the furniture and artwork, which suddenly seemed unfamiliar. 22. After 3 more text messages into the void, I finally heard from Seth on Saturday afternoon. It was a cryptic, busy, talk later message. I took it as a message to back off, so I did. It had felt surreal when I first woke at 7 that morning. Ace had been charming and at ease when he came into the kitchen for a cup of morning coffee. Brandon was already home from his sleepover, and I had to hand it to Ace. He did absolutely nothing that would give Brandon the barest hint there was anything between us. For the rest of the morning, I avoided Ace, staying in my room and working on the publicity for the upcoming sale at the gallery, while Brandon took Simone to the park. I sent Renee a quick message to tell her I was at loose ends and would be happy to handle some of the pre-work. She was relieved to share the workload instead of threatened by me taking care of tasks that were her responsibility, making me love her all the more. I lost myself in my work, leaving my bedroom only to make green tea, as if to purge myself of what had happened the night before. Every hour I was running to the bathroom and then downstairs to make another cup. My craving for it seemed to have no end. I made grilled cheese sandwiches for everyone and heaved an enormous sigh of relief when Ace said he was going for an afternoon run and would be gone for a few hours. I'd had no idea he was a runner. Maybe that's what he did when we were at work. It eased my mind, and I was glad to have him out of the house. I took the kids out for dinner at our favorite Chinese place. Brandon wanted to invite Ace, but I told him we needed some family time. He seemed to like that we were having family time without his stepfather, which didn't thrill me, but it was the last thing I needed to worry about right then. After dinner, I took Brandon back to Nate's house, where they'd planned yet another sleepover, this time with a board game marathon. I was thrilled his friend was helping him expand his interest in games beyond the computer. At home, I asked Simone if she wanted a sleepover in my bed. She loved the idea and snuggled down beside me while I read a book. I sipped a glass of wine and read until she was asleep, and then watched trash TV with earphones on my iPad to help me turn off the whirring inside my head. On Sunday morning, everything blew up. At 5 a.m., I received a phone call from the security company responsible for the alarm system at the gallery. A window had been smashed, and a $3,000 painting had been vandalized. Only that painting. Of course, they didn't mention the cost of the painting. They had no way of knowing its value. But the minute they described it, my heart shattered. Tears ran down my cheeks as I thought of that beautiful work of art, the heartbreak of the artist, and selfishly, for my own loss. It was an acrylic painting on a 4 by 6 foot canvas. The image was of a nude woman painted to look like Lady Godiva, but with a more provocative pose than you normally see in depictions of Lady Godiva. The painting was partly a political statement, but only if the ultimate owner knew the history. That Lady Godiva had ridden naked through the streets of 13th century Coventry, England, to protest her husband's oppressive taxation of his tenants. The woman in the painting didn't use her hair as a covering, as Lady Godiva was said to have done. Instead, her dark, almost black, wavy, tangled hair flew out behind her as the horse galloped. It was the painting Brandon had complained about being an embarrassment. And the moment that thought passed through my mind, Brandon's absence the night before and his ongoing irritation over the loss of his phone raised my sixth sense. The one that you're never sure is a genuine instinct, or paranoia, or some mechanical working of the brain that's easily explained and means nothing. Sort of like déjà vu. Surely he wouldn't have. Was he so angry that he wanted to hurt me this way? Not to mention the financial damage. But it was the destruction of the art more than the financial loss that hurt. The loss could be written off. The destruction of something beautiful and meaningful was permanent. I took Simone with me to the gallery to meet the police officer responsible for investigating the vandalism. Ace offered to go with us, but I brushed him off. Looking at him, seeing the concern in his eyes, I felt as if the world had tipped on its axis. He seemed to genuinely care. I turned away from him and returned my thoughts to what had happened at my gallery. It was unlikely, the officer said, that we would find any useful fingerprints. Even a careless vandal would have worn gloves. A large, decorative rock had been thrown through the window that faced the alley where I'd been followed that night. Glass littered the pavement outside and the carpet inside the office. There were even pebbles of glass on the desk, and one had struck the computer screen, leaving a small nick in the aluminum edge. I nearly collapsed when I saw the painting. It had been sliced with a box cutter, a single tear across Lady Godiva's throat. Black spray paint had been used to cover the lower half of her body, and there were 2 careful spots of black paint blotting out her eyes. My own eyes grew blurry as I stood gazing at the ruins of it. There was no chance it could be repaired. I dreaded making that phone call to the artist. I couldn't comprehend what her pain would be like. Feeling horribly self-absorbed once again, I wondered whether she would stop showing her work in my gallery. The trust would be gone, even though this was completely outside my control. The perpetrator had acted quickly. The security company arrived in just over 4 minutes. Their guaranteed time was 5 minutes. The speed at which he or she had broken the window and destroyed the painting suggested he knew exactly what piece of art he was planning to attack. Nothing else was moved or even touched as far as we could tell. According to the police officer, this meant the vandal was someone who had been inside the gallery, likely more than once, someone familiar with the layout. Brandon. Why couldn't I get Brandon out of my head? Why were my thoughts circling around my son? Surely I was being unfair. I was leaping to wild conclusions, wasn't I? But Brandon hated that painting. And clearly this wasn't a random act, breaking in and taking nothing of value, focusing all that violence on one piece of artwork when the gallery was filled with breakable items and jewelry that would be easy to take, easy to sell. As I tried to rid myself of the fear he'd done this, an even more troubling thought struck me. Was it possible he'd come home for some reason in the middle of the night? I couldn't think why he would, but I was terrified and so disturbed by what I'd done. What if he had? What if he'd seen me leaving Ace's bedroom? I closed my eyes as tears dribbled out and clung to my lashes. Simone, sensing my pain, slipped her hand into mine. She gave me a firm squeeze, and a sob erupted out of me. I swallowed hard and regained control of my body. Inside, I was falling apart. Like rewinding a movie, I saw myself leaving Ace's bedroom, heading to the kitchen for a glass of water before I'd gone upstairs. Was it remotely possible Brandon had been up there? That he'd looked over the railing on the landing and seen me? If he'd seen me passing through the foyer, might he have guessed where I'd been? My hair mussed, my clothes thrown on quickly and not hanging straight? It didn't seem possible. But if it was, this was my payback. The destruction of something beautiful. Something that suddenly seemed highly symbolic. Lady Godiva flaunting her sexuality. Whatever the police and security company said after that, I have no recollection of it. The only thing holding me together was Simone's small, warm hand in mine. 23. It was Monday morning. I was staring at the computer screen on my desk, trying to focus on work, but all my thoughts were reliving the previous 2.5 days. It felt as if my life had been turned inside out. The damaged painting was in the storage room, but the empty space in the gallery filled me with grief every time I passed by. Seth had come home from his trip just before dinner on Sunday, and all we'd talked about was the vandalism. I'd forgotten to ask why he hadn't responded to my messages. I barely asked about his conference at all. Simone had been adorable, trying to comfort me, patting my hand, stroking my arm, and telling me it would all be okay. She followed me around all afternoon and stayed close beside me while I cooked dinner. Brandon had been sullen, disinterested in talking about what had happened, which increased my concern that he'd thrown the rock, slashed and disfigured the image, and escaped before the security company arrived. The vandal had managed to stay out of range of the security camera at the back of the gallery, which made me more anxious that Brandon had done it. And roiling beneath all of that were the memories of sex with Ace. I was disturbed by the realization that it had been the best sex of my life. It was almost incandescent. Ace made love like he'd known my body for years, and I felt the same about his. The images of peaceful scenes from forests and beaches and mountains rolled past my eyes as the screensaver took hold. The quiet in the gallery should have made me feel I was in those beautiful places, but I felt more like I was trapped in a dank, windowless prison. Ace had been polite and respectful to me. There was no hint he was disappointed or angry or even hurt that I'd told him everything had been a mistake. It could never happen again. I didn't want it to happen again, except a part of me did. I wanted to cry. I moved the mouse, and the beautiful scenery dissipated like the sudden end of a dream. What had Ace wanted from me? Was it just a chance for meaningless sex? On the surface, that seemed the most likely explanation, but the way he treated me at other times made me think there was more to it for him. But what? What did he want from me? From my family? Who was he, really? And why the hell hadn't I ever bothered to Google him? That tattoo bothered me. It looked like the tattoos on men who were in the military 50 years ago, not like a modern tattoo. And that made me think it was homemade, and I wondered about what his life had really been like. Except for the stories of particular experiences he liked to tell, I knew nothing about his family. Whether he'd been married? Nothing. I tried to think back over the series of circumstances since that night Seth had brought him to dinner. At first, I took what Seth told me about him at face value. Then the police were bothering Brandon, and I was distracted by my attraction, and everything started moving so fast. I sat up straighter and took a few sips of tea. I opened a browser window and typed in his name, Ace Hartman, and Broomfield, Colorado. That was all I knew about where he'd come from, and even that was an assumption because that was where Seth said his cousin lived. There were no hits to a Facebook profile, which was what I'd expected to come up first. That alone was a bit odd. What person in our age group didn't have a Facebook page, except for those opting out to protest data collection policies? It put him in a new light, made him more of a mystery, and someone deliberately trying to keep a low profile. After the ads for hardware stores and plumbing companies, parts of whose names included the word Ace, I saw a 2-paragraph article from a local newspaper in Broomfield, Colorado. Ace's name was not in the headline, but the summary below the link included his name, highlighted in yellow. My finger hovered over the link, not ready to touch the screen. I felt as if the rhythm of my heart shifted to an unfamiliar cadence when I finally tapped and began reading. A man convicted of second-degree murder had been released on parole from Colorado State Penitentiary. Ace Hartman, age 35, was returning to live in his hometown of Broomfield. That was it. A few lines that said everything and nothing. The article didn't name his victim, it didn't provide any details of the crime, it didn't mention how he'd been apprehended. I wanted to push my chair away from my desk, far enough away that I could no longer read the words on the screen, as if that distance and the inability to read the article again would make the thing it was telling me go away. But my body seemed frozen and stiff. Unless I could find something to prove otherwise, there was a killer living in my house. And I'd had sex with him. My son idolized him, and my daughter lit up when he paid attention to her. My husband... Did Seth know about this? He had to have known. Or was Ace so smooth, so charming, that Seth had never spoken to his cousin beyond a few text messages? It was very likely he'd never asked any questions, accepting what his cousin said at face value. I couldn't fault him for that, because neither had I. But in my wildest concerns about having a stranger in our house for a short time, I never once thought he might have a prison record. For murder. But as I typed Ace's name and the name of the prison, I wondered about the story I'd been told. Was Ace really a good friend of Seth's cousin? Was anything I'd been told by my husband and Ace the truth? It was late morning by the time I'd exhausted every idea for searching out more information on our guest. He didn't have any social media profiles. There were no property purchases or any news I could find about a murder that would have taken place approximately 15 years ago. Maybe more, maybe less. It was impossible to know. Propping my elbows on the desk, I rested my head on the palms of my upturned hands. The terror racing through me seemed designed to keep me from crying. I wanted to cry. I wanted to rage and scream, but nothing came. Instead, my willful body was still recalling how it felt to be touched by a man who was as eager for sex as I was. I ached for him, and I ached for what I'd done to my husband. How was that even possible, to feel both of those things at once? My mind flipped back to Ace. How had he left Colorado while he was on parole? Maybe it was already over. I Googled parole terms and learned that with permission from his parole officer, he was allowed to move to another state. I sat staring at that portal to all sorts of things I didn't want to know as the screen faded and went dark. A deep sigh escaped from my belly, rising from the bottom of my lungs and out of my mouth as if I were expelling all the grief of the world. Brandon was so attached to Ace. How would this affect him? My mind quickly switched direction again. Was it possible Ace had been rehabilitated? Did such a thing truly happen in prison? That was the theory. Prisoners had to demonstrate they were ready to rejoin society in order to get parole, didn't they? In my mad searching of the internet, I'd learned the penalty for second-degree murder was up to 24 years. Ace wasn't old enough, according to the article, to have served a maximum sentence. If he had committed the crime as a kid, it wouldn't have been in the news. At least, I didn't think so, even though he was an adult when he was released. They must have deemed him rehabilitated. But how? How did they know? Who had he killed? Why? I did believe that the why of a crime matters. I think most people would agree with that. I should have driven home and ushered him out of the house right then, but would he comply? Would he do something to hurt me? It seemed unimaginable. Everything I'd experienced of him had been pleasant. Kind, easygoing, fun. I still couldn't picture him committing murder. As my thoughts raced from Brandon to prison to murder to my marriage to Seth's lack of interest in me to rehabilitation to amazing sex, I was suddenly exhausted. And then a new thought erupted. Had he been the one to vandalize the painting? I'd blamed my son, but it was much more likely the actual criminal living in my house was the one who had done it. Was his pleasant acceptance of me telling him we'd never have sex again plastering over fury that it wasn't going to be a continuing thing? Tears rushed to my eyes as I thought about how I'd suspected Brandon, assuming terrible things about him. The same went for my missing lingerie. Knowing what I did about Ace now, everything made much more sense. Of course he'd been the one to follow me, trying to scare me. I couldn't figure out why, but there was no doubt in my mind. He needed to move out. Immediately. But if he was dangerous, if his crime had been committed in a fit of passion, I didn't want to upset or anger him. I considered confronting him, but with no ability to predict how he might respond, I wasn't sure that was a good idea. And clearly he was violent. The viciousness of what had been done to that beautiful work of art, a naked woman, my whole body shook thinking about it. Obviously, he was very good at concealing who he was. I still had no idea what he wanted, but now it was terrifying. I texted Seth and told him we needed to talk alone that evening, before dinner. Then I closed down the gallery and went home to be sure Brandon wasn't alone in the house with this man, this killer. No wonder he knew so much about talking to the police. 24. When I got home, I settled Simone at the kitchen table with her tubs of Play-Doh and a plastic mat to protect the wood. I made a cup of orange tea and sat at the table across from her. I took a tentative sip of the steaming tea and pulled out my phone. I texted Seth and told him to get Indian takeout. I was not in the mood to cook dinner for the killer who lived in my house like a horror story monster lurking in the basement. We had to be rid of him, and sitting around the table smiling and talking like old friends was not going to make that happen. We sat at the table nevertheless, but as I picked at a bit of jasmine rice and a few pieces of tandoori chicken, Seth seemed to sense my mood. It was a welcome change from his ever-present expectation that I pick up on and cater to his state of mind. He also ate little. The meal lasted less than 15 minutes. I asked Ace to clean up and sent the kids to their rooms for homework. Both gave me strange looks, but said nothing about this change in routine. Seth followed me upstairs to our bedroom. I closed the door and stood facing him.
"What's going on? I need to do Simone's Monday night spelling drill," he said.
"She knows what to do. We need to talk first."
"What's wrong?"
He edged toward the dresser and leaned against it, as if he was already tired from standing across from me, from listening to what I had to say. "You need to get Ace out of our house."
"What? Where's this coming from?"
"He's not who he says he is."
"What does that mean?"
"I think you know, Seth."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"He was in prison."
"What makes you think that?"
His response was telling. He didn't scoff at the idea, which suggested he was hedging. "I Googled him, which I should have done weeks ago. And you knew about his record. You knew and you never told me. You just invited him to live here." I wasn't sure if he'd known, but his reaction would tell me. He laughed.
"There are probably thousands of men named Ace Hartman."
"It's him. The age is the same, the hometown is the same."
"That's not enough."
He glared at me, but our eyes didn't seem to connect. "It is enough, because I can see in your eyes that you knew. You endangered our children and me, and you didn't even care." I could tell he was trying to decide how to respond. I continued to wait. It was taking an awfully long time for him to figure out the correct way to handle this. Finally, as I had learned was his style, he chose a lie.
"I didn't know."
I was going to let myself get distracted arguing about his lies. Second-degree murder. Are you listening to me? It's not like he sold pot or did a bit of shoplifting. He killed someone.
"Keep your voice down."
I took a deep breath and spoke in a tone that sounded more even, although it felt even more disturbed inside my head. "He destroyed the painting in my gallery, and he—"
"Oh, come on, Ellie. Do you know how crazy you sound?"
"Who else? He's a criminal. He knows how to—"
"Stop."
He held up his hand. "Don't do that to me. You need to take this seriously."
"Anyone could have figured out where the camera was pointing. For all you know, Brandon destroyed the painting."
Tears flooded my eyes as he voiced my worst thoughts. But he was wrong. I'd been wrong to ever think Brandon would do something like that.
"He's obviously struggling with sex. Feeling emasculated by those girls, the murder, the police. Who knows what's going on inside that head? You're blind to his...
Don't talk about him like that. And don't change the subject. The point is, we have a killer living in our house, hanging around our children, and you need to get rid of him.
Even if he is what you say, haven't you ever heard of rehabilitation? That's why they let people out of prison after they've served their time.
Was rehabilitation a real thing? It sounded lovely, but the little I knew about prison made me fairly certain that was wishful thinking. He lied.
How did he lie?
Not saying something is a lie, just like not telling the truth.
Is it?
I wanted to smack him. I'd never had that desire in my life, but for a moment that overpowered me and then was gone. That was all I wanted to do.
It all comes back to trust. Dave knows him. He's known him for years, and he wouldn't have suggested I get in touch if he was dangerous. He knows we have kids. I trust him. I'm sorry you don't. If, and I mean if, what you think you know is true, then I trust Dave and I trust Ace. You can tell what he's like from the time we've spent with him.
He's a good liar. He shrugged.
Brandon would be very upset. I'm not sure he could handle it if we yanked Ace out of his life. He thinks of him as a big brother.
I wanted to tell Seth he was deluded. Brandon thought of Ace as a father because his stepfather had failed him. Finally, we were silent. We stared at each other, nothing left to say for the moment. We seemed to be finished, although we definitely weren't finished. Without saying anything more, Seth left the bedroom. I heard his footsteps heading toward Simone's room, followed by the opening and closing of her door. I took Brandon's phone out of the drawer. I went to his bedroom door, knocked, and opened it without waiting for his reply. I held out the phone. I wasn't even sure why I'd decided now was the right time to return it, so I said nothing. He followed my lead.
Thanks.
I smiled, and he gave me an uncertain smile in return. Later, I thought about my decision to give Brandon the phone. It really had nothing to do with ending his punishment for spying on Katie and taking inappropriate and invasive photographs. It had nothing to do with Brandon at all. It made me feel safer, knowing I would have constant communication with my son. I wasn't entirely sure why I felt I needed that. Maybe I wanted to tighten the cords that held our family together. Maybe I knew Brandon was going to be upset when Ace left, and I wanted to be sure things were smoothed over between my son and me before that happened. The next day, I took Renee out for a glass of wine after closing the gallery early. I'd asked Seth to pick up Simone and get dinner going. I had a feeling he would hand that off to Ace, but I didn't care. I just needed some time away from the house. Work had cleared my head, and I felt like I'd returned to solid ground. I wanted to keep my mind on things outside my house until I figured out how I was going to get rid of Ace. Through 2 glasses of Chardonnay and a plate of fried calamari, I peppered Renee with questions about the latest in her love life, her plans for summer vacation, and her own art. She was a sculptor. She was working to build a following doing custom sculptures of children. Her work was very lifelike, and her ability to capture a child's unique features was stunning. We carried a few of her pieces in the gallery. Listening to Renee, I was drawn into her world. My fear of the stranger we'd invited into our home, this deceitful criminal my husband continued to welcome, Brandon's struggles and the open issue of the police, and my husband's increasingly distant and slightly bizarre behavior settled to the back of my mind. There was a whisper-soft, low-level buzzing of concern, but for that brief hour, it was no worse than hearing the man a few tables away talking on his phone in a slightly elevated volume. When Renee and I parted at the door of the wine bar just before 7 o'clock, I gave her a hug and thanked her for a relaxing afternoon. She returned my affection warmly. The sky was still light, and the air warm and soft. I lowered the front windows a few inches and felt the breeze blowing into the car, stroking my hair and caressing my face. My arms and hands were relaxed as I navigated the SUV, and nothing any other drivers did got under my skin. At home, Ace's truck was parked at the curb. I pressed the remote to open the garage. Seth's car was settled in its spot. I pulled slowly into the driveway. Out of nowhere, Angela was suddenly standing quite close to my car. I pressed hard on the brake. She waved as if this was a cheerful, friendly way to greet each other. She didn't seem to realize I'd almost hit her. I pulled into the garage, gathered my things, and went out onto the driveway. "Hi," she said. "I didn't see you. I almost hit you." "Did you?" She laughed. "I doubt it. How are you?" "Fine. You're getting home late." "I went out for a glass of wine with a friend." She nodded. "I guessed that. I can smell it on your breath." I gave her a tight smile. "I should get inside and see what's for dinner. Talk later." I edged away from her. As I turned, I saw Seth standing under the portico. He walked toward us, smiling and greeting Angela like he'd been transformed back into the man I used to know. I was partially relieved and partially disgusted that he had such an incredible ability to deliver a phony facade to Angela, but couldn't be bothered with the barest civility toward me. I seethed while he and Angela chatted about pruning palm trees and how expensive it was to find someone who was skilled with caring for the iconic trees. "Anything new in your lives? Besides your guest, of course." Angela flashed a smile at Seth. I answered for him. "Pretty much the same."
Did Ellie tell you what happened at her gallery?
Seth asked. "I don't think—" "No," Angela said.
"There was a break-in. Very scary."
Seth's face was etched with concern. "How awful." Angela placed her hand on my arm. "Were you there? I hope you're okay." "I'm fine. Did they steal a lot?" "It's all been taken care of," I said.
"They threw a rock through the window at the back. Defaced a very expensive painting,"
Seth said. Angela gasped, and her eyes widened. She put both hands over her mouth. "That's terrible! What is wrong with people?" Seth shrugged.
"Ellie was pretty shaken."
He put his hand on my shoulder. It took all my energy not to smack his hand off my body. As his hand remained, my muscles tightened beneath the delicate touch of his fingers, and I wished he would either rub my shoulder and give my muscles some relief, or get away from me. "I used to feel so safe here," Angela said. "But lately—" She shook her head. She looked down at the ground, studying her toes nestled in her sturdy sandals. Seth gave my shoulder a squeeze, finally letting go.
"I kept some lasagna warm for you, if you're hungry."
"I am."
"Well, I'll get back to the dishes and check on Brandon's homework."
Seth shrugged in such an elaborate way I wanted to laugh. He walked quickly across the driveway and into the house through the garage. A moment later, the garage door lowered. "How thoughtful of him to close the garage for you," Angela said. "All it requires is pushing a button." "Still, it's nice that he's thinking of you." I held her gaze for a moment. "That lasagna sounds terrific. I am hungry." I took a few steps away from her. "How is Brandon?" she asked, oblivious to my rumbling stomach. "He's fine." She nodded. "Did the detective talk to him?" I nodded. "Did he talk to Tara?" "Yes, he talked to everyone, I think. It almost seems like a waste of public funds, doesn't it? Interviewing every single kid in the neighborhood, all the kids in her classes." "I don't think he interviewed everyone," I said. "It just seems that way because he talked to kids who live on her street." "Maybe." "I don't understand why they can't figure out who did it," Angela said, her voice a mixture of whining and fear. "It isn't as easy as they make it look on TV." "I get that. I just think after talking to all those kids, they would have found someone who saw her that night, someone who saw the killer following her. Or something." "Why do you think that?" "Because people see things. This didn't happen in a deserted warehouse district." She shivered. "It's so gruesome. She was strangled. That means the killer had to have been close to her." "Why do you think—" "I guess her body was in pretty bad shape." "How do you know?" "Everyone knows." She gave me a curious look, as if I were out of the loop. "Did they release that information?" She leaned closer, as if we were in danger of being overheard, although we were the only human life visible on our part of the street. "I saw a true crime show, and they had photographs of someone who was strangled. They said," So the police haven't released descriptions of her body, you just saw it on a documentary. She shook her head. If you ever watch true crime, you've seen enough to know I don't want to talk about what her body might have looked like. It's easy to pretend something isn't as horrifying as it is if you don't have all the details. I think it's important for us to understand how truly awful this was. No one's arguing with you. It seems like you are. I'm not. I just don't think it's healthy to dwell on the details. I don't think it's healthy to think about it much at all. I can't help it. I'm not sleeping well. I watch true crime to help me relax. That sounds counterproductive. I'm anxious all the time, aren't you? Knowing there's a killer walking around here. I don't know why they haven't even identified a suspect or a few suspects. It seems like nothing's happening. They don't publicize what they're working on. But the gossip at the school, everyone knows what's happening. And what's happening? Nothing, that's my point. Poor Jasmine was walking home from a yoga class of all things, thinking she was safe in this neighborhood because it's always been safe here. I don't know what's going on. I couldn't tell if I imagined it, or she shot a meaningful glance at Ace's truck, letting her gaze linger there for several seconds longer than she should have. She turned her penetrating gaze back onto me. What does Brandon say about it? I shrugged. I really am hungry, I said. It was good talking to you. We should get together soon, Angela said. I nodded. Catch up, share parenting tips. Raising teenagers is hard. None of us really know what we're doing, and it's good when moms share their insights so we can navigate these dangerous waters together. It takes a village, right? I didn't comment on the irony of a bunch of us supposedly not knowing what we were doing, sharing that lack of knowledge to do a better job raising our kids. Don't you agree? That it takes a village? Maybe. It sounds nice, but it's not very practical. Let's talk later. She nodded eagerly. Good talking to you. Watch your back, she said. I turned. What? She laughed. That came out wrong. I meant watch out. Be careful after that thing with your gallery, and Jasmine's murder, and I'll be careful. You too. I walked quickly to the front door and went inside. I locked it behind me, Angela's words hanging in my mind. I leaned against the door. I was drained. The pleasure of wine and conversation with Renee had dissolved in less than 15 minutes. I hurried upstairs, eager to change into comfortable clothes, brush my hair and tie it back, and unwind a bit before I went to see what my family and Ace were up to. Angela's words spun in my mind. There was something unsettling about her interest in the murder, about her comments that seemed to carry an underlying meaning of some kind. I don't like to use wine as some sort of drug, trying to numb my feelings and fears, but I really wanted a glass of wine. 25. I couldn't stop thinking about Angela's obsession over the condition of Jasmine's corpse. It made me ill. I hated thinking about it, and I resented her trying to conjure up horrifying images in my mind. She talked as if she'd actually seen the body, but it seemed that all she wanted to do was upset me. I'd heard there were over 1,000 people at her memorial service. It was held on the high school football field, not a pleasant place to be on a March afternoon. Nearly all the kids in the school and most of the teachers had been there. None of us had attended. When I heard the expected crowd size, I knew our absence wouldn't be noticed. I was secretly relieved that we could escape sitting through that difficult recollection of her life. Attending seemed false given how she'd tormented Brandon. At first, I'd worried Brandon would be condemned for not attending, but I think between the crowd size and the level of shock and grief among her peers, no one gave it more than a passing thought, if they thought of us at all. Teenagers faced with the reality of death are shaken to the core, more so than we are as adults. The memory of Angela looking pointedly at Ace's car and her repeated questions about Brandon had made me uneasy. The woman clearly had something on her mind. I thought back over my recent conversations with her. There had been more interaction over the past 2 weeks than we'd had all winter. It occurred to me it was possible she had been standing near a front window, watching for me to return home. The moment my car rolled into sight, she scurried outdoors, planting herself firmly on our property, ready to accuse us through innuendo of... what? It seemed as if she knew what Brandon had done, looking in Katie's bedroom window and taking illicit photographs of her naked body, zooming in for close-ups of her breasts. Angela wouldn't stop asking how he was doing. She'd never done that before. And all of that about needing a village? It came across to me like she believed I wasn't paying attention to my kids, allowing my son to do disgusting things. She judged me, possibly for having a career and raising children at the same time, possibly for something else. Maybe she didn't like my success regardless of how I was as a mother. Maybe she didn't like that I took care of myself and wore nice clothes, giving off a younger and more confident demeanor than she possessed. Something wasn't right there. I should have insisted she tell me clearly what was on her mind, but I wasn't sure I wanted to have that conversation if what she said echoed my suspicions. Did she think Brandon knew who had killed Jasmine? Maybe she thought his nighttime photography sessions had captured something that would help the police identify Jasmine's killer. That thought chilled me. Did she think Brandon had done it? Surely not. Or did she think Ace had murdered Jasmine? Maybe she'd worked herself into a state of fear regarding her daughter's vulnerability to this strange man living next door. Around and around this went in my head, disturbing my sleep. Angela Hall was obviously concerned that our neighborhood was no longer safe. She worried Jasmine's murder wasn't specific to Jasmine, but meant someone was threatening all of us. Was she connecting the timing of Jasmine's murder to Ace's arrival? Was that what all the overactive silliness was about his truck being parked in front of our house, giving the street a cheap look, as if no one else ever parked their cars alongside the curb on our street? The truck was in good shape, not battered and run down. It looked to be no more than 3 or 4 years old. There were no dents or scrapes. The tires were new, and the interior was clean, as was the empty bed. Did Angela believe we were harboring a killer? Of course, the irony was, we were. He was a killer who, according to Seth, had paid his debt and been given permission to re-enter society, even leaving his home state and enrolling in college. But he was a killer nevertheless, and people, including me, react to that kind of thing viscerally. No one talks about rehabilitation. At least, not during the average dinner party conversation about crime and what can be done about it, or how those who break the law should be treated. It was just after 2 a.m. As far as I could tell from what Seth had mentioned, Ace had been in the area for over a month. Jasmine had been dead for 3.5 weeks. Anyone else who discovered he had served time for murder would consider her death and his prison record as more than a coincidence. Anyone. The police were likely to do the same. I sat up. If I had the courage, there was a way for me to take care of a lot of things. It was possible to bring my life back into the shape I desired. With a single decision, I could get Ace out of the house and avoid Brandon feeling we were kicking his surrogate parent out on the street. I could turn the attention of the police away from Brandon. Even though Brandon hadn't been accused of killing Jasmine, I was certain they were still interested in him, still suspicious of what he might know. I didn't like the way they were attempting to connect the Peeping Tom incident to her murder. And finally, I could draw a line in the sand regarding my uncontrollable desire for a man who had no place in my life. I could be the punishing parent to my own rebellious behavior. If Ace wasn't around, I wouldn't have to fight my ongoing attraction to a man who was a threat to all of us. A call to the police letting them know I'd recently discovered Ace Hartman had served time for murder would surely bring them to my front door. And this time, they wouldn't be coming for my son. It was cruel. It felt like a betrayal of someone I might have cared about, but if I didn't get him out of my life, I was risking my entire family. He had no inclination to leave on his own. Seth had no interest in protecting us, no interest in checking more deeply into his background. It was up to me. After dinner on Wednesday evening, I shoved my tablet into my largest purse and announced I was going to the gallery for a bit of bookkeeping I hadn't finished that day. Seth didn't ask what the urgency was, and no one else even commented on my return to work. I felt like a traitor. I was a praying mantis, biting off the head of her lover as soon as she's finished with him. The praying mantis knows she has to do that if she's to retain her energy for nurturing the eggs in her care. Recently, it had occurred to me that Seth and I were both turning to someone else to satisfy our needs. The presence of this charming stranger in our lives had satisfied my need to be noticed by a man and stirred up my physical desire that I hadn't realized I was ignoring. He allowed Seth to avoid talking to me, having a difficult conversation, and admitting he needed to make some changes as much as I did. With Ace distracting our attention, Seth could spend absurdly long days figuring out the next phase of his career without a lot of questions from me. He could avoid me entirely instead of becoming vulnerable, something he found difficult. I wondered whether he'd invited Ace to stay with us indefinitely for that very reason, to put a buffer between us. It's difficult for a couple to argue when there are other people in the mix. Outsiders distract. They change the energy dynamic. They prompt you to be more polite and agreeable than you might be without an audience, when there's nothing but raw nerves rubbing against each other, leading to raised voices and slammed doors and words that can't be taken back. I hadn't worked out how I would explain to Seth that I'd called the police. Still, I was confident I'd find a way. Once I took the first step, the path forward would be illuminated. It's a principle that applies to most of life. Doing nothing never works to present opportunities and suggestions for the following steps. The first step must be taken. For a toddler learning to walk, for an adventurer climbing Mount Everest, for a woman trying to clean up the mess she's made in her own house. I drove to a tea shop and ordered a star anise chai, but I didn't sit down. I took the drink to my car. I'd parked far from the entrance, in a sea of empty spaces, under a large liquid amber tree that provided a sense of seclusion. I called Detective Archer, assuming he was the lead, most likely the only detective investigating the murder. Because it was late in the evening, I expected to get his voicemail. When he answered on the first ring, I hesitated for a long moment, mentally resorting how I'd lay out the details now that he was likely to interrupt with questions. I'd been hoping for the succinct delivery of my message via voicemail, then perhaps a call back from him the following day when I was at the gallery. "This is Ellie Mitchell," I said. "I'm calling about Jasmine Cox."
"Has your son decided to cooperate?"
That caught me off guard. I hadn't expected him to recognize my name so easily. "My son doesn't have any information that can help you." He was silent. "This is a little complicated."
"I'm listening."
"We have a guest staying with us. A man my husband knows through his cousin. He's from Colorado." I paused. It almost sounded foolish. As the things I was about to say ran through the back of my mind, they took on a different tone. It absolutely sounded as if I were pointing to Ace to take attention off Brandon. Detective Archer was sharp, and he was likely going to immediately focus on that possibility. I rushed forward, hoping for the best. He couldn't just ignore an ex-con who'd already killed one person. "He's been staying with us since early March, a few days after Jasmine was killed."
"Okay."
"I don't know exactly when he moved to the area, but I just discovered he was in prison. 15 years, I think, for second-degree murder."
"You discovered? How did you discover this?"
"I Googled him." My voice trembled. I hoped he wouldn't pick up on it. I reassured myself that since he didn't know me, he probably wouldn't be aware of the tremor. Surely he would see that a stranger living in my house might be someone I'd want to search out on the internet. He wouldn't ask more, like Seth would have. My voice grew stronger. "He was in Colorado State Penitentiary. He was released 4 years ago."
"And you think he murdered Jasmine?"
"I have no idea."
"Is something about him causing you alarm?"
Everything about him was causing me alarm. I hadn't expected so many questions. Detectives live for questions. I knew that and should have been better prepared. It was a thoughtless mistake to assume I'd reach his voicemail. "Nothing specific. But he didn't tell us, anything about his conviction."
"And have you asked him about it since?"
"To be honest, I'm a little scared."
"Then why is he still in your home?"
"I told you. My husband invited him as a favor to his cousin."
"I see. And your husband is okay with him staying now that he knows he has a record?"
"He trusts his cousin's judgment. They were close as kids." This was getting too complicated. I clutched the phone harder. But my gut, it doesn't feel right. Anyway, I knew you were at a dead end looking for her killer, and it didn't seem right not to let you know about this. Just in case.
Correct.
So anyway...
What's his name?
Ace Hartman.
Age?
According to the article I read, he should be 38 or 39 now.
Any known address?
No. Sorry. I heard keys clicking on the other end of the line. Then there were a few moments of silence.
Thank you, Miss Mitchell. I'll check into it.
Okay. I feel bad, but...
You did the right thing.
An enormous sigh of relief escaped me. I hadn't realized I was partially holding my breath. I hoped the detective hadn't heard my sigh. Cell phones pick up everything, especially when you're using those super-sensitive earbuds. Hopefully, if he heard, he would interpret it as relief at doing something I found uncomfortable.
I would appreciate your son talking to us.
He's a smart kid. That sounded arrogant, almost entitled. I needed to tone it down. I know that sounds arrogant, but he is. He looked up information on what his rights are. You know he was questioned once before regarding another situation.
Yes.
I think that made him cautious. He was quiet for a moment.
If he changes his mind, I would appreciate him talking to me. If he cares about Miss Cox's killer being apprehended, he should view it as his duty to answer a few questions.
I took a deep breath. Are you going to talk to Ace?
Thank you for calling, Miss Mitchell. Have a good day.
The line went dead. I was immediately shoved back into a realm of circumstances I couldn't control. I closed my eyes. I needed to hope for the best, to trust it would unfold smoothly. Then I cried. I wept for the confidence Ace had brought out in my son, for his easygoing personality and his dreams of a new life. I cried for the feelings he'd stirred in me. Not just in my body, but the feeling of being more alive than I'd felt in some time. 26. By afternoon the next day, I was jumpy and short-tempered. Part of me regretted what I'd done, but mostly I knew it had been absolutely necessary. Now I was concerned the detective wasn't going to act on the information I'd given him. Surely by this time he'd looked into the nature of Ace's crime, spoken to detectives in Colorado, maybe a parole officer. What was taking so long? Maybe the police had already gone to my house and taken Ace for questioning while we were gone. As far as I'd been able to work out, Ace had been leaving the house in the mornings, returning in the late afternoon. At first, I thought this was courtesy for our feelings, that he didn't want us to think he was hanging out using our things when we weren't there. Then, I'd wondered if it was because he'd been following me all that time, watching me every day, plotting how he might terrorize me. I'd decided not to mention those fearful thoughts to the detective. It seemed that it would cloud the issue if he thought I was scared and wanted the police to do what my husband should have done. It was also possible they might think I was imagining things like being followed or my lingerie stolen. They would assume the vandalism had shaken me, and I wanted to punish someone. The stranger was the obvious choice. No, it was cleaner to mention his record and a nagging concern that made me check into him, doing my due diligence, so to speak. I looked at the clock for the 100th time that day. It was 3:40. Brandon would be home from school soon. I hadn't thought of that scenario. I took a long swallow from the water bottle on my desk, trying to decide whether I should leave work, whether I should pick up Simone early from childcare, whether I should just let things unfold without me adjusting my schedule and interfering. If the detective followed through, Brandon was going to be upset. Extremely upset. I'd tried not to think too much about that. Like Brandon's issues with Seth, I would try to focus my attention on dealing with all of that when it happened, not try to anticipate events, which often succeed in messing things up. It was better to address each situation as it arose. Maybe Detective Archer had been to the house, and Ace hadn't answered the door, or he hadn't been there. Maybe the detective was waiting in his car, parked in front of the house. That would wind up Angela. I sighed and took another drink of water. I didn't like not knowing what was going on. I was concerned about the detectives showing up while Brandon was the only one at home. Would they arrest Ace or ask him to go willingly? I was pretty sure they needed some evidence to arrest him. To ask questions, it was voluntary, wasn't it? What if Ace refused to go? He'd always come across as easygoing, but I had no idea what he might be like under that kind of pressure. Asked about the murder of a teenage girl. If he refused to cooperate, my effort would be wasted. I'd be right back where I'd started. Worse, I would have succeeded in antagonizing Ace, and he would still be in our house, interacting with my children, free to do whatever he pleased. However, if he did refuse to answer questions, Detective Archer might not be as patient as he'd been with Brandon. There was a world of distance between a teenage boy and an ex-con. I closed the spreadsheet I was working on and locked the computer screen. I went into the gallery and told Renee I was taking off early. She assured me she had things under control. As I turned the corner onto our street, I saw the curb in front of our house was vacant. That meant the detective hadn't connected with Ace, or the truck would be there. As I let the car idle, staring at my house, trying to decide what to do, I received a text from Brandon. He was prepping for an algebra test with Nate. The relief I felt was a mixture of relief that he was likely to be gone until dinner time, and pride that he was studying without being pushed into it, that his friend was equally focused on his education. I drove to the mall. I wandered through Nordstrom's department store, touching the fabrics of clothing displayed for summer, checking the time every 5 minutes. Finally, it was a reasonable time to pick up Simone. The rest of the afternoon progressed as our afternoons normally did. Brandon arrived home just after Ace showed up. They immediately started a game of pool. Simone sat at the kitchen table coloring while I played a game on my phone, glancing at the clock far too frequently, wondering whether Ace would be there for dinner, or we would finally be free. When Seth came home at 6:15, I realized I was now behind on getting dinner ready. The time got away from me, I said. What do you think about ordering Thai? He nodded.
Sure, sounds okay.
I placed the food order and started working with Simone on her spelling homework. When the doorbell rang 15 minutes later, I knew it wasn't our dinner. I hurried Simone up to her room, telling her we'd finish after dinner. She didn't object. Spelling came easily to her, and she thought the daily drills were boring. I hurried to the door and opened it without looking through the peephole. Detective Archer stood several feet back from the threshold. He didn't acknowledge me personally or mention my phone call. He spoke in a cool, professional tone.
Is Mr. Hartman here?
Yes. I hesitated, wondering whether my voice could be heard in the pool room. I'd seen Seth go upstairs. I hoped fervently he was still there. I didn't want him making this difficult. I spoke softly, hoping my voice didn't carry past the foyer. I'll get him. I stepped back, opening the door wider. Do you want to?
It's not necessary.
I hurried to the pool room, my bare feet slapping the tile. I stopped abruptly just outside the entrance. I took a long, slow breath. I swallowed the ache in my gut. I stepped into the room. Ace?
Yep.
He kept his attention on the shot he was lining up. The detective who talked to Brandon is here. Archer. He wants to see you. He straightened without taking his shot.
Interesting.
I shrugged. Brandon looked at me. He leaned his cue against the table. His eyes were wide, frightened, then in an instant, flashing with anger. Why? I shrugged. I didn't trust my voice. I didn't trust myself to lie that boldly right at that moment. Ace stepped around me and went to the foyer. I hesitated. I glanced at Brandon. He rushed past me to the foyer.
And we'd like to have a conversation, Detective Archer was saying. About?
Ace made an exaggerated movement, as if peering around where the detective stood, looking for others.
We?
He gave a short laugh. Detective Archer's gaze turned to Brandon.
We can discuss the details when we get to the station. I'd rather know now,
Ace said. He started to cross his arms. He must have realized that would give him a belligerent appearance. Instead, he shoved his hands in his pockets.
I have a few questions about a young woman who was strangled near here. Jasmine Cox.
What the fuck? Brandon lunged toward the door. Brandon! I grabbed the back of his shirt, but he yanked free. Ace put his hand on Brandon's shoulder.
It's okay. Remember? We know our rights.
Brandon's face was red, but he didn't say anything more. Ace glanced at his feet.
I probably need shoes.
The detective nodded. He looked annoyed, and I wondered if he was already thinking Ace might employ the same dependence on his right not to speak as Brandon had. Now I wondered the same. If he refused to answer questions, would they let him go right away? Surely that had to be different with someone who had spent time in prison. Ace headed toward the hallway leading to his room. Brandon and I stood silently. I could feel the tension in every one of his muscles. Once or twice his lips parted, another outburst pushing its way onto his tongue, but he clung to Ace's guidance, reiterated on the internet. When they were gone, Brandon began to complain, his eyes teary, his voice shrill.
Why are they doing this? This is bullshit! Why didn't you stop them?
I can't. They wouldn't. I pulled him toward me in a hug. He stood immobile until I finally let go. He returned to the pool room. A few minutes later, I heard the clack of balls as he continued the game without his playing partner. Except for the clack of pool balls, the house was silent. I assumed Seth had checked in on Simone and was finishing up the spelling assignment with her. I went into the kitchen. I took Seth's whiskey bottle off the shelf, removed the stopper, and poured 2 fingers into a shot glass. I could never bear to shoot the stuff properly, so I took a small sip, then another. Leaving the bottle open, I walked through the family room and out to the patio. I followed the path toward the guest room door and sat on the Adirondack chair that was nestled in a small garden filled with plants starting to burst with colorful blooms. Closing my eyes, I put the shot glass to my lips and took another sip. The drink was gone in several minutes. My eyes remained closed. I felt the evening shadows crossing my face, cooling my skin. I needed to talk to Brandon, to Seth, but I didn't want to leave the cocoon of whiskey quickly softening my blood vessels, easing its way across my brain. I didn't want to open my eyes. I didn't want to stand up. I suppose I wanted the world to stop turning, possibly for quite some time.
Ellie?
Seth's voice was loud, a crash of thunder in my ears even though he stood just outside the family room door on the opposite side of the yard.
Ellie! Where are you?
I kept my eyes closed. How had he found out so quickly? Had he heard everything after all? Spoken to Brandon? I remembered the Thai food. It would be here any minute. I opened my eyes. Seth's gaze fell on me just as my eyes opened.
What the...
He turned and went into the house. After several minutes, he returned. He walked quickly across the patio and onto the path. He stopped in front of me.
What are you doing? The food is here. What the hell happened with Ace?
I spoke calmly, as if explaining a complicated subject to Simone. Detective Archer wanted to talk to him about Jasmine Cox.
I know that. Ace sent me a text.
I closed my fingers around the shot glass and pushed myself forward, ready to stand.
Why did they want to talk to him?
I can't answer that, I said.
How did they even know he was staying here?
I was tempted to suggest that Angela might have called the detective, but it was a lie easily exposed. I said nothing.
There's no way he had anything to do with that girl's death. He didn't even know her. He never laid eyes on her.
Not every murder is committed by someone who knows the victim, I said.
I don't need your attitude. You seem very unconcerned, he said. Why do I feel like there's something you're not saying? Did you call them? He was in prison, so you assume he's committed murder?
Committed murder again, I said.
I feel responsible for this, and you should too.
Responsible for what?
For him being treated like a criminal. He's our guest.
He is a criminal. He glared at me, his jaw tight, his eyes boring into mine as if he thought he might be able to see my thoughts, then growing angrier that he couldn't. "Should we eat?" I pushed myself out of the chair and stepped around him. I walked toward the house, and a moment later he followed. I looked forward to eating together, just the four of us. As I put plates on the table and poured beverages, including 2 healthy glasses of red wine for Seth and me, I wondered at his rage. He was acting as if this was an attack on him, as if it was upending our lives. Why did he care so much? 27. The night after Ace was taken away, or should I say went willingly, leaving behind the impression he wasn't at all fazed by the sudden turn of events, I fell into a deep sleep. My sleep was partially initiated by the shot of whiskey, followed by a bottle and a half of wine that Seth and I drank silently, sitting in our favorite spots at opposite ends of the house. Him in the TV room, me in the window seat in our bedroom. Each of us returned rather furtively to the kitchen for refills, hoping not to encounter the other. Early in our marriage, and until recently, our bedroom had been my favorite room. It had been our sanctuary from our young son, the place where our brilliant and beloved daughter was conceived, the place where we were the most connected, where we enjoyed each other's bodies and whispered our most intimate thoughts as we lay in bed. On Sunday mornings, Seth used to bring coffee and buttered English muffins up to our room on a tray, while I lay there half dreaming. Dreams in those days were pleasant, silly, frothy things, with the occasional nightmare bringing up specters of the past. It seemed that as much as I tried to follow the creed of living unencumbered by the past, it had a way of making sure I was aware it always lurked in the background, popping out in senseless but disturbing dreams. That night, without the awareness of Ace sleeping in the room downstairs, the thoughts of his body unconscious and relaxed, breathing softly, the house felt slightly empty. There was a little less life. There was more routine, and, I suppose I would say, more boredom. One of the bad dreams came that night. My dream carried me to the house where I'd lived with my first husband, the house we'd spent several years renovating. We started before Brandon was born, and continued slowly and lovingly. It wasn't a burden that it took so long, not at first. We were doing everything ourselves, scraping paint off the original oak, laying tile, replacing the intricate trim along the peaks of the roof. The house soared to 3 stories, the top floor an attic large enough for Brandon's bedroom and a reading room, an alcove, really, for me. It was my escape. When my baby napped, I sat in that room and looked out on the isolated piece of property that spread out behind the house before dropping precipitously into a narrow creek surrounded by gnarled trees that seemed like something out of a fairy tale. In my dream, I was running erratically through the house, searching for something or someone. I was filled with terror at the potential loss of whatever I needed to find. I was almost out of time because something was coming to destroy the house, although I had no idea what that was. A fire? An earthquake? Something supernatural that only found life in a dream? The house was empty of furniture. The paint was puckered and filled with bubbles, like large blisters about to pop. The floors were rotted, and even though I was running as fast as the twisting maze of small rooms would allow, I kept hesitating, expecting my foot to plunge through at any minute into the dank, empty space of the basement. Finally, I came to my room in the attic. I looked out the window and saw the person I'd been searching for. A man stood in the yard. His face was turned up toward the window, but I couldn't make out who it was. It seemed like it should be Jack, but I wasn't sure. I raced down the stairs. When I reached the front porch, the man was gone, and I realized it was Ace I'd been searching for. I ran back up the stairs, desperate to get to Brandon's room. His toys were scattered across the floor, most of them broken. I made my way to the bed, stepping on dismembered action figures. Brandon was curled into a ball, hugging his knees, the blankets and sheets stripped away. Mucus was smeared across his face as he cried and wiped at his nose and eyes. As I lifted him out of bed, his body felt damp. He began to slip out of my arms. I struggled to hold him, cradling his body. Then I understood his back was slick with blood. It spread in a thick coating over my hands and arms. There was a terrible noise outside, a crash of something falling from the roof above us, and I felt myself, holding my son, plunging through space. I woke suddenly. I sat up, my hands shaking, my pulse racing. It was light out, and Seth's side of the bed was empty. I threw off the covers and went into the bathroom. I splashed cold water on my face in an effort to drown the images from the dream. Slowly, they receded, like water after a flood. Turning on the shower with one hand, I began stripping off the silky, sleeveless top and shorts I slept in. I stepped under the water. It was too cold, but a longed-for shock to my shaking limbs. After a minute, I adjusted the temperature to something more bearable. The dream had been so real, parts of it blurred with actual memories. As the water poured over my head, running down my face, I felt calmer. As I tried to analyze the images, they slipped away, as dreams usually do. It was 8:20. Brandon and Simone were going to be late for school. I dressed quickly in jeans and a t-shirt. I sent a text to Renee that I would be in later. Both children's rooms were empty, their backpacks gone. I moved slowly, as if through a dense fog, as if I had to feel my way back to the landing. I looked out the front window and saw that Ace's truck was no longer parked in front of our house. So, the police had talked to him, let him go sometime in the middle of the night, and he had disappeared. For now, I assumed he'd returned to the couch where he'd slept before Seth welcomed him into our home. I trudged down the stairs to the foyer. When I walked through the kitchen doorway, I found Seth seated at the bar on the opposite side of the center island. A cup of coffee stood in front of him, and he was looking at his phone. Hearing me, he glanced up.
I took the kids to school.
Thank you. I went to the coffee maker and poured a cup for myself. It smelled fresh. He must have made a second pot within the past few minutes.
I shouldn't have gone off on you yesterday,
he said. I nodded.
I was upset.
Yes.
Although Brandon is much more upset than I am,
he said.
Are you aware of that? And Simone is upset and confused. She doesn't really understand what happened.
What did you tell her? We'd tried to avoid mentioning the murder in her presence. Of course she was aware a girl on our street had died, but she hadn't asked much about it and seemed to have forgotten. I hoped that avoiding talking about it hadn't been a mistake. It's easy to assume a child hasn't absorbed far more than you realize. It's easy to forget their little minds are working around the clock, no different from an adult mind. You think they aren't aware, you think their thoughts are as childish as their language, and I'm not sure that's the case. It's possible their minds understand everything, and they simply lack the skills to express those thoughts.
I told her the police like to ask questions of as many people as they can while they try to find out who killed Jasmine. I didn't make it sound like Ace was in any kind of trouble.
She probably picked up on it, I said.
Brandon is furious. He's blaming himself. He thinks if he'd answered the detectives' questions, they might have somehow handled it differently. And I think that's a good thing.
I didn't agree with him. Not at all, but I kept that thought to myself as I blew at the surface of my coffee, then took a cautious sip.
So you'll probably need to talk to him. He didn't want to hear it from me.
Okay?
I think you should tell him he would feel better if he cooperated.
Would he?
He's hiding something.
No, he's not.
You're blind to it, because you smother him.
So much for his apology for going off on me. Nothing had changed. For whatever reason, he was still outrageously upset about the police taking Ace for questioning. I could feel it in the undertone of his lecturing comments, his smugness about taking the kids to school, as if I'd shirked my responsibility. But for whatever reason, he wanted to pretend he was no longer angry. We talked for a few more minutes. Then he stood, emptied the remains of his coffee down the drain, and put the cup in the dishwasher. He left for his daily job placement activities without kissing me goodbye. I realized I didn't care. Did that mean we were beyond repair? Finally, Ace was out of our house, and I'd assumed Seth and I would start fixing things between us. But now I felt numb, as if I didn't have the skills or the desire to recreate what we'd had. That evening, Seth's assessment of Brandon and Simone was proven true. Brandon was sulky and angry at everyone, looking as if he was near tears. Simone was already there, weepy and disinterested in anything I suggested to get her mind off our abruptly departed house guest. We all retreated early to our rooms. All but Seth. He let me know he planned to be gone again the following weekend at another networking event in Napa Valley. This time, I didn't ask what time he would be home on Sunday afternoon. In fact, the question didn't cross my mind until after he'd disappeared into the TV room, closing the door behind him. I was relieved Ace was gone, and couldn't spend any more time wooing my children or me. As I settled my head on my pillow, I felt a flutter of hope. Maybe my marriage wasn't going to improve immediately, but at least I could relax and focus on being there for my children, putting renewed energy into the gallery. Seth would come around once he was offered a new position. It was just a matter of time. 28. It was a warm Saturday morning, and Seth offered to take Brandon to the skateboard park early so he could practice before it got crowded. They dug Brandon's first skateboard out of a box in the garage, and Simone had it tucked under her arm, absurdly large on her tiny body, eager to try it out. Her big brother would show her the first steps in keeping her balance. They had big smiles on their faces. It was the first smile I'd seen from Brandon since Ace left. Things would start falling into place now. Brandon had learned to play pool, and he was proud of his skill. His confidence would continue to blossom and spread to other areas. The trip to the skateboard park was a perfect example. His freshman year, the most difficult year, was almost over. He would develop new interests over the summer. Ace would be a distant memory once we did more things together as a family, once we took a vacation. I would start making plans for that soon. I'd choose a place that was exciting for a boy his age, making that the top priority. Seth looked fatherly and tolerant as he followed them out the door. I loaded the dishwasher and made our bed. I opened the windows in all the bedrooms to let the fresh April air into the house, along with the chorus of songbirds gathered in the trees surrounding our backyard. Before I was able to change into my swimsuit for a leisurely workout in the pool, the doorbell rang. I walked into the foyer, my heels clicking on the tile, unable to think who would be at the door this early. I worried it was the detective, wanting to talk to Brandon. It was the only early morning caller that made sense. I checked the peephole. Ace stood on the patio, staring back at me. He couldn't see me through the tiny glass lens, but it felt as if he was looking directly at me. His luscious brown eyes, his face relaxed with the hint of a smile around his lips. What the hell? I stepped back. So they'd let him go already. I'd known it was a possibility. I'd known he might not answer any of their questions, or answer all of them satisfactorily, but I didn't think it would happen so fast. I did not think he would show up at our house. Surely he'd guessed how they found out he was living here, how they found out about his prison record. He was a silent newcomer to the area, flying under the radar as far as any kind of police searches for known killers. He had to realize that one of us had pointed a finger at him. Since he wasn't aware of the interest our neighbors had in him, he would only be thinking of me or Seth, and one of us had a more obvious reason to be rid of him than the other. Only one of us wanted to erase a terrible mistake. I wouldn't open the door. He had no right to be here. He could have sent a text message and we would have his clothes and other belongings delivered to wherever he chose to land next. He couldn't possibly think I would allow him into the house. The bell rang again. Panic rose in me and gripped my body as if it were another force taking over. Without thinking, I unlocked the deadbolt and yanked open the door. "You need to leave or I'll call the police." "Again?" He smiled. "You thought they'd arrest me for that girl's murder? I'm guessing you found out about my record?" "Yes. I have an alibi in case you're interested." "Oh." He gave me a look of genuine concern. "Can I come in?"
No. If I'm not welcome here anymore, and it looks like I'm not, I need to get my stuff.
Text your new address to Seth. He'll have it sent.
You know I don't have a new address.
You can't come in. Tell Seth where to send it, your friend's apartment or wherever. I started to close the door.
Wait. Ellie, come on. Let me explain. It's not what you think. You don't know why I was in prison.
2nd-degree murder.
Yes, but
please leave or I'll call the police.
I have a right to get my things.
I said I would have them sent. If you didn't know where you're staying, I can leave them on the patio and you can come by and get them some other time when we're not around.
Why are you so upset?
I don't have to explain myself to you, I said.
I thought we
don't. I told you it was a mistake. I betrayed my husband. I regretted saying that. I didn't need to say another word. I could adopt his advice regarding talking to the police. It was my life, and I didn't need to explain any of my choices to anyone, including Ace Hartman. Especially Ace. I'm closing the door now. I'm serious. Text Seth and work it out with him. You can't come in. I closed the door. My heart pounded against my bones, wanting the door open, wanting to see Ace stride into the foyer, wanting what I shouldn't. Although I thought the police might let him go if they had no physical evidence, I hadn't known it for sure. I'd assumed they would look at the timeline for her death and their lack of a suspect list and consider the coincidence of his arrival in the area too great. They would keep him locked up while they looked into him further. I leaned against the door. The thick, solid wood supported me, pressing into my flesh, keeping me from sliding to the floor. I felt weak and out of control. I hurried to the kitchen and began making a cup of herbal tea, looking to the ritual for a sense of order, the tea itself to calm my mind. As I stood at the window in the TV room, the shutters tilted so I had a clear view of the street, I took small sips of tea. Each time a car turned the corner, I felt certain it was that white truck. It wasn't. The curb in front of our house looked vacant without the truck. There was a sharp, hot pain in the pit of my stomach. Ace had acted so friendly, but that's how he'd always been. For someone who had been questioned about a murder, assumed to be a suspect because he'd done it before, he was calm and unconcerned. His lips were half smiling the entire time I'd talked to him. Was it real or an act? Had it been an act from the very first day? It was possible every gesture, every word, every moment spent trying to win us over, mostly win me over, had been a performance. Was he friendly with Brandon in order to work his way into our family, to make it difficult for Seth and me to tell him to leave because our son was so fond of him? Our daughter found him funny and playful. Maybe he was going to tell Seth we'd had sex. Maybe he already had. Here I'd assumed all the trouble between us was Seth's fault, but I might have gotten it wrong. I finished my tea. It was difficult to move away from my post at the window. I worried he would return, worried he would try to come around and enter the house from the back. I closed the shutters and moved throughout the first floor, checking that the doors were locked. When we were home, we never locked the back doors during daylight. Knowing Ace would still be out there, angry at me for what I'd done, gave me repeated, convulsing tremors of fear. How were we going to keep him away from us? The following weekend, Seth was going out of town again. Would my children and I be safe alone in the house? Seth still wasn't worried about him, reaffirming his belief in rehabilitation and the word of his cousin. With the door secured, I went upstairs, taking the steps slowly, dreading what I was about to do. Inside the closet, I shoved my sweatshirts to the side and pulled out the black metal box. I placed it on the floor and turned the numbers to the 4-digit code. I opened the lid and stared at the small gun, silver with a black handle. Beside it were 2 clips of bullets. The gun had been something to have just in case. I'd always known it was highly unlikely I'd ever use it. I hated that when I thought about it, which was rare, it made me feel safe. I hated that I was one of those people who kept a gun in her house. But I couldn't escape the feeling that it did a lot to make me feel in control, less like a helpless target, unable to protect my children. Not only was Seth unaware of its existence, he didn't know I was even capable of touching something like that, much less aiming and shooting it. Ultimately, there are some things you keep to yourself. Marriage doesn't mean you need to share every nook and cranny of your life. After your wedding vows, you still need to retain some autonomy, a sense of separateness and individuality. Otherwise, you disappear altogether. No one can know everything about another person. It's not possible, and I don't think it's really healthy. I inserted one of the clips into the gun, took it to my bedside table, and cleared out the top drawer. I checked the safety latch was in place, put the gun inside the drawer, and closed it. 29. It was a relief, and I thought it promised a positive change in our future, that when I went into the guest room a few days later, Ace's things were gone. The bed was stripped, the linens piled at the foot. The room was clean, and I didn't find a single trace of the man who had been living there for nearly a month. There wasn't even a stray hair on the shower floor or a tissue in the wastebasket. His cleanliness was impressive. I knew Seth had let him into the house to clean out his things. Seth would never tidy up a room to that level of detail. I didn't know when it had happened, and I didn't want to know. All I cared about was that it was over. I helped Simone with her reading while Brandon studied in his room. Seth had gone out for a run, saying he'd never had a chance during the day because his interview schedule had not gone according to plan. I sat in the window seat in our bedroom and opened the window. The evening was warm and the moon had risen early, a breathtaking three-quarter moon that glowed as if it promised an orderly and peaceful future. I smiled at my fanciful thoughts and turned my attention to Facebook. I hadn't visited in a while and wanted to catch up with friends I stayed in touch with from high school, and with a few cousins I was connected to on there as well. After a while, I put my phone to the side and looked out, still captivated by the warm glow of the moon. It must be something instinctive, something rooted in the history of the human race that we find it so compelling. How could we marvel at every single full moon as we did? Exclaiming over it as if it weren't there in the sky every night of our lives, silently moving through its changes as the days passed, always returning to the same pattern. I picked up my tea and took a sip. I'd let it sit too long, and now it was lukewarm. I drank some anyway. I stretched and stood, trying to decide whether it was worth making a fresh cup or if I should just start getting ready for bed. As I looked around the room, I wondered if it might be good to redecorate. It's not that Seth was into that sort of thing, but it might send a subliminal message that I valued our intimacy. It would be symbolic of a fresh start. Even if Seth didn't recognize that consciously, he would feel it. Besides, I needed it. I needed the memory of sex with Ace obliterated by time lying in my husband's arms. In the corner, along the same wall as the window seat, was a large leafy plant. It was artificial, but the kind that looks so lifelike you're drawn to stroke the leaves to persuade yourself it's not a living thing. I touched one of the leaves and then stepped back, studying it. Maybe a sculpture in that corner would be better. A plant was too common. It said nothing about us or our individuality or our relationship. We should have something that represented the two of us, a stone carving of entwined lovers, or maybe an abstract suggesting eternal love. I looked up, trying to decide what height would be optimal. The plant was about 6 feet tall. Anything larger would be overwhelming, so possibly 5 feet. Just above the top of the plant, I saw a screw in the corner. I put down my mug. I moved the plant and reached up, but it was past my reach. I looked around the room. I didn't want to drag the armchair over. It would leave marks on the carpet. What on earth was a screw doing up there? I moved closer. It was so strange. It wasn't in a place where we might have hung a picture at one time, and I'd forgotten about it. After staring at it for several minutes, I couldn't stand it. I dragged the chair across the room and climbed up. I ran my finger over the tiny head. It was flush with the wall. It had a strange appearance, larger than a regular screw head. I got down. I took my mug and hurried down the stairs. For some reason, it seemed important to get to the bottom of this immediately. I dumped my tea down the drain and got a screwdriver out of the kitchen drawer. Upstairs, I climbed onto the chair and tried to stick the screwdriver into the slots. It didn't seem to want to fit, as if this was a specialized size and I needed a different screwdriver. I jiggled the screw around and it popped out of the wall slightly. It wasn't a screw at all. It looked like the head of a screw, but a wire was attached to the back with a tiny power supply hanging off it. I pulled it toward me and looked more closely. It looked very much like a miniature camera. I jumped down and grabbed my phone. I went to Google and entered surveillance cameras and screw. And there it was, a photo at the top of the search page that looked almost identical to what was stuck to my wall. There was a link to a store where it could be purchased. Nausea washed over me. All my pleasant emotions from a few minutes earlier were yanked out of me in a single breath. I climbed back up and poked the thing back into the wall. I put the chair where it belonged and lay down on the bed. Had Ace put a camera in our bedroom? Of course, the way things had been with Seth and I, he wouldn't have seen anything. But the thought of him watching me sleep made my skin crawl. I closed my eyes. A moment later, another thought crossed the back corner of my mind. I jumped up and hurried downstairs. I went into the immaculate room recently vacated by Ace, closing the door behind me. I looked around the room. Sure enough, a tiny screw was protruding from the wall beside a painting of the California coast near Carmel. My heart raced as I stared at it, trying to think what it meant. Had he filmed us having sex? Did he intend to blackmail me? But he hadn't said anything. Surely if that was his plan, he would have done it by now. I sat on the bed and tried to think. Were these little cameras in my children's bedrooms? I raced back up the stairs. Simone was already asleep. I crept into her room and tapped the flashlight on my phone. I shone it around her room, looking for a rogue screw. There was nothing. I stepped out into the hallway, closing the door gently. I stood contemplating Brandon's door. A thin line of light appeared beneath it. He was playing a game. I thought about his love of online games, his hours alone in his room using the computer. We did our best to keep a close watch on how much time he spent online. We had software installed on his computer to block adult sites. As I stood there, still shaking with anger over those tiny cameras, I thought again about the trouble my son had at school, his behavior with his phone. It wasn't as if I stood over his shoulder when he played games every night. How much did I really know about the people he played with? The kinds of games? The more gut-wrenching question was, what else was he doing on the computer? Did he play games the entire time he was on there? Did he and these friends interact on websites I wasn't aware of? Kids were so smart about technology. It was very likely that my son knew a lot more about technology than Ace. Was there a way these other guys could share sites with him that we'd blocked? All these questions were avoiding the biggest question lurking at the back of my mind. Had he installed cameras in our bedroom and the guest room? Was he sharing video from our bedrooms? The next, darker step after taking pictures of Katie undressing? I wanted to cry. I wanted to pound my fist on his door and wrench the computer off his desk, tearing the power cord out of the socket, watching it go dark. I didn't know. There was so much I didn't know about his life. How could I possibly know what went on at school all day? The things he talked about with his friends, the things that troubled him or scared him or aroused him. Instead of knocking, I returned to my bedroom. I needed to think before I let anxiety spiral out of control, driving me to do something I'd regret. I should talk to Seth. 6 months earlier, that would have been the obvious thing to do, my first instinct. But now, I couldn't imagine having an honest, in-depth conversation with him. I couldn't imagine Seth viewing my concerns through a feeling of affection for Brandon, with empathy for me. I washed my face, brushed my hair, and dressed for bed. After I slid beneath the blankets, I lay awake for a long time, past Seth coming in and getting ready, past him climbing into bed, past midnight. In the morning, it felt as if I hadn't slept at all. But I had a plan. 30. First, I needed information. The following morning, I told Renee I'd be gone for about 2 hours during lunchtime. Promptly at 11, I drove home and gobbled down a few apple slices with cheddar cheese. I filled a glass with water and headed upstairs to Brandon's bedroom. I settled myself in front of his computer and typed in the lock screen password. As with his phone, one of our rules aimed at blocking his unfettered access to all the sludge in the world was that Brandon needed to share his passwords with Seth and me. The dark screen evaporated, and I was on his desktop. The browser was open, and I brought it to the forefront. I searched his browsing history. He hadn't erased it, which was a good sign. I wandered through the websites listed there. A few game portals, Amazon where he'd looked at ebook novels written about some of his gaming worlds, computers and accessories, and athletic shoes. The only other sites he'd visited were Google and Reddit. On Reddit, I found he followed a few threads about games. It looked as if he'd never posted anything. The Google search history showed he'd watched quite a few YouTube videos about playing pool. He'd searched out message boards related to his games and a few articles about being wrongfully accused by the police, as well as how to deal with police questioning. Why you should never tell them anything. He'd also searched for images of Labrador retrievers and done a bit of searching a while back on how to talk to girls and how to get a girl's attention. On the primary game site he used, I realized that, of course, I would have to log in. We'd never asked for that information. I felt mildly anxious about this oversight. There was no way to find out more about his gaming partners or whether there was some option within the game to share videos. I assumed there was, just like conferencing apps where you can share links and images. No matter how far I dug into his search history, I found nothing. The folders on his desktop were all labeled with the names of school projects, and the files inside were clearly related to the folder names. I was starting to get the impression Brandon was a model teenager. I would have expected to find something he wouldn't want his parents to see. Maybe just knowing we had his password was a solid deterrent. Even though I'd dropped the ball on monitoring his activity, he'd known it was an ever-present possibility, and that was enough. Or maybe he was just a good kid, with relatively healthy interests. I couldn't find any evidence of him posting videos of Ace and me or the photos of Katie on any website. I found no app that looked like it displayed the scenes those tiny cameras had captured. I minimized the browser, locked the screen, and pushed the chair away from his desk. I settled it back where it had been, picked up my glass of water, and walked to the window. I adjusted the shutters that were only slightly open to allow light into the room. I looked out on the backyard. It was tranquil, the water of the swimming pool motionless, the sun covering the entire patch of blue now that it was just past midday. I couldn't recall the last time we'd enjoyed our pool as a family. I was in there swimming laps on a regular basis. The moment the sun came out, Simone wanted to go for a swim, no matter what the thermometer said, so I'd been in there splashing around with her. It wouldn't surprise me if Brandon hadn't used it since last summer. And I simply couldn't recall all four of us batting around a ball or diving for rings that sat weighted on the bottom. The backyard looked like it belonged to a supremely happy family. The pool, a flower garden, mature trees surrounded by artfully arranged rock and patches of grass, a small treehouse Brandon had loved and was now home to Simone's cactus garden, where she liked to go and arrange and water her cactus while playing with dolls or making believe and dressing up with her friends. Yet here I was, standing in my son's room, distrusting everything about him despite computer evidence that said otherwise. Someone close to me had installed those cameras. If it was Ace, I would have thought he would have taken them with him, unless he planned a long game for blackmail. Still, leaving the room to our care meant we were likely to find the camera at some point and rip it out, not to mention the one staring directly at our bed. There were only two remaining explanations. Brandon was so good with technology, he'd managed to hide everything he did and then lay a false trail on top of it in case I looked. He was skilled, but I didn't think he was that sophisticated. The other explanation was that Seth had installed the cameras. I finished my water and glanced at the time. I'd been away from the gallery for a little over an hour. I went into our upstairs office and opened the laptop that sat on an ultra-modern desk, empty of clutter, decorated with nothing but an onyx carving of Aphrodite. I hadn't looked at the statue in ages, and the irony of what she represented struck me now. The only other item was a sandstone coaster beside the mouse. For the past few years, Seth had almost exclusive use of the laptop and the office. The laptop technically belonged to both of us, but over the years I'd come to rely on my tablet for almost everything. My desktop computer at the gallery contained all the business files. I turned it on and waited for it to power up. I entered the password and the screen came to life. I poked around in the applications file and found the home security app. Contained within the app were files labeled with the identifiers Camera 1 and Camera 2. It was obvious at a glance that the cameras were new. The earliest date they'd recorded was Tuesday, March 17th. There were recordings for every day since. I looked at the date when Seth had gone to the conference, knowing what I was going to find before I clicked on it. Sure enough, every moment of the time I'd spent in Ace's bed was unfolding in front of me. The image was crisp, and the audio of the sounds we'd made was unbearably clear. With my hand shaking, it took several clicks before I was able to close it, instantly stopping the sounds and images. I stared at the screen, hardly seeing what was displayed there. I felt lightheaded. I gripped the edge of the desk with both hands. I felt myself gasping for air, starting to hyperventilate. Imagined snapshots of Seth's face as he watched the video flashed through my mind. I thought about the sophistication of a camera that small. Surely he was able to see the video feed on his phone. Most of the home security cameras offered that feature. Had he sat in his elegant lodge in Napa Valley, sipping whiskey, watching Ace and me having sex? The thought chilled and disgusted and terrified me. It terrified me that he hadn't said a word about it. There was no way he'd gone to the trouble of installing those cameras and not bothered to check what activity they recorded. The fact that one was in the guest room made me think he'd expected us to end up in one of those two beds. I recalled the night a few weeks earlier, standing over a bowl of meatball mix, Ace's fingers touching mine, sending waves of desire through my body. I remembered looking up and seeing Seth in the doorway, his expression calm and untroubled, almost benevolent. At the time, I hadn't been quite sure how to interpret his smile, but now I knew. Benevolent was exactly what I'd seen. Why on earth would my husband be so utterly pleased to see me responding to the touch of another man? Why would he allow that man to stay in our house? Why on earth would he go away for the weekend if he expected us to hook up? And most chilling of all, why hadn't he said a word about it? Yes, he'd been standoffish, absent quite a bit, slightly vague about how he was spending his time, cold, but there was no suggestion of rage in that coldness. If I'd had to describe it, I would have said it was disinterest more than anything. He wasn't lashing out at me. He wasn't confronting and challenging Ace. He did absolutely nothing. I powered down the laptop and walked in a trance-like state out of the office. I returned and picked up my glass of water off the coaster. I drank the remaining half glass in one long, continuous gulp, feeling my throat contract as it accepted the water, keeping it flowing. What was he up to? Was he looking for a job at all? I wasn't sure why that was the first thing that came to mind. Possibly because all of his time spent at the outsourcing offices had felt like a massive lie for weeks, and this proved his attention was elsewhere. My husband was a skilled engineer who'd risen up the ranks of management to the level of senior director. Unless he'd been let go for some extraordinary discipline issue, sexual misconduct, harassment, discrimination, there should be no reason why he hadn't been able to land something new in this booming economy, a buyer's market favoring the employee. So either he'd compounded his lie by hiding something egregious, or he'd lied about how he was spending his time. All of those interviews, all of that networking, all of those seminars should have yielded at least an offer or a follow-up interview by now. There'd been nothing. I sat in the living room and stared out at our backyard. I had no idea what to do with myself. I had no idea what to think. The logical plan would have been to text or call Seth that minute and tell him to come home so we could talk, free from the curious, worried ears of our children. But based on recent experience, trying to talk to him got me nowhere. He dodged and lied and skated around everything. I tried to imagine the details of how he'd felt as he watched me with Ace. Was he aroused? I didn't think so. Nothing in our marriage so far had ever suggested he liked to experiment with sex. No tentative suggestion of a threesome or porn or games. He'd always said we didn't need those things, and I had agreed. So I doubted he set up the cameras for that reason. He must have seen something between Ace and me and become suspicious. It was probably fairly obvious now that I thought about it. Now that I looked at things clearly, I was sure my behavior had been different around Ace. My mood heightened, my tone of voice excited. Seth would have noticed, and if I hadn't been so blinded by my desire and inner battle, I would have realized that. If the roles had been reversed, I certainly would have noticed Seth's interest in another woman if she was living in my house and sitting at my dining room table every night. Yes, he was probably less observant than I was, but I had probably revealed far more than I'd realized. Why wasn't he angry? Furious? It suggested he didn't love me anymore. You're only angry about a betrayal when your heart is broken. If he didn't really care, what did that mean? I stood and went into the downstairs bathroom. I washed my hands, splashing cold water on my wrists and patting some on my forehead. I dried off, grabbed my purse, and left. As I drove, I pushed it out of my thoughts. I would let my subconscious turn over the things I'd discovered, searching for insight into what Seth was up to. I didn't need my subconscious for one thing, though. I knew with all my heart that whatever he was thinking, it wasn't good. As it turned out, I couldn't even concentrate when I was interacting with customers, which was normally all-consuming. I apologized to Renee for leaving again. She assured me my apologies were never necessary. I returned to the house. Brandon would be home from school shortly. He might wonder why I was home so early, but it wouldn't trouble him to the point that he'd follow me around. He would stick to his usual routine. I closed the bedroom door before heading down the hall and around the corner to the office. I sent him a text that I had a headache and was lying down. I'd probably had 2 headaches in my entire life, but I doubted he'd question it, and I doubted he would check up on me. Once again, I powered up the laptop. It seemed the most likely place Seth would hide things from me. He knew I was fond of my tablet, that I hadn't used the laptop in ages. It was entirely possible he thought I'd forgotten the password. I was a little surprised he hadn't changed it, but he'd made a habit of underestimating me. I started with our bank statements. Seth handled our month-to-month finances. We saw an accountant together for our personal and business taxes, so I was very familiar with our overall situation, but I didn't get involved to the point of reviewing credit card statements or watching our electrical and water usage. I looked for his credit card statements, starting with January. There wasn't a lot aside from recurring charges for TV and internet, entertainment subscriptions, and general living expenses. Nothing stood out. January was when he'd started pretending to go to work every day, but his fuel expenses looked normal. It was the same for February, with a few charges that looked like one-day workshops he'd attended. So he hadn't lied about that part of it. The March bill screamed at me the minute I opened it. The charges were higher than usual by nearly $2,000. I skimmed it, going past the familiar creditors. That was the month he'd attended that networking event. This probably explained the jump, but still I went down the list line by line. And then I saw it. There were hotel charges, restaurant bills, but there was no conference fee. I went back to January and February to be sure I hadn't missed it. Nothing. I logged onto the credit card website. Oddly enough, there was a conference fee recorded in April, so it looked as if he was indeed attending a conference over the upcoming weekend. I returned to the March statement, starting again at the top. Hotel bills, food, Hertz car rental. I gasped. I wasn't even sure why my body reacted like that, because it took a few seconds to really process it. There was no reason for Seth to rent a car for that trip. What was he hiding? Where had he actually gone? The hotels and restaurants were indeed in Napa Valley, but had he made side trips? Was that the reason for renting a car while he was there, hiding a large fuel bill? But why? He wouldn't expect me to see it. I studied the bill, staring until the words and numbers blurred, as if I expected it to cough up his secrets. Finally, I closed it and opened the browser. I looked at the search history. There was nothing that stood out. I saw the sites he'd visited looking at security cameras. I saw some news sites and visits to check baseball scores. Then I saw something a bit out of place. OsborneLaw.com. Was he planning to divorce me? I laughed softly. If he thought he could do that without involving me, he was wrong. For one thing, our prenup would prevent him from implementing the trick of trying to bleed off cash or transfer assets to his name. I clicked on the URL. The page he'd visited wasn't a query for representation. The firm wasn't even in our area. It suggested a step he must have realized he needed to take first. The title at the top of the page asked, "How can I get out of a prenup?" So he did want a divorce. Why the hell wouldn't he talk to me? Was it because of Simone? Was he going to use the video feed of Ace and me in an effort to prove I was an unfit mother? Seth doted on our daughter, adored her beyond reason. It had always warmed my heart. So many men are obsessed with their sons, or they long for a son when their first child is a girl. Not Seth. He loved his daughter completely and without hesitation, and I had loved that about him. Of course, Seth wouldn't want to leave me and share custody of Simone. But there was no getting out of our prenup. Seth had had his own legal representation when he signed it. He couldn't claim coercion or outrageous demands that can occasionally nullify a prenup. It was a simple and straightforward document that simply protected what I'd worked for prior to our marriage. The gallery. The title for our house was joint, and each of our cars was in the name of the driver. Our investments were all shared equally. Why had he thought it was even possible? Was he so enraged, so ready to be rid of me that he was grasping at straws? I saw that he'd visited the legal site the previous November. How long had this been going on? Certainly before he'd lost his job. I closed the browser. I worked my way through the rest of his files. The only other thing I found was a map that he'd marked digitally. It outlined a route to Napa Valley, the hotel and several restaurants circled in red. There were numbers marked beside various freeways and highways he needed to take. I studied them for several minutes. Finally, I realized they indicated how long it had taken him on Highway 101, how long the leg along 121 to Napa was. Beside them were the time of day, suggesting he'd made a return trip to our home in the middle of the weekend. I closed the map. I powered off the computer. There was something ominous about that marked-up map, but I couldn't work out what it was. I couldn't seem to make the pieces fit. The rental car, the legally sound prenup that was suffocating him. I slipped out of the office and hurried down the hall. I stopped for a moment close to Brandon's bedroom and pressed my ear to the door. I heard the faint tap of his computer keyboard, a pause, a brief thread of music as he lifted the headphones away from his ears to readjust them. I went into my bedroom and pulled open Seth's top dresser drawer. I dug through the section that contained loose coins, keys, and other paraphernalia, including receipts he hadn't yet filed. I scooped out the receipts and sat on the bed. They were all typical expenses until I picked up one that was a printed receipt from Hertz Car Rental. The mileage he'd accumulated on the rental car suggested he hadn't simply driven around Napa Valley. My first thought was that it indicated a trip to Northern California or Nevada, but there hadn't been any restaurant or hotel receipts outside the Napa area. I recalled the markings on the map. The mileage was exactly what he would have accrued with a trip home, almost to the mile. I shuffled through the rest and returned all of them to his drawer. From there, I searched the pockets of his jackets and pants. Finding nothing, I went downstairs and into the garage. I dug through the drawers of his tool chest and glanced around his carefully organized workbench. As I stood back, staring at the workbench, I recalled his gym bag at the back of our closet. I ran up the stairs to our bedroom and pulled the bag out from the corner of the closet, where it was half buried by the garment bag that hadn't been fully zipped and had fallen off the hanger. I dug through the gym bag, tossing running shorts and socks onto the floor. When the bag was empty, I slid my hand into an interior pocket that had a slight bulge. I pulled out a small, rolled-up hand towel. Inside was my camisole. I carefully rolled it up, replaced the other items, and zipped the bag. I kicked the garment bag over the top in case he'd placed it there deliberately. I went downstairs and opened a bottle of Syrah. It wasn't the best path to clear-headed thinking, but my mind was racing in maddening circles, my heart hammering to keep up, my breathing short and near to panic. I needed something to slow my thoughts. I needed to soothe my nerves and calm down. I carried the glass out to the backyard and sat in the Adirondack chair, somewhat hidden from view in the garden outside the guest room door. Clearly, Seth was setting me up. But for what? What the hell did he want from me? What was he planning to do to me, to our lives? More than half the bottle of wine was gone, and I'd moved to the living room by the time Seth came into the house with Simone. He gave me a peck on the forehead. He said nothing about the half bottle of wine I'd gulped. He said nothing about the fact there was no aroma to suggest dinner was underway. He went upstairs, and I refilled my glass. 31. The following day, I told Renee to take a long lunch break. I needed to keep my mind busy with customers. I needed to keep my thoughts under control. If I tried to do desk work, I would end up mentally gnawing my discovery to the bone in an effort to figure out what game Seth was playing. After she left, I stood near the front of the gallery, watching the passers-by. A moment later, a couple entered. As they moved around the rooms of the gallery, they spoke in admiring terms, using overly loud voices. I knew they weren't likely to buy. They were the type who felt self-conscious simply looking at beautiful things, and believed they needed to make sure they didn't hurt my feelings. If only they knew. It had nothing to do with feelings. It had to do with me knowing they were missing something in their lives that would be satisfied with a piece from my gallery. I talked to them for a few minutes. They were from L.A. They'd driven up the coast and were heading to San Francisco to celebrate their 5th wedding anniversary. 20 minutes later, they walked out the door, the woman wearing a thin necklace with a hagstone, a stone through which the ocean had carved small holes, dangling from the delicate fibers that were made strong through the precise, delicate braiding. The moment they were out the door, the memory of the video rushed back, threatening to overwhelm me. I turned for a moment, looking to see what I might rearrange to better effect, anything to distract myself. The bell on the door tinkled. I didn't turn immediately, so that the newcomer wouldn't feel they were intruding in the quiet space. When I did turn, Ace was standing there. He was just inside the doorway. He wore jeans, sturdy flip-flops, and a black t-shirt. His hair seemed longer. His skin was freshly shaven, and his smile was the same easy grin as always.
"I'm not here to scare you or threaten you or whatever you think. Let's get that straight right away," he said. "I want to clear the air. I want you to understand. I'm not what you think."
What do I think? I didn't feel at all afraid, which surprised me. I didn't know if it was his quiet calm or the fact that there were people all over the street outside.
"You think I lied to you about being in prison? You think I had something to do with murdering Jasmine Cox?"
I don't think you lied. I know you did. Hiding something like that, especially when I trusted you around my children, is a lie.
Seth asked me not to tell you about it. He said you'd freak.
Another semi-useless piece in the puzzle of what my husband was doing. There was something about the confirmation of what I'd thought that made me feel I was being set up.
"He was right,"
Ace said. Was he?
"Yes. And since we're getting things straight, I didn't vandalize your painting either."
I raised my eyebrows slightly.
"It wasn't me. I would never hurt you like that."
I'm just supposed to believe you? Because Seth asked you to lie and you agreed, that means now that you've fessed up, I'm supposed to believe that you always tell the truth? The security camera from the gallery had shown nothing. It was hugely frustrating at the time. How could I have that expensive system and it failed me when I needed it? Now it struck me that the person who had installed it, my own husband, would have known the range of the cameras, known how to avoid being recorded. My fear toward his silent manipulation increased. What on earth was he planning? Why was he being so deliberate and going to such lengths to mess with my head? Was it possible he was the one who followed me that night, deliberately trying to scare me? Why? I opened my mouth, something in me wanting to pose these questions to Ace, to tell him what I'd discovered. He held my gaze, clearly waiting to see what was going through my mind without disturbing the flow by speaking too soon. I pressed my lips together. Our single encounter was a mistake, not a promise of something deeper between us. Admitting he was a liar didn't change the fact he'd lied. When we were naked in each other's arms, he should have said something. Well, thank you for admitting you were in prison, I think.
You think?
I still don't trust you.
I can see that.
I gave him a half smile. As I did, I felt my desire return with a force that hit me so hard I thought I might lose my balance. I reached out and rested my fingertips on the counter beside me. It wasn't much, but it helped steady me. I tried to slow my breathing. Was it just his appearance, the memory of his body, or was there more to it? I couldn't be sure.
Do you really think I killed Jasmine?
No. I'd known he hadn't. Aside from getting Ace out of the house, it had turned the detective away from my son for a few hours. Not that I was so cold I would use a young woman's death for myself, but it had all seemed to fit so nicely.
Then why did you tell them I was in the area? About my record?
Because you committed murder, and you hid that from us. I wanted you out of my house.
How did you find out I'd done time?
Google.
I wish you'd talk to me, he said. I never dreamed you would toss me out like that. Especially when Brandon is so attached to me.
A mother has to do what's best for her kids. Always. Sometimes children don't like it. A lot of times they don't like it. But I'm the adult, and I'm responsible for my kids, for their physical and emotional safety.
But why didn't you talk to me about it?
You already proved you were a liar.
I get that, but
I don't want to talk about all of this right now, I said. A customer could walk in any minute, and I don't want them to pick up a tense vibe. My assistant will be back from lunch soon. He nodded.
Thanks for talking at all. I wasn't sure how you'd respond.
He laughed and ran his fingers through his hair.
I thought you might call the cops the minute you saw me.
I'm not a person who panics easily.
Yeah, but still, I wasn't sure.
Thanks for stopping by.
So that's it? Have a nice life?
I was tired. I needed to keep my subconscious free to figure out what Seth was up to, trying to decide if there was a way to force him to tell me what the hell he was doing with his cameras. What do you want?
I want to see you again.
I'm married, remember? It sounded absurd saying it as I thought about the wreck of my marriage, but it was true. And he was a killer. His smile shifted slightly, and I saw what he thought of my marriage. He leaned forward, kissed my cheek, and then he was gone. I felt like he'd punched me in the throat. I didn't want to say goodbye forever, but it wasn't as if I was going to start something up with him. He was a killer, no matter how charming and seemingly honest, no matter how connected he was to my kids. I still knew nothing about what he'd done. And he hadn't offered that information. If he was one of those with a justification story, and some do have them, he didn't seem inclined to persuade me to listen to that information. Which seemed to suggest it wasn't much of a story. 32. I wasn't unfamiliar with the effort required to set someone up. It's not a part of my past that I like to recall, and really, I spend so little time thinking of the past, some of the things I've had to do rarely come to mind. I knew that Seth had put a lot of thought and work into giving me a distorted view of reality. I would not allow him to manipulate me into blindly following him down a path that would destroy my life and my children's lives. I was certain that's what he was after in some way I hadn't yet deciphered. It was clear that he'd grown to hate me. I should have recognized that way back when he complained that he had to fake going to work because I was so difficult to be with, because I was so smug about my success. Looking at every aspect of him in this new light, I'd also realized he no longer felt much of anything for Brandon. Nothing positive. The things he had done so far said he wanted both of us out of his life. I couldn't bring myself to close off that thought into what it really meant. He was leaving on Friday for his networking event in Napa Valley. He'd made a big show of telling me he'd arranged sleepovers for both Brandon and Simone so that I could have some much-needed, well-deserved time to myself. I hadn't questioned this, trying as much as I could to let things unfold. Since his earlier trip had so many unexplained aspects, I had serious questions about how he planned to spend his time. I doubted he was playing golf, and I wasn't certain he was even planning to attend the event. The rented car and the strong possibility that he'd made a return trip to vandalize my gallery suggested that he would be returning again. The not knowing what was in his mind was eating at me in a way that was making me increasingly jittery. Each thing I uncovered about him seemed even more calculated, more suggestive of a larger purpose. When I arrived home after driving the kids to their friends' homes, Seth pulled into the driveway just as my car came to a stop in the garage. He got out and went into the house through the front door without acknowledging me. I stabbed the button to close the garage door and hurried inside. Seth was nowhere to be seen on the ground floor. I found him in our bedroom, placing his shaving kit in his overnight bag. He must have run up the stairs at full speed if he'd made that much progress with his packing. I smiled at him. "I hope the event will give you some good leads." He nodded. Relaxing my muscles so that my lower lip trembled, I said, "I'm a little nervous." He still didn't look at me, but he paused in closing the zipper on his bag. "Why?" "I'm not sure I want to be all alone here after all. I'm worried about Ace. I don't know where he's staying now, and well, he was in prison for murder, remember?" "He wouldn't hurt you. He likes us despite what you did to him." "I'm not so sure." He shrugged. "Don't worry. It's not like you to worry." I was overplaying things. I waited for him to pick up his bag, then followed him out of the bedroom and down the stairs. He stood gripping the handle of the front door. "Bye. Have a good weekend. Enjoy having the house all to yourself. It's been a long time since you've had that." "Yes." I walked toward him. He appeared to realize his mistake in not kissing me. He stepped away from the door and brushed his lips across mine. His lips were cool, and he pulled away quickly, turning toward the door. "Your clubs are still in the garage," I said. "Don't forget them." Without missing a beat, he replied, too quickly, "I'll be renting some." "Seems like an unnecessary expense." "Why? We can't afford it?" He laughed, the sound like the high-pitched bark of a small dog. "Are you going to monitor my spending now that you're the only one bringing in money?" His eyes looked jittery as he stared at me, no doubt thinking of the spending for the rental car that he assumed I would never see. "Nope, not at all. Just thought you'd forgotten." "It's a good chance to try something different in case I want to replace mine." He was babbling now. I was making him nervous. I stepped toward him and patted his arm. "Have a good time." "Will do." A moment later, he was gone. I changed into jeans, a comfortable t-shirt, and my workout shoes. I put my hair in a ponytail. I went to the nightstand and removed the gun. I buried it at the bottom of my bag and went out. First, I stopped at a variety store and bought a cheap spiral notebook. I went to my favorite coffee shop, ordered chai, and took a table for one in the back corner, away from all the amped-up coffee addicts engaged in wild conversations around me. I popped earbuds into my head, selected a classical music playlist, and opened the notebook. First, I made a detailed list of all the things Seth had done over the past 3 months. I used 2 pens, noting the lies he'd told in green and all the other strange occurrences in blue. When I was finished, I realized that, in the end, everything was a lie. The color choices hadn't been necessary. When I read over what was listed, I was shocked at how blind and arguably quite stupid I'd been. I was amazed at how forgiving I was in the beginning, trying to look past his deception, yielding to having a stranger move into our house, showing sympathy over his lack of desire in bed. I'd written each of the things that contributed to the major deceptions. He'd invited Ace to dinner without telling me who he was. He'd told Ace about Brandon's peeping Tom incident. He'd invited Ace to move in without asking for my input, then actually had him bring his suitcases and settle in without telling me first. I wrote about his rental car and his non-event and his dual round-trip drive to Napa. I wrote about his search for an escape from the prenup and his rage when he realized I'd called the police and told them about Ace's prison record. Next, I began to write out my thoughts overall, trying to sort through everything, trying to work out what he might be up to. After 20 minutes, I saw that I was writing in circles, outlining his lies and my anger over and over, but failing to come to any clear idea of why he was doing all these things. Why take my lingerie? Why vandalize my gallery? Pure jealousy? Surely he didn't want to destroy our livelihood. My tea was gone. I gathered up my things and drove to the shooting range. I spent an hour practicing what I'd learned during a 2-hour lesson a few months ago. I knew exactly why I felt compelled to practice using the gun. I just didn't want to say it. There was a taut thread of fear and an unconscious knowledge that I couldn't face. At home, I cooked pasta and tossed it with some homemade marinara sauce that I defrosted in the microwave. I ate 2 pieces of sourdough bread smeared with a thick layer of soft butter and drank a glass of white wine. I didn't watch the news. I didn't fill the time and the silence with a comedy show. I didn't read. I simply sat alone at the bar in the kitchen and focused my mind on the comfort of pasta and the soothing taste of the wine. When I was finished, I was ready to face what my heart was whispering. There was no other explanation for all these things, for why Seth was setting me up. For him, there was no escape from our marriage without killing me. He'd invited an ex-con into our home to set him up as well. How lucky for him that Ace and I had been attracted to each other, so he could conveniently show a video of Ace and I having sex. He could paint a vivid picture of Ace killing me in a jealous fit. If he couldn't have me, no one would. Seth was planning to drive his rental car back from Napa Valley, kill me, and return so that he appeared to be attending a conference that was actually taking place this time. Just as he'd driven back to slice and deface that gorgeous painting. I shivered, a sudden chill brought on by the complete knowledge of his deliberate and patiently thought-out plan to kill me without implicating himself. Alongside my shiver of fear was a nearly imperceptible thrill of anticipation. 33. All my nerves were heightened, each minute seeming to last forever and, at the same time, passing so quickly the night was moving faster than seemed normal. Since Seth had arranged the sleepovers for that night, it was pretty obvious he planned his trip back home sometime before dawn on Saturday. I had another half-glass of wine and then corked the bottle. I checked all the doors and windows, as I always did before bed. I plugged my phone into the charger on the landing and went into the office. I got the laptop and took it into the bedroom. I settled into bed wearing leggings and a long-sleeved t-shirt, my feet bare. I put the second gun clip in the bedside drawer, cleaning out the other contents to create the appearance that the drawer's sole purpose was to hold the gun. I launched the feed to the security cameras, pulling up camera 1 in the guest room. I guessed Seth would choose to enter the house through that door because it had a secondary panel to disable the security alarm when we hosted overnight guests who wanted to come and go on their own, especially when Seth and I were at work. The main panel was in the front hall closet, but there was no way he would risk being seen approaching the front door, despite the effort to conceal his identity in a rental car. Given our neighbor's interest in unwanted cars loitering on our street, I wondered if he would park a block or 2 away and walk. It all seemed risky to me, but in the suburbs, who is outside or even looking out the window in the dead of night? Not many. I wasn't sure I would actually pull the trigger. I wasn't sure I could. And I certainly wasn't sure what he would do. Everything that was about to happen was shrouded in the darkest areas of our hearts, some of it not even floating up to the conscious minds of my husband and me. If he planned to kill me in my bed, which I thought he did, then I was prepared to defend myself. Like him, I was trapped. Leaving him meant sharing custody of our daughter, and there was no way I was going to let a man who wanted to murder me, who hated me for being devoted to my children and successful in my career, have any further influence on my children's minds and hearts and the unfolding of their lives. Beside me on my nightstand was my water bottle. I turned off the bedside lamp, the only lights coming from the laptop screen and my tablet. I was too wired to worry I might drift off to sleep. I tried to watch a movie on my tablet, but it was impossible. Instead, I stared at the view from the inactive camera in the guest room for nearly 4 hours. Then, at 3:15, I heard a sound coming from the first floor. I couldn't say what it was, the door opening or footsteps, but I knew there was someone in the house. My heart began to beat faster. I pushed the covers down so my legs were free and I could move quickly. I put my hand on the gun. The camera caught him as he moved past. It was difficult to see much with all the lights out, just a vague shadow, then a flash of a hand holding a small flashlight. I froze. He was holding the light angled up, and it caught the back of his wrist, illuminating that distinctive tattoo. I squinted at the screen, but he was gone before I could confirm what I'd seen. My breath caught in my lungs. Had I gotten everything wrong? Seth and Ace had become friends during those weeks, months when I hadn't known of Ace's existence. Were they working on all of this together? I felt a cry of pain and self-disgust rise inside me. Before it escaped, I forced it back down. In the dark, I couldn't tell. They were so close to each other in height and similar enough in build. I strained to get a clear look, but the strangeness of the mask distorted everything. Had Ace flirted with me, seduced me through kindness to my son and tender attention to a woman he'd known was hungry for a man's touch because my husband had told him? Had he known the security camera was there? Everything might have been a lie. Every single word and action from both of them. 2 proven liars. And what a solid plan for Seth. Maybe he'd worked patiently to lead a man who had gone to prison for murder into doing it again. With me gone, Seth would have plenty of money to pay Ace extremely well for doing what he didn't have the courage for. As I waited, I wondered who would be coming into my room. Was it Ace, directed by my husband, or had Seth tried to copy that tattoo with thick black ink from a marker? I was still certain that implicating or using Ace was Seth's endgame. He didn't install those voyeuristic cameras just to satisfy his own curiosity. Proving me an unfit mother was a dead end with the prenup. Murder with a carefully constructed alibi was his only choice, as it had once been mine. 34. For several long minutes, the house was silent. And then it wasn't. I heard him as he stepped onto the landing, the faint, almost imagined thud of a foot easing its way onto the hardwood floor. The whisper of his shoes as he moved stealthily across the space. Then nothing. I felt for the safety on the gun and released it. I held it in my right hand, fingers curved, my left hand gently supporting it. The thick silence settled around me like the down comforter at the edges of my knees where I now sat on my heels, my back against the headboard, hoping I was ready for whatever came next. What was he doing out there on the landing? Shoring up his nerve, perhaps. Thinking through each fraction of the next few moments to be sure he hadn't miscalculated. My instinct was to hold my breath, but of course that was absurd. He couldn't hear me breathing from this distance, just as I couldn't hear the sound of his breath. Everything began to take on a surreal quality, as if I were watching myself, the horror of what was happening not quite real. I saw his form in the doorway, and the glimmer of a small flashlight in his hand. His hand moved slightly, shifting the light higher without directing it toward the place where I crouched in the darkness, as if he only wanted to ensure he didn't stumble against the foot of the bed. From the edges of the beam of light, I saw that he was wearing a mask, a tight leather mask that appeared to cover his entire head. So I wasn't meant to know who my killer was. I pushed the thought out of my head and focused my attention on the gun in my hand and the figure moving toward the foot of my bed. For half a second, I had the disturbing instinct to laugh at the sinister appearance of the mask. I took a short breath and was suddenly frightened. I'd never shot a man. I'd only used the gun to shoot holes in a sheet of paper. He turned off the light. The laptop had gone to sleep, and the room was in utter darkness. I sensed him moving close to the foot of the bed, not seeming to notice I was awake, unaware of what was in my hands. I shifted, angling the gun toward where I'd last seen him. He was so close, I didn't know what would happen if I pulled the trigger. "Get away from me." I wasn't sure why I whispered. Maybe the closeness of him, the heat of his body, the vast empty house around us. He didn't move or speak. In a louder voice, I spoke again. "I have a gun." He lurched away from the bed, stumbling backwards. A sound escaped his mouth, like the unholy shriek of a raccoon screaming in the night. The sound penetrated my bones. I felt his fear in my own body. With that sound, I knew it wasn't Ace. "Seth, take off the fucking mask." I leaned sideways and turned on the bedside lamp. When he saw me compromise my balance, shifting the aim of the gun, he moved quickly. He dropped the flashlight and something else from his other hand. He fell to his knees, leaning on the foot of the bed. He unzipped the mask and began to peel it off. "Don't," he said, his voice breathless and trembling. "Please." Free of the mask now, his eyes flooded with tears. The fear in his eyes was clear and sharp. I could feel him struggling to find the words that would make me lower the gun. I'm sorry. So sorry. We can fix things between us. I don't know what I was thinking. I was out of my mind, but I can see." "Can you?" "Please, Ellie, please don't shoot me. I'm begging you. I should have talked to you a long time ago, but you were—" "So you invited a killer to live with us to what? To make it look like he killed me?" "No, it's not like that." I held his gaze as steadily as I held the gun. "I didn't think about— I knew we couldn't get a divorce, and I just love Simone so much. She's my heart. You know that. I adore her, my precious baby, my little girl. I love her so much." A sob burst out of him. "I don't know what I was thinking. I don't want to kill you. I'm out of my mind." His words pierced me. I didn't soften my expression, but I felt a softening inside me. Maybe he felt it anyway because he got up off his knees. "I knew you'd never let me have her. She'd be living here with Brandon half the time, and he's, you know, the peeping Tom thing. I shouldn't have assumed the worst about him. But you have to see, I was worried about him being around Simone. I'm so sorry. I made a terrible mistake, but I know we can fix it." "How on earth would we fix it? You just said my son is capable of molesting his sister." "No, I didn't say that. I would never say—" "You meant exactly that." I raised the gun slightly. It would be ugly. I felt a shudder run through me, but I tightened my muscles and made it stop. "Please put it down. Please don't. Think about Simone. It would destroy her if you killed her daddy. I know you couldn't do that to her." "You didn't seem very worried about how it would affect her if her mommy was murdered." He was right. It would hurt the kids terribly if I shot him. I'd spent every moment of their lives trying to do what was best for them, to create a life that was comfortable and secure and filled with love. Losing her father would devastate Simone. I knew that. I knew that better than almost anyone. At the same time, children do heal. Eventually, we all heal. Even if our hearts have scars and scabs, that resilient muscle has a way of rebuilding itself, growing around the damage and finding new ways to beat stronger. Why wasn't he trying to make it to the door? Did he think he'd won me over? That he'd persuaded me he was right? Did he think I didn't have it in me to kill him? I pressed my finger firmly against the trigger. Without protective covers on my ears, the explosion was deafening, making it seem as if everything afterward was bathed in silence. The shot struck him in the chest. I fired again, and he fell, disappearing from my sight at the foot of our bed. 35. From the time I realized that Seth's only escape from me was through murder, I'd known what I would do. I wasn't going to live with a man who hated me, who detested my son. All of Seth's whining about how he felt, his begging to fix our marriage, came from a desire to save his own thin skin. Yes, he adored Simone, and she adored him, but he was not the man I wanted raising her. I couldn't allow her to grow up thinking Seth embodied the ideals of manhood. I would not have her subconsciously drawn to the same in her adult relationships, driven to telling lies in the mistaken belief it made him look better somehow. I didn't want her drawn to men who couldn't celebrate a strong woman, who couldn't support her career, who needed to compete for some imaginary top position with his mate. I would not have either of my kids thinking it was okay to lie about how you spent your time every day. You can't navigate your children around the deep and treacherous caverns they'll face in the world today if they aren't honest with you about what they're experiencing in their lives. The state of the world, and growing up in that world, is complicated and messy. Kids need a loving, grounded parent to help them emerge whole on the other side. The moment I realized that Seth could not get what he wanted without killing me, I knew it would be a fight to the death, and that I would prevail. So I was ready for the difficult work that came next, prepared to take care of things, moving quickly because I only had a few minutes before the police had to be called. If I waited too long, the police would figure out there'd been a delay, and they would wonder why. They wouldn't stop asking questions until they uncovered the answer. I raced down the stairs to the kitchen and grabbed my rubber dish gloves, tugging them on as I ran back up the stairs, taking them 2 steps at a time. I returned to the bedroom, breathing deeply, trying to calm myself for the worst. I closed my eyes for a moment, then opened them and got to work. I yanked on the gloves. I left the things he'd dropped, the flashlight and a leather cord, lying where he'd dropped them. I retrieved the mask and knelt beside my husband's body. Not wanting to, not yet ready to see his face, I studied the crudely drawn tattoo on his right wrist, an attempt to make sure the dark image captured on the security camera pointed to Ace. Finally, I turned my attention to what needed to be done. I studied the angle of his head to be sure I would be able to return him to a natural position. Looking at his face was beyond horrible, but there was no choice. Then, trying to keep my vision focused on the carpet, blurring his face by staring into the middle distance, numbing my thoughts, I carefully lifted his head. It was heavier than I'd expected. So very heavy. The mask had a zipper, so it wasn't as difficult to pull it into place as I'd expected. I tugged it over his wobbling head, fighting waves of nausea that rose from my stomach, washing through me, then subsiding, then returning with even greater force. Finally, it was in place. I tugged the zipper down and lowered his head to the floor. It was the most gruesome thing I'd ever done. I thought I'd already passed that milestone. After a difficult childbirth with your firstborn, after seeing your children through mundane but repulsive childhood ailments, a woman is fairly immune to the indignities of the human body. And I was certain I'd had far more than the usual shares of encounters with death, with the base, universal responses of the human body to trauma. This was worse. But in the end, you do what's required. Always. You do what you have to for your kids, for your family, for your own self-preservation. When I called the police, only 13 minutes had passed since I'd shot my husband. My hand shook when I tapped the keys. When I spoke to the emergency operator, my voice wobbled as it should have. What was coming next would be difficult in an entirely different way. Difficult, but not impossible. 36. When the police turned onto our street, their lights were flashing, but they hadn't used a siren. I was watching from the window on the upstairs landing, standing back out of sight. When I flung open the front door, I was surprised and relieved to see 2 unfamiliar male officers on the patio. Acting out my terrified story would be much easier. I stared at them, letting tears spill out of my eyes. I spoke in a weak, strained voice, talking before they could introduce themselves. I don't know what happened. My husband's out of town. I think I forgot to set the alarm. My kids are staying with friends and my routine was all messed up. I guess I forgot. This man just... I thought I heard a sound. I turned on the light, but then I didn't hear anything. I was too scared to go look. I didn't know where he might be or if I was hearing things. I don't know, I was so scared. I got the gun out of the nightstand. After a while, I must have dozed off because then I woke and this man was standing there. He was huge. He was right there in my bedroom. And a mask. He was wearing this horrible mask. I couldn't think. I couldn't even breathe. He wasn't talking, just staring at me with that thing over his face. I started sobbing. We had this guy staying here. He'd been in prison for murder, and I didn't know that when we invited him to stay. When we found out, we told him he couldn't stay here anymore, and I think he... It wasn't difficult to stumble and whimper my way through the words, the adrenaline rushing through me, the thoughts of how I was going to comfort Simone twisting my emotions into something very close to the real thing. I think he must have...
Slow down. The younger of the two spoke first. I'm Officer Lopez, and this is Officer Calhoun.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming so fast. I slumped against the door, gripping the handle as if I needed the support to remain upright. But I don't think it matters. I let my voice rise to a shriek on the last word and began moaning and letting my shoulders tremble as I let go of the handle and held my hands to my mouth, gnawing at my knuckles. The officers stepped aside. The paramedics who had pulled up to the curb right behind the police car walked quickly into the house. Without turning to look at me, the female spoke. Where's the victim? Upstairs. I whimpered and moved toward the stairs. The master bedroom. I'll show you. Just tell us. Turn left at the top across the landing. The only room on that side. They ran up the stairs, their speed unhindered by hands full of equipment. I started to follow.
Wait here, please,
Officer Lopez said. He paused until I looked back at him.
Tell us again what happened. Slowly this time. There's no rush. Why don't we sit down?
Officer Calhoun said. I led them to the living room and turned on the light. I sat in the largest armchair and pulled my feet up onto the chair, wrapping my arms around my shins and grasping my forearms. I knew that chair made me look small and vulnerable. I pressed my face into my knees. I woke up and he was there. It was terrifying. You can't... I began shaking.
Please look up when you speak so we can hear you clearly.
I nodded and raised my head slightly. I described the jolt of terror that rushed through me when I saw that man standing in the doorway, thinking at first I was dreaming, then overcome by such fear I couldn't catch my breath. Then he came into the room and stood there. I told them how seeing the man, thinking about Ace, how we'd kicked him out of our house, facing that huge, shadowy figure, hearing his breathing, I'd reached for the gun out of instinct more than a coherent, rational thought. Then he rushed toward me and I shot him.
Is the gun registered to you?
I nodded.
And you always keep it in your nightstand?
No, A few weeks ago someone followed me when I left work. At night, and it was terrifying. And then my gallery, I own the Jade Gallery, it was vandalized. A horrible attack, very personal.
How long have you owned the gun?
A long time, years.
Why did you feel the need for a gun at home if these incidents took place at your gallery?
You're acting like I did something wrong. I was scared. And with my husband out of town... I let a certain amount of honest hysteria affect my tone. He was terrifying. You can't imagine waking up and seeing him beside my bed. He was right there.
Was he armed?
I don't know. He must have been. It was dark. Then he was so close I could feel him right there. I saw that awful, ugly mask and... I don't know. I knew he was going to kill me.
Why did you think this?
What else could I think? I took a deep breath. He was someone my husband knew, but we found out he'd been in prison for murder. He never told us, and I called you guys because of the girl who was killed. I thought the police should know he'd killed someone before. I began sobbing. He was upset that I called. He said he didn't know her. He'd never even seen her, and why would I turn on him like that? I didn't. I just wasn't sure because he'd been in prison and then she was killed. I thought it could be him. And after that, my husband told him he couldn't stay with us anymore. I began sobbing, gasping for breath.
Okay, calm down, Miss Mitchell.
I mimed, starting to hyperventilate. I can't! One of the paramedics appeared at the entrance to the living room. She signaled to Officer Calhoun, who walked over to where she was standing. While they spoke in low voices, Officer Lopez began asking several pointless questions about my age, where my husband was, how many people lived in the house, the names of my children's friends, where they were staying, whether I'd touched the body. I felt him glancing toward the doorway. I could still hear the voices in the foyer, but it was impossible to make out even a single word. The conversation was going on longer than I would expect, and I started to wonder what was wrong. What were they saying? Was there something wrong with the things I'd said? I forced myself to breathe slowly, to answer the questions without seeming difficult or uncooperative. Finally, Officer Lopez went into the foyer. After a few minutes, an eternity in my mind, he returned to where I stood in the center of the living room. I was informed the intruder had died. I acted stunned that I'd shot him twice, as if I hadn't realized what I was doing. The two officers continued to ask me questions for over half an hour. I knew because I watched the clock on the mantel marking the hours as they slid further into the night. I heard the sounds of the paramedics carrying the body down the stairs. Officer Lopez asked me to come into the foyer.
"We need you to identify the body, Miss Mitchell."
"Why? If it's him, if it's Ace, you can find out from his prison photograph, can't you?"
"I'm sorry."
His voice was gentle. He glanced across the room, his gaze lingering for half a second on a photograph of Seth holding Simone when she was an infant. The framed photograph was large, one of Seth's favorites. As Officer Lopez forced his attention away from the photo, I realized he understood that I'd shot my husband. He was trying to be gentle, but he wasn't going to let me refuse to look at the body. I begged him not to make me do this. I stalled and whimpered. I wondered if this was some kind of soft-pedaled punishment. They wanted me to see the shock of death, no matter how justified my shooting might have been. "Can't you wait until my husband gets home? He'll be back Sunday. He can go to the morgue or wherever. He can confirm if it's Ace if you need someone to actually look. If a picture isn't enough, please don't make me."
"We need you to look at the body. I'm sorry. It won't take a minute. And I'll be with you."
As his patience grew thin, I yielded. When I saw Seth's face, I no longer had to put on a performance. I cried out and collapsed into Officer Lopez. Seth's features in death resembled Simone's, the spitting image of her father, people had always said. When a vision of her face, her wide, intelligent but always questioning eyes passed through my mind, I broke down. 37. In the days after Seth died, I felt like I spent more time talking to the police than I did to my children, more time than I spent telling Renee and our neighbors and others what had happened. Every single one of them was supportive of me in my grief. No one questioned what I'd done. Not to my face, anyway. I was an expert at telling the story of that horrific night in just the right way to terrify, evoking that feeling of uncontrolled panic in the listener, the instinctive drive to act without thinking. They sympathized with what I was going through and assured me they would have done the same. My children responded as they always had. Brandon with little emotion at first, then guilt. He felt guilt that he'd known his stepfather didn't like him. Because of that, Brandon felt relief at no longer having to live with him, and each crashing wave of relief was followed by a swell of guilt. Simone wept easily and often. Her eyes seemed to brim with tears whenever I looked at her. She had frequent repeating nightmares. For several nights, I let her sleep in my bed. All she knew for now was that there had been a terrible accident and her daddy had died. I worried that she would hear more from other children, but so far, it seemed that the parents of her friends were also telling a vague story to their children. I was confident the bad dreams would subside, and I knew that just as her tears became less profuse and less frequent, all of it would fade in time. She would be scarred, but not destroyed. Children survive the death of a parent, even violent death. Some children have to live with the despair of knowing their parent took his own life, and others with the slow decay of disease. Some children, well, I didn't need to mentally catalog all the horrors that children live through. Many, the majority, come out healthy and self-aware and deeply formed individuals for surviving horror. I had no doubt my children were resilient enough to fall into that majority. Brandon had already proven his resilience. As long as I continued to keep close by him, encourage him to talk, truly listen to what he was saying, and make sure he had the right influences. Simone would be the same. I was confident. With lots of affection and with stability, which is a significant part of what makes the difference between irreparable damage and healing. And for that reason I decided I would explore the possibility of letting Ace back into their lives, and into my own life. If the reason he'd been sentenced to 15 years in prison turned out to be justified, there was a chance. So many things are justifiable, and there was definitely a disconnect between the knowledge that he was a killer and the man I'd experienced, the man who'd been so very good to my children. After the night Seth died, I bought a disposable phone in case the police became interested in looking at my call and messaging history. So far, they hadn't. So far, they seemed to accept the things I'd told them. Still, the fact that various members of the police force had been to my house first to question my son, and then to question my house guest, and finally to remove my deceased husband, I sensed their reluctance to take my story at face value. They definitely weren't done with me. With us. In the end, they would need evidence. Not just suspicion or a gut feeling that something was off. They needed some evidence to suggest that I deliberately killed my husband, and that evidence did not exist. All the evidence pointed to Seth. He'd arranged it so carefully, spent so much time putting the pieces in place. A few weeks after that dreadful night, when my children were beginning to stabilize, I sent Ace a message and asked him to meet me for a drink. I suggested San Francisco, far outside the possibility of seeing anyone I knew, especially an off-duty police officer. I took an Uber, asking the driver to drop me off several blocks from the hotel where we planned to meet in the bar. I walked, cutting through an alley and then the lobby of another hotel to be sure an industrious detective, if there was one, would not be able to follow me. I ordered a bottle of Chardonnay and was waiting at a small table when Ace arrived. Without any opening pleasantries, I told him the rest of the details of what Seth had done, watching his expression shift from disbelief to shock to concern. When the discussion of my marriage had reached its natural conclusion, I refilled my wine glass and topped off his. So, he took a sip of wine and waited for what might come next. I think there is, something between us, I said. He put his hand on the table as if he meant to reach for mine, but I kept the tips of my fingers just out of reach. He would either need to make an awkward lunge across the space or back off. Instead, he let his hand remain where it was, waiting. "But you owe me the details of what you did," I said. "I understand there are reasons why a person is forced into killing someone, obviously, but I need to hear the truth, whatever it is." I took a sip of wine and shifted my position, getting more comfortable, crossing my legs.
I found out that the manager of the apartment complex where I lived had been molesting quite a few of the girls who lived there. A lot of kids in our complex were being raised by single moms. No one had the resources to make a police report about what this creep had done to their daughter. Even simple things like the first step of justice requires taking time off work. When you can barely pay your rent, when you're scrambling to put food on the table and looking after 2 or 3 kids, a lot of women develop the attitude that what's done is done. People living in subsistence mode aren't used to getting justice anyway. Not at work, not in any part of their lives. They're defeated. So they move. Instead of seeking punishment, they focus on just keeping their kids as safe as possible. I nodded, feeling a pinch in my throat, a sense of gratitude for how lucky I'd been in many ways, all of my life. This guy was getting away with it because the victims kept moving to another place, disappearing.
How did you find out?
This kid I was teaching to play pool told me he was moving. He told me about his sister and that there were 2 others at that time.
And?
I killed the guy. Not with some big plan, but I confronted him and he came after me with a hammer. He was making repairs on the fence along the back of the carport. I punched him and he dropped the hammer. I didn't beat him up or anything, but a hammer in the right place is the end of things.
It almost sounds heroic.
He laughed. I think so, and I hope that girl and her family think so. Anyone else who he was assaulting during that time. But that was not at all what the cops or the DA or even the jury thought. I guess it was a jury of people who had never walked in someone else's shoes, as they say.
A few minutes passed as I considered his story. We ordered a plate of fried artichoke hearts with aioli. We ate and drank more wine. We talked about Brandon. He asked how Simone was doing, and I told him about her tears and her nightmares and my certainty that she would heal. After the wine was gone, we went to the front desk and booked a room for the night. I was glad that I'd called it right and arranged sleepovers for Simone and Brandon. It would take time until Ace could really come into our lives, but my children would be thrilled to see him again. I was sure of it. Riding home in the back of the Uber, I thought about what Ace had done, about killing someone to protect another. It happens, probably a lot more than most people realize. Although honesty and truth are important to me, the number one thing is doing what's right for my children. Truth is essential in a relationship, but telling all of your secrets to another person can endanger your children. Sometimes those secrets have the potential to endanger your own life. I'd never told anyone what I'd done. I'd crafted a story of abandonment for Brandon, for my parents, for everyone. Jasmine wasn't the first bully in Brandon's life. His father teased him, a lot, far beyond what I thought was healthy. Jack insisted it was normal for fathers to tease their sons, that boys needed that kind of thing. They needed to be tough, and teasing was how men bonded. Of course, there's teasing, and then there's downright cruelty. I was young when I married Jack. 20. Naive, a little. A lot. I never had a brother or any male cousins that lived nearby, so I couldn't say much about how fathers cared for their sons. If Brandon tripped when he was running, Jack laughed and told him to stop running like a little girl. When Brandon cried or came to me for a hug, Jack said the same kind of thing. He never hit Brandon, but he wouldn't help him. Every time Brandon fell off his bike while he was learning to ride, Jack just stood there. He told him to get back up, but he didn't help right the bike. He would watch him cry and struggle and do absolutely nothing. Nothing he did was horrifying on the scale of abuse. Bullying is like that. It's subtle. People act as if it has to be something horrific to count. One day, I found Brandon in his bed, crying. His back was sopping wet. He said Daddy had thrown his milkshake at him because Brandon had let his hot dog fall out of the bun, and it landed right near the dog, who ate it, of course. Something broke inside me. We lived in that Victorian house that we had been remodeling. Jack had incredible skills in craftsmanship, and we were taking our time. He was doing the roof himself. It was a 3-story house. One day, when he was at work, I climbed the ladder and loosened quite a few shingles. The next time he was up there, he was walking in an area he thought was secure because he'd already fixed it. He slipped. He fell. It was a horrible fall to the pavement from 3 stories, but he didn't die. It was awful. I squeezed my eyes closed, remembering the sight of this mangled body. The house was in a secluded area with a lot of mature trees. We had over an acre of property, and we lived at the end of a long, narrow road. None of our neighbors or people passing by could see more than the peak of the roof. I ran out to him, and he was still breathing. He couldn't move. I learned later he'd broken his collarbone and both legs. He was crying, begging me to hurry and call 911. Eventually I called. But first, I got a pillow from the living room couch and smothered him. Maybe it wasn't the same thing as what Ace had done. I wasn't heroic, but I had to protect my son. Most people would say I should have divorced Jack, but divorce doesn't cut that person out of your life. Not when you have a child together. I couldn't let Brandon grow up with that. I couldn't allow it, even on 2 weekends a month. The pain of watching my child suffer was worse than if it was being done to me. It was my job to keep him safe, and I couldn't, not while Jack was alive. Sometimes people are forced into things that might seem wrong to most, but until you live it, you don't know. I wasn't absolutely confident that I knew all of Ace's secrets. He certainly didn't know most of mine, but eventually, when enough time passed, we might eventually know all of the truth about each other, and that would bind us together for the rest of our lives. Truth does that. Epilogue. When I followed Jasmine that night, I smelled her fear. She thought she was acting confident, keeping her pace steady, tamping down the anxiety by tossing her head so her hair swung around her shoulders. She thought she was hiding her fear from me, but I knew what she was like. She was a coward. All bullies are. I'd tried everything. First, I confronted her and told her to stop bullying my son. She laughed in my face. It shocked me, but it didn't weaken my determination. She was not going to win. I raised the issue to the school administrators multiple times, but they did nothing. Their anti-bullying policy meant lots of meetings and talking about teenage behavior and giving kids tools to face bullies, none of which worked. That girl wept false tears and said she was sorry and put on a performance that should have earned her a place in the drama club. The measurable result the school touted was not what they thought. The bullying became insidious. She yanked Brandon's pants off during gym class, leaving the most vulnerable part of him exposed to 30 smirking teenagers. That girl had a knack for knowing when the teacher would be occupied. After she strengthened her power, the other kids were too scared to rat her out. Brandon cried every night. Once, he said he wanted to die because he couldn't make it stop. "It's never going to stop," he sobbed. Seth wanted to move him to another school. But that's how bullies win. They chase you away, and you run in fear for your self-respect, if not your physical safety. There was only one solution. Teenagers are still kids. Sometimes adults need to intervene. If the school refused, I had to take care of it myself. I had to remove her from Brandon's life. When I left the house that night, after following her for a week or two to get familiar with her schedule, I was ready to do the worst thing, but the necessary thing to protect my son. As I walked behind her, Jasmine passed under a streetlight, her bronze-streaked hair shimmering in the glow of it. I felt her tension increase, felt her awareness that I was moving closer. I saw her pull out her phone. A moment later, she slowed and whirled around to face me. She raised the phone like a weapon. It surely had been, at one time, passing around pictures of my precious son's naked hips as if he were a freak show. Now I wanted to laugh at her pathetic gesture. "I'm going to record you," she said, "so back off." Together, we passed under another streetlight, revealing my face to her. She laughed and lowered the phone. "Oh, it's you." She took a step forward and laughed again. "If you don't fuck off, I'm going to call the cops on you." Before she could take another breath, I was on her. The full force of my bone and muscle slammed into her body. Her phone clattered out of her hand, and I heard the sound of glass cracking. In the same swiftly passing moment, the heels of her boots skidded on the ground, and she fell. She grunted and lost her breath as the concrete met her bones. Before she could regain her breath, I had the belt around her neck, tight in the grip of my leather-gloved hands. She gagged, grabbing at the strap, but only succeeded in clawing at her own flesh. Her movements slowed and her body grew limp, twitching and thrashing with less force as I dragged her off the sidewalk into the side yard of a house with shuttered windows. The night closed in on us, and the darkness became absolute. By the time I'd placed her body in a secluded area of the open space preserve, the sun was peeking over the foothills. I drove home satisfied and at peace, sure in the knowledge that I always had the strength to do what was best for my children, no matter what. This concludes The Guest by Cathryn Grant, narrated by Lauren Ezzo. Copyright 2020 by Cathryn Grant. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Incubator Books and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.